Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Overwatch Winter Premiere presented by NGE. I am your host, Caleb Simmons, and joining me is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino. We are excited for the action we have to give to you today. We had an exciting day yesterday full of upsets. We could not believe what happened. It was crazy. We've had one group stage. We're in the second group stage. Finals are coming soon. It's exciting. David, tell us where we're at. Tell us where we're going.
You pretty much covered most of it.
Oh,
so we started all this off with the qualifiers where we found 8 teams. We then took those teams into a group stage where they all played against each other in a round-robin format. From there, 6 of the top teams advanced into the second phase of group play. And from there, 4 of the top teams will advance into the live finals to play for $100,000.
That's right, the live finals at PAX South. It's going to be fun. I'm very excited for it. As you can see, we are into our second group play phase right here, and this is the standings that we have as of right now.
This is how it will be for the day, and you can take a look at our schedule as well of what we have in store for you today. We're going to be starting off with Congarna versus, or Renegades versus Liquid rather. Renegades in a situation where they started off hot, they're on a 4-game losing streak right now, and they really got to kick it in high gear. Today's a good day to do it.
That's right. They played so well in our first round of 8 stage, and now, as you said, they've been struggling a little bit on that 4-game losing streak. They'll look to turn the tide on that one with their first match today against Liquid, and then, of course, they'll play also later against Complexity, who has really been turning their game up a notch as well. They started off a bit shaky during the first part of the group phase, but they've really been turning it around now, so I'm excited to see what they can do today as well.
We will get that first match underway. Renegades versus Liquid. Renegades started off looking like they were the strongest team, and after losing 4 straight right now, if they were to lose 1 more, they would drop to last place. Right now, they are outside of that top 4 bubble they need to be in to make it to PAX South. So today is the day they have to turn this around here. Liquid's the team they're going to be facing off against, but Liquid, let's start with Liquid here. They came out and surprised us so much yesterday, beating Congarna. This team is looking very, very strong. A team we weren't really talking about earlier. They look so good right now.
Yeah, they came out and got the win against Congarna, who was having a great day yesterday, at least in their first match. So Liquid also turning up their game a notch, and that is large in part due to AZK, especially on those control point maps where AZK just tears it up on Tracer. He was destroying teams on Tracer yesterday. Lijiang Tower, and then you also have Mezer, a big part of that as well. But I mean, one of the stories for me, at least throughout Lijiang Tower, was just AZK really tearing it up. His pulse bombs were so on point for Liquid. He didn't even need a graviton or anything. It just seemed like no matter where he threw it, it was a heat-seeking missile and killed at least 3 people every time he threw it out there. So he was a big part of it. You also have Mezer, who's a huge key to that team as well, and then that's also followed up by Rafa, ID, some brilliant players on this Liquid roster, and you know, they're going to be looking for the win here as well. Make sure they get themselves into that top 4 slot.
So, on the other side of the battlefield, Renegades on a 4-game losing streak. Can they break it here today? You think this is the match they do it? Is Liquid the team they're going to be able to beat here? Or is Liquid going to be able to take it to them here?
That's a hard one. Since Liquid has turned it on, really, AZK delivering quite a bit. You really went through the entire roster. Liquid beat Renegades the last time they played 2-1 on day 5. So that might herald repeat today unless Renegades really turns it on. But Renegades, they've got a lot of great players on their team. Mangachu, a standout player. Jesus, he's really strong on DPS. Man of Snow has been all over the place on Zarya and yesterday on D.Va. Here we go from yesterday. One of the phenomenal plays from Mangachu that we've come to know and love. Sherlocky generally on point on Ana. Jur, seen him even play Symmetric yesterday. Did quite a great job at that as well. I mean, really just the whole roster. How can I forget Juvenile? A Reinhardt who has been able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best Reinhardts in the tournament so far and hold his own at least.
Yeah, and Juvenile too, I'll say he's had some shaky games here and there. I know some people throughout Reddit and things like that were giving him some criticism. He's still a fantastic Reinhardt. He can play up there with the best of them. But Man of Snow has been a guy for Renegades that has really shocked me yesterday, because a lot of people know him for his Zarya play, and that's generally what he had done a lot of in the past. But even his D.Va play was incredible. I mean, you saw some of those self-destructs that he was throwing in there, just huge plays being made by him and Mangachu in combination with Graviton. So definitely be looking for that today as well.
Now we're going to start on Dorado for map number 1, and I got to get your guys' predictions. I got to talk to you. I feel like we've always predicted Renegades up until now. After losing 4 straight, is that changing? Are you Liquid fanboys right now? Like, who's winning this one?
I'll give it to Renegades here. I think they'll be able to bring their game back together. At least I'm hoping so for their sake, because if they lose, they're going to be dropping down considerably. So I'll give it to Renegades here, 2-1. I think it'll still be close, especially with how Liquid's been playing recently. But I could very much see a world where Liquid just takes it 2-0. But I'll give it to Renegades here.
Okay.
I think Renegades might have a leg up on Dorado in particular. They've been a typically defensive team, but so far Liquid's been really hard to stop. I think the only team that's beaten Liquid since they've been on like this, or at least I'm pretty sure it's the only team that's beat them, has been Luminosity, who they actually also play today. So there's a little bit of an interesting storyline for them. But I just don't see Renegades going to be able to bring it back in time to beat a team the way that Liquid is playing right now. I do agree it's going to be 2-1, but I think Liquid's going to be the one to take it.
So it'll be Liquid. We got a call for Renegades here. Find out. All up to them.
I have faith in Renegades. I'll give it to them here. I think this is where they turn it back to their original form that maybe we saw them in during the first week of the round of 8 group play. But they are certainly still looking to come back to that form, as we've been saying. They've really kind of fallen off a bit since that first week of the round of 8. So they're definitely looking to change the course right here, and they will have the opportunity to set the pace in this match because they will be on the offensive side first here on Dorado. Liquid, of course, and will be on the defensive side. And so far, Liquid not showing any Symmetra, which teams have really loved to play a lot on Dorado. I think yesterday pretty much every single match, if I remember correctly, had a Symmetra on the defensive side. So Liquid opting just for the 4 tanks. They're comfortable with that. It's tried and true for them.
Liquid right now, as long as they're playing the game they've come for without trying to adapt to anything new, so far been very strong over the past few games we've seen them play, so I wouldn't fault them at all for not running Symmetra. We've seen a number of teams try and not necessarily get it done here on the first part of Dorado with Symmetra. Renegades is a team I would expect to run Symmetra, absolutely, when it comes to their side, but for now, Liquid's just going to keep it vanilla and try and outplay Renegades straight up.
Well, here we go. Map number 1 in our best of 3. Renegades trying to get back on the horse here and get another win under their belt as they have lost 4 straight. So this is where they want to turn it back on. Mangachu is on Pharah to kick us off. Something we've seen brilliant play out of from Mangachu. He's done some great stuff on Pharah in the past. Not as much success with it as of late, but we all know he is a very big threat.
Oh, this is a tricky path right here. Pharah has so many different angles to get in the backside of Dorado, and if he can find the supports in a good enough time, Renegades are just going to walk through this first point.
Now charging in right out of the gate is Juvenile, taking Mezer into the wall, and Dehang is actually going to be the first to fall. This flank from Mangachu paying dividends for Renegades. They trade 1 for 1. Juvenile had gone down, but Mangachu able to get the support of Liquid, which is a very big kill indeed. ID goes down to Man of Snow, so Renegades with a bit of an opening here as Liquid tries to get their respawns back to the point. Mangachu just using that concussion to blast Mezer back and make him wait for the rest of his team. But now with Rafa going down, Jesus able to secure that kill, Renegades have a pretty solid path to come through here. We'll see Liquid looking to re-engage. Mezer is starting to move in. He'll charge onto the cart, and the nano boost was given to Man of Snow, but he's put to sleep, so that will pretty much be nullified. But Renegades, 2 kills of their own here. Mangachu taken out by AZK then afterwards, but the self-destruct going off. Man of Snow does get AZK. ID comes back with 2, though. He's able to grab a couple on Zarya. 3 from ID as he got the nano boost, but Man of Snow, self-destruct, I believe it was, yet again, able to pay off big time. 2 kills. Regardless, Renegades do not have the numbers up by the cart at the moment, so they'll have to go back to the drawing board and regroup here. Very close to the cap, though.
That was a razor-thin line for Liquid for a moment. It looked like Renegade's first offense was actually just slightly mistimed, going in a little bit before Mangachu was ready to pick on supports. The timing of such a thing can be pretty finicky sometimes, but second time around, Renegades got a lot of distance out of it. They should be looking to close this out in the next assault, but Team Liquid, they do have a Graviton and an Earth Shatter to shut that down.
ID's pretty hurt, though. He might go down, yes, right after laying this Graviton out. Mangachu was able to get the final blow there, but he did get the Graviton off. There wasn't a whole lot of value out of it for Liquid, as Renegades are finding all of the frags at the moment. 3 for them. ID making the switch over to Soldier to see maybe if he can get back to this point quickly and help the rest of his team, but Renegade certainly with the numbers advantage at the moment. ID has made his way back, but will most likely end up paying with his life here as Juvenile finishes him. So Renegades do get this first point. They have 3 minutes and 40 seconds to move through this Streets phase here, and they have some ultimates coming online. Juvenile with that Earth Shatter. Man of Snow is going to have another self-destruct, so some big ones up for Renegades. Liquid not working with a whole lot themselves here.
Now, Magnitude doing a great job suppressing Team Liquid as they're trying to take this high ground. Almost bumped off Mezzer. If he had pulled that off, that would have been a big problem for Liquid here in the Streets phase. But Magnitude is going to float around. He's going to consistently be a threat from above, and if he can get that big knockoff, it's going to be huge.
Now, Renegades looking to engage shortly, as they do have the ultimate advantage coming into this fight. It should be theirs to take, but it's a matter of can they use them effectively. Liquid using their nano boost, but Renegade still with a lot in the bank, laying off that self-destruct as Man of Snow will zone those players on top of the church. Juvenile had gone down, though, on the side of Renegades, and they've actually lost a couple now. They had so many ultimates to work with, but just can't get anything done right there. And Jur at this point is just trying to make his way out of there alive and eventually will get taken out by Rafa. So Liquid doing a good job of staving off that ultimate disadvantage they were on, and they're able to hold Renegades here in the Streets just in front of the chapel. Renegades did not use their nano boost, so they will have that for the next fight, but that's pretty much it for them.
This is going pretty well for Liquid, all things considered. Renegades are a team that generally keep momentum throughout the second stage of any payload that they're on. Last time they played a payload was Route 66, and Renegades shut them down completely, but Liquid, it looks like they might be able to hold here in the Streets phase. Things are getting a little messy.
Mezzer is very hurt at the moment. He could be easy pickings for them. A nice hook from Jesus will bring him back in, and finally Mangachu's able to finish him off. Sound barrier for Renegades as they try and get the momentum rolling back in their favor throughout the Streets phase here. Liquid will use their sound barrier to make sure that the team stays nice and healthy, and now Rafa getting that nano boost should be able to go to town. AZK is going to help him out. 2 kills for Liquid, 3 in fact. Add a couple more onto that as Liquid able to stop Renegades yet again, and time is starting to dwindle for the boys in red. They've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left before they get shut down here in the Streets phase. They haven't really made much progress on that card either.
They are getting pretty close to an Earth Shatter and a Graviton, though, and those can definitely open up the field of play here for Renegades. They're going to need to get it done quickly, because if Liquid gets Mezzer's Earth Shatter up, that could be a whole minute gone with just how quickly they can snowball off of that.
Rafa lays out the self-destruct as he got pulled in, and Juvenile used his Earth Shatter right there. Not a whole lot off it. Self-destruct comes in. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Mangachu and Mezzer are both taken out of this fight, but that'll leave us at a 5v5. Getting put to sleep also is Jesus and Rafa. Baby Diva will get taken care of by Jesus. So Renegades now starting to move this payload forward, but Liquid will have one more shot to defend this. There's only just about 40 seconds left for Renegades to get this next point as Liquid now try and re-engage and stop them before they are able to get that. Juvenile comes in, Earth Shatter out from Mezzer, and there will be Attack Visor in the back from ID. Pretty much free range for him, 2 kills off of it, but Renegades found a couple of their own in this fight, so we are evened up 4 versus 4 for the time being, and Rafa even got a nano boost. And so far hasn't done a whole lot with it, but Liquid are able to hold off Renegades for now. There's only 10 seconds left for Renegades. They got to get back to this carton quickly.
Oh, but that self-destruct for Rafa is going to zone for so much time. I don't know if Renegades even stands a chance at touching it.
They got 3 seconds now. Will someone be able to make their way in? Jur's there alongside a Mangachu. The bubbles allow them to get in even with that self-destruct on the field, but someone needs to get back up. 1-for-1 trade. Jur and AZK out of it now. Man of Snow getting that nano boost, but needs to find something with it. And now with Mangachu down, Renegades will be at a player disadvantage. Mezzer and Rafa still holding strong on this cart. Mezzer able to get Juvenile. Sherlock, he falls shortly after. This might be it for Renegades as they've lost 3 players. Liquid with a strong presence all over this payload, and that should shut Renegades down in the Streets phase right there. Beautiful stuff coming out from Team Liquid, and Renegades continuing to struggle a bit through their Streets phase, and Liquid with a good opportunity to take this first map.
That's a great hold for Liquid. The first point with Mangachu on fire, unless they had just made big changes right off the bat, I don't think they were going to stand a chance of holding the first point. They held it for quite a while, though, and able to hold off completely in the Streets phase, which usually doesn't happen.
Well, That is a good swap ID. Right after that first point, he uses Graviton. Once he died, he made the switch over to Soldier to make sure that he could, you know, counter Mangachu on that Pharah. But I mean, once Renegades got into that Streets phase, it was just, I mean, they sat in front of the chapel or the church for probably at least 2 minutes or so. They really made no progress, and they took, I mean, at least 3 fights, 3 or 4 in front of there, and really didn't get a whole lot of movement off the payload. So a good hold from Liquid. Nonetheless, they're able to keep Renegades at bay there. Now Renegades will move to the defensive side as we expected. It's looking as if they will be running that Symmetra. It's something that Renegades have liked to do as of late. Mangachu playing the Torbjorn. They're one of the few teams, at least in the Winter Premiere, that we've seen running both the Symmetra and the Torb. A lot of teams yesterday on Dorado were just running a Symmetra on the defense, but Renegades really do like to try out that Symmetra Torb on a various assortment of maps.
And it's been working out for them.
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. I mean, they're still on a losing streak. But
right, but even if they don't get a full hold or something, I mean, they've had instances where they kill a good bit of time.
And that's really what they need to be looking for here the most, especially if they can hold that time underneath the bridge and not necessarily at the final inches of the point. What Renegades wants to do here the most is obviously hold at the first point, but if they don't, mounting a hold directly after it and not letting the Streets phase get very far underway is about the best situation they can get. Team Liquid so far has been looking like they're ready to play. The Renegades, I don't know if they're going to be able to do this one.
It's going to be tough. The game is certainly there for Liquid to take. It's going to be a matter of trying to get past this first point defense of Renegades. Well, they start to work their way up. Jur already building about 20% towards his ult charge so far, but for Renegades, this first fight is very important for them to get all these shields up. If Mangachu can build up a lot of that armor, Jur can either get the teleporter or shield generator. He has options, probably the teleporter for Renegades, but they have a lot of beefiness if they win the first fight. Both Reinhardts charge each other as they come in for an engage over on this stair side. Juvenile had the biotic on himself, and Mezzer is able to finish him off as he couldn't get healed. Liquid with the 1-player advantage at the moment. Now that they have Mangachu, that's 2-player advantage. And it is so far all Liquid on this point. Sherlocky attempting to try and even that out just a bit. Mangachu went down with that Molten Core, and he'll want to get back as quickly as possible. Jur also was able to put the teleporter down, so respawns will be coming through from Renegades, making it that much tougher for Liquids to get a good push here on this first point.
Well, Liquid looked like they had a lot of momentum there, but that's why you bring the teleporter from Renegade's side. Renegades, they still have a Molten Core, which can be rather effective, and a Nano Boost. Nano Boost looks like it's going to be coming out from Mana Snow. Mana Snow, Earth Shatter down.
Molten Core and Nano Boost both use 3 kills for Liquid, though. They still have that teleporter up, so the respawns will come through. Liquid needs to find where that one's at, or it's going to be tough for them as they are starting to come back through now. Graviton is used, and they're continuing to mop up kills right now, Liquid. And I don't know if there's going to be many. Actually, no, the teleporter is completely gone as Jur now making his switch over to Lucio. So Liquid not having too much trouble right there. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to move through this Streets phase. They don't even need to cap the second point. I mean, they just need to get a little bit before it. So things definitely looking good for them so far.
Yeah, 4 minutes should be enough for Liquid to cap from where they are or where the cart needs to go. Renegades, he's only got a whole hog to really shut this down, but Juvenile's got an Earth Shatter looming here along with Man of Snow's self-destruct. You can buy some time with that, but 4 minutes? I don't think so.
Earth Shatter through from Juvenile. Self-destruct is going to come in on the side of Renegades. Was able to find Rafa with that, just one, but that will certainly help the cause of Renegades here with that 1-player advantage. So they're looking to convert on some more, getting the hook back in onto AZK. They actually got a sleep as well, so that's an easy kill for Renegades, buying themselves a bit more time at the moment, but there will be quite a number of ultimates coming up for Liquid here, and this is a good opportunity for them to win this fight and move the cart forward.
Liquid absolutely has a lot to expand on. If Mezzer can find the right Earth Shatter, they're going to walk at least through this next bend and probably inches away from the cart.
Juvenile charges in. Mezzer used his Earth Shatter, but got put to sleep now, getting tossed around like a rag doll. There's still no kills as of yet, but Rafa's all over Sherlocky, and he will fall. So the 1-player Advantage for Liquid at the moment. They're continuing to mop up kills. Jesus should go down rather shortly, I'd imagine. He's very hurt, and there is a one fight from Liquid. Graviton was used by Mangachu. Not sure if that was the opportune time. They were already down quite a number of players on the side of Renegades, and they definitely could have valued from having that Graviton for this next fight, but now they will not have it, so they only need to move this a bit further as well. Liquid, Renegades really needs to win this next fight.
And Juvenile needs to lead off with a really good fire strike in order to get Earthshatter up and turn this tables back onto Team Liquid. Team Liquid is rolling with a lot of momentum right now, and Mezer's got another Shatter.
Oh, you better watch out. Dehang goes down to Jesus, so that's a great start for Renegades, and they use Sound Barrier off the back of that, but Liquid has a lot of tools in the kit at the moment to win this fight. And they might just save it until Dehang comes back, because really they only need one. Yeah, that's good. They're at least holding on to the ultimates for now, Liquid. And now they will come back with Dehang and the rest of the squad with all 6 of their members. But they're definitely looking good with some of the ultimates that they have. Earthshatter and Graviton, that could be game-ending.
Renegades a huge hold there. If they weren't able to get that one done, it was definitely going to be a captured objective for Team Liquid. Team Liquid doesn't even have to fully wipe Renegades. They just need to clear off enough of them, but Juvenile's lying in wait here for an Earthshatter. He's looking for the targets, and he's got him.
Oh, he got put to sleep, but he's still got a pretty big Earthshatter off, and there is the self-destruct from Man of Snow. The old Earthshatter self-destruct combination coming through from Renegades. Man of Snow still on point today, even with those self-destructs, and they're going to try and stagger out Dehang a little bit.
Oh, that is so much worse than just your regular baby diva. All the way down. Wow.
They kept her alive, too.
Wow.
Wow,
that's some innovation.
That is actually next level for next level, when they may have gone a little bit too long now. They still get 2 kills. There's a Graviton self-destruct. Rafa finds Sherlocky, and Liquid striking back with a couple of kills. Jesus, with that nano boost, is going to go into the whole hog after killing AZK. So just pressing Liquid back, and ID, who's very hurt, is finished off by Man of Snow. Minstrel's ninja capping the cart. Oh, they get there just in time. Oh, goodness, that was nearly a miracle coming out for Liquid, and a very sad moment for Renegades, but they stop it just in time. Now that Liquid want to keep the pressure up right here. Mezer coming in with the nano boost, and he's looking to finish this game right here and right now from Liquid. There's the Sound Barrier. Graviton used by Renegades, and Mezer will take, or excuse me, Juvenile takes Mezer all the way in the back to the wall, but it's only 30 seconds left for Liquid to move the cart just inches forward to get the final cap to take map number 1 here. Earthshatter through for Mezer. Will put a few bodies on the ground. Juvenile's already taken out of this fight. Liquid with that player advantage, but they respond right away by getting Mezer. Now as they trade, continue to trade back and forth, nano boost is given to Mangachu as he's looking to save this fight for Renegades. ID with 2 off of the pulse bomb. That might just be enough for Liquid to take this point, and they will get map number 1 here against Renegades in a beautiful photo finish. All thanks to ID and his pulse bomb there, definitely keeping Liquid in the game.
Mezer going down off that charge put that in a really sketchy situation, but ID and AZK, man.
You gotta love it.
They're able to finally pull that one off. It was kind of a quick match because of how strong the defenses on both sides were, but still, down to the very last moment, no idea who was going to win. It seemed like everyone was on the point, and it again came down to, it seemed like it was ID was kind of the key to victory there for Liquid.
Yeah, ID and AZK, I mean, but again, AZK comes back on Tracer, tearing it up, and I mean, that pulse bomb, 2 big kills for them in a very crucial moment in the match. You know, in those final seconds, they really needed the kills. It came up big. And that will allow them to take map 1. Still very, very close nonetheless. I mean, Renegades with a shaky start to the defense really got it together just like Liquid did through the Streets phase. And, you know, just a couple little mistakes here and there made the difference.
Definitely starting to see those hints of the old Renegades defense capability.
Absolutely, and with we saw like the Graviton, not the Graviton, the Earthshatter plus Man of Snow's ult again. Like, and it seems like any CC ult plus Man of Snow just equals multiple deaths every time.
Yeah, that's. I mean, those are the famous combinations right there. I mean, either Graviton or the Earthshatter coming through. I mean, those are the 2 real big bang combinations that people like. And Juvenile putting himself in a great position for that Earthshatter as well. I mean, just setting up Man of Snow. Beautiful set play. Good job from Juvenile going for that. It can be somewhat risky to go for hiding like that, because if they spot him right away and he's not able to get that Earthshatter off, that can be an early pick for Liquid in that scenario. And I mean, that's a huge opportunity to win a fight and finish it. But Juvenile play sneaky, doesn't get caught, and it pays off for them.
It's definitely big risk, big reward, but I certainly agree with it in that instance. With so much time left on the clock, you have to take some risks.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
certainly did, but it came down to the wire, and again, it was ID's bomb that was the difference maker here, giving Liquid the win over Renegades.
That was ID. I don't know why I was saying AZK. It's ID. Given wrong credit. Sorry, ID. I'm sorry, man. You get it. You get it that time. Not AZK. But regardless, good job from ID. Tracer play is just something Liquid loves, and it works out for them. ID doing it that time with a big pulse bomb to help secure the map win.
And it seemed like this was the first time we'd seen Mangachu's Pharah kind of like back in form, especially at the beginning. It looked like they were going to be able to move very, very quickly. And then as we got to that second turn of the second point there, just seemed to shut it down. They were able to force him to switch. I think he switched back to Zarya, I believe. And like, so what was there something that they did to counter the Pharah here? Like, how did that situation go?
I mean, it was, like I was saying before, it was right after the first point. ID was on Zarya, and I mean, he was doing great stuff for them, but on the defense, but he switched to Soldier right away when Renegades took that first point. He switched to Soldier, make sure that he was countering Mangachu, because you can't leave Mangachu uncontested, because he will cause havoc on Pharah. So ID did a good job of shutting that down as well.
And the high ground for the defense in the streets phase there is so high up that you're actually nearing close to the ceiling for Pharah. So some of the verticality kind of diminishes, and you're a little bit more at eye level. She becomes a lot more easy to handle, that's for sure. And really the big potential there is just to knock people off and completely go on the high ground. But with the switch, there's just no point. Certainly worked well in the first stage for Renegades, but Team Liquid kind of left that one open.
Well, it is map number 2 as we head on over to Hollywood. And Liquid with that one map lead. As we now see they will be on the defensive side to kick us off. Renegades starting on the offense yet again, so we'll just wait and see what they decide to go with. But so far, Liquid, a very tight match, I will say. I mean, this is still anybody's game at this point. Both of them having good defenses slash not the best offenses through the streets phase of Dorado. So it's definitely an open-ended game at the moment. And Minstrel showing us how to defy physics and skate up walls. But now here we go. Renegades are going on to the offense, and there's no way they're going to keep the Widow pick. I think that's just scouting for them.
Maybe looking for an early snipe if somebody's trying to, like Dahang tries to throw an early biotic or something like that. But if I remember right, Dahang doesn't even expose himself when he does it. He throws it Kobe way up.
Yeah, a lot of people have figured out those set positions to aim it, but Renegade's looking to go quick. They take the speed boost push in. Juvenile is the first to fall. Dahang and Mezer both finding a couple of kills for Liquid off the start of this, and that'll be all Liquid for the time being, and Renegades just going for the reset. No harm done. Still plenty of time for them to work with, but Renegades looking to take aggression right into Liquid out of the gate, and ID is on 76, as you can see, just in case Mangachu decided to come out on Pharah here to kick things off.
Dahang almost has a nano boost, so if they dump that in the next fight with or without Tac Visor might not necessarily be there in time, but you give him nano boost, he'll get it.
And now Renegades looking to press in yet again very quickly. They have Mezer isolated just a bit on the point, but the heals are coming through from Dahang in the back, who gives off that nano boost, and Mezer was able to grab up Sherlock. He's still trading back and forth, and it's actually an even 3 versus 3 fight at the moment, and not the most fragging power for Renegades on the point, but Rafa with a self-destruct is able to grab up a couple for Liquid, solidifying the team fight victory for them. And now 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Renegade to work with Juvenile. Oh, he was trying to come in, shut down. Oh, he's trying to use that Earth Shatter. AZK says, no, sir. And now that'll just stall out Renegades even longer as they wait for him to get the respawn and meet back up with the rest of the team.
Other than that, Renegades is looking like they are ahead in the ultimate economy. Mangachu's pretty close to his Graviton. Juvenile still has his Earth Shatter. He just let it loose.
Oh, that's an easy secured kill for Mezer. He put that shield down for a second, and the hook came through from Jesus. So that's a big start for Renegades in this fight. ID who's in the back in the alley just trying to get something done to even the playing field for Liquid, but Graviton through from Mangachu is going to put everybody into the meat grinder on the side of Liquid, getting kill after kill. Mangachu, Jesus, and Man of Snow, and they will be able to secure first point, inevitably. 4 minutes still left for them on the clock to move through Streets. Let's see if the Streets of Hollywood treats Renegades a little better than the Streets of Dorado did.
Right now, Team Liquid's comp does look like it should be better throughout the Streets phase. ID definitely going to take the high ground and work it along with Rafa. Renegades doesn't really have anything to answer that right now, aside from Man of Snow. So that could be a consistent problem unless they're able to just kind of phase out his damage, which is a possibility, but ID so far has been finding his targets.
Certainly has. Now Man of Snow, well, he's waiting. He's got that self-destruct ready. AZK got the nano boost. Earthshatter through from Juvenile is going to put a couple of guys on the ground, helping them secure at least one kill onto Rafa as they still continue to scrap it out on the cart. 3 kills now for Renegades, and they'll be coming out with a team fight win right there, wiping Liquid off the map. And they're going to keep that momentum that they got after getting the first point, winning this next team fight, and continuing to move that cart on forward, though. Mezer is going to have to come up big with this Earthshatter in the next fight for Liquid.
Yeah, if he's not able to get that done, ID maybe with Attack Visor can clean up some, but Mangachu's got another Graviton here in the next few moments, and that's going to be a huge problem for Liquid.
Self-destruct coming in over the top. Jesus took down Mezer. Self-destruct didn't necessarily get anything, but Jesus will take out Mezer right there, and ID comes through from behind with the Attack Visor. Was able to get one. Self-destruct. Another one comes through, but Renegades have the last laugh. Man of Snow just letting himself get taken out of the mech, and I think he might have a connection issue for him. We'll have to see if we go into a pause, but regardless, Renegades, even with their diva sitting there idle in the middle of the streets, they're able to take the second point, excuse me, through the streets phase. He's back.
Here.
All right, he's alive. Woo!
Maybe just wanted the Bunny Blaster for this last corner.
Yeah, you know, I just want to spam him out a little bit. That's, you know, but here's Renegades. And they're getting set up for the next fight. Hey, man, that Bunny Blaster can do some mean damage. I'll tell you what.
Absolutely.
Juvenile,
going
that
through,
shatter. Perfect timing. Mezer just brought his shield up when he went for it. And now Mezer, who's extremely hurt, is going to get finished off by Mangachu. And Juvenile is just in there swinging away. It's so far Liquid coming out on the better end of this fight, regardless of the pretty good Earthshatter that came through from Juvenile. And Liquid will be able to take that fight. So Renegades go back for the reset. But Mezer also used his Earthshatter.
Had nothing to pair the self-destruct with for Rafa, so he's going to have to get it done on his own. But Renegades, they're going to have a bomb combo here in this next fight or so. That's going to be a bit much for Liquid to deal with. Liquid getting pretty aggressive here to try and buy themselves some time. AZK using a whole hog to push people back. Mangachu getting the entirety of Liquid into a Graviton, but no real follow-up from the rest of Renegades.
Self-destruct, Rafa grabs one with that. A pretty big kill nonetheless, because Sherlocky, well, you know how good Ana is. AZK pulls in Mangachu. He's quite hurt, but gets himself to safety. Renegades, a couple of kills chiming through for them, and Mangachu's at this point just trying to get himself out, but AZK on the chase. But apparently Man of Snow's on the chase as well. And make sure he cleans up AZK and avenges his teammate. So Renegades, with 2 minutes on the clock, have a pretty good situation going for them here, an opportunity to try and bring this card into the finish line. AZK making a switch over to Tracer as well, seeing what he can do to help out the cause of Liquid on this last point. Juvenile was trying to wrap for an Earthshatter, which he has locked and loaded, but he got spotted by Minstrel, so he's just looking to come back around now, but this Earthshatter is going to be what Renegades looks to for this next fight. Does put ID down. He's going to charge ID into the wall, but gets put a biotic put on himself. There's also a Graviton there. Rafa and AZK combined for a couple of kills, but Renegades also have a few, and even if Renegades come out with a couple more, this respawn of Liquid is just so close that it's going to be very difficult for them to stay, for Renegades to stay in the fight. But the self-destruct does go down on the point for Man of Snow and actually keeps the fight alive for Renegades, at least for now. But in the end, I mean, they're going to have to regroup at some point. They just don't have all 6 of their guys together, and that's exactly what they're going to do now. They know they're never going to win that fight and just continue to waste time if they stay in.
Yeah, wants to hang respawns and starts mainlining Rafa. There's no way that's going to go down simply in a D.Va battle, so time to back off for Renegades. They are pretty low on most of their ultimates, just a sound barrier and a whole hog, but Team Liquid, they've got an Earth Shatter, and if Mezzer can find that, that's going to be perhaps the end of this whole match for Renegades.
And now the Earth Shatter came through, but finding absolutely nothing was that Earth Shatter for Mezzer. Sound barrier from Renegades as they try and finish off their offensive side. Trading 1 for 1. Liquid chimes in with 3 kills, though that might be it for Renegades. They only have a couple guys actually alive at the moment. Jesus was trying to do whatever he could, but it's 10 seconds left on the clock, and Man of Snow is just going to go retreat. See, maybe if he can get back in quickly just to touch the cart right now, but now down to 3 seconds. I don't even see anybody in close to it. Charging onto the cart is Juvenile, so he'll keep it alive for Renegades, and they have an Earth Shatter to work with, but they got to win it right here. Big Earth Shatter comes through. Minstrel was put down on the ground, but weren't able to quite secure the kill, and now Mangachu throwing the Graviton out. But the follow-up so far not really there from Renegades. Mangachu did get 2, but every kill that Liquid responds with is just a death sentence for Renegades, as the Liquid respawns will continue to come in, but Mangachu is really keeping Renegades in this fight at the moment, but now he's getting quite low on health. Pulse Bomb comes off and fully charged, but there's just not enough sustain for him to stay alive. Man of Snow and Jesus both on the cart. Minstrel comes in to keep it alive for Liquid now. It's a back and forth affair. Mezzer in, swinging his hammer, and a big Earth Shatter on top of that, looking to get the final blow onto Jurin, which he is able to do. Still holding strong on the cart now with Jurin Juvenile taken out of it. Renegades don't have many bodies up by that point. As Man of Snow getting D-Mech. Jesus is still in there on Tracer, zipping around, but that will do it. Renegades unable to cap the final point. Liquid holding them off, just barely, but a very long fight to decide how that final point was going to turn out.
AZK did a great job there, just constantly harassing the offenses. They kept trying to get onto the cart. Nice selection of a replay. You see here, picking off the back line, also just building that ultimate as long as he could so that he could drop it onto D.Va and take him out of mech in the end. He was basically just saving it for whatever biggest tank was around, and it certainly turned that fight around. Even though Renegades, right after taking him out, almost capped it, if it weren't for some of those efforts of AZK, that would have been a guaranteed objective 3 points for Renegades.
Yep, and that's whether it be ID or AZK, Tracer play is a big, it's a big thing for Liquid. They love it. And it's paid off a couple times now, whether, Dorado or here on Hollywood right at the end. As he said, AZK definitely played a big part for them. So a change in sides. Liquid holds Renegades just before the final point. So if they can get all 3 points on their offense, well, I mean, it essentially is 3 points. Renegades got it very close. So as long as they can bring it on home, Liquid, then that is going to be the match for them. And again, we're seeing Renegades going for this Torbjorn Symmetra strategy. They do like to use it. Didn't really pay off for them on Dorado. We've seen it give them some pretty solid defenses of the first point on Hollywood in the past. I mean, they've held for quite a long time with this combination before, but they're gonna want a big one here against Liquid to try and get this map back and even things up at 1 apiece.
Yesterday, Mangachu did a great job constantly keeping the turret moving, being in places that Liquid wouldn't really expect, or just kind of getting in their head and expecting where they would go and what he could do to disrupt it.
Liquid taking the route all the way on the left-hand side, too, making sure that they don't get hit by any of the turrets, not giving them any free alt charge, and they will get a little bit during Mangachu, but not a whole lot. It's Liquid very keen to this strategy. They knew that they were probably going to run it off the start, too. I mean, it's something Renegades really like to do, but initially going for an alley side push. That turret will be up on the elevator, and Jur getting a really big right click there on Symmetra, and is going to have his ult at 90% already, so very close. Actually does have the teleporter now, so he'll want to go and put that sucker up, especially because they're starting to lose players. Juvenile has gone down, and Jesus in quite a bit of trouble himself. Needs to get the heals from Sherlocky, but hasn't quite been able to find them. The teleporter is back up for Renegades, so they will be getting respawns through. So that's a good thing if you're a Renegades fan, but Liquid still continue to find the frags all over this point. Rafa gets the nano boost, and they are just cleaning house on Renegades at the moment. There's just can't get any momentum going on this defense, and I can't imagine that there's a whole lot of charges left on that. Actually, no, there is no teleporter anymore. Jura already made his switch, so 2 times in a row now, Renegades get the teleporter, but they just get steamrolled on the fight, and you know, they're respawning into death and just feeding Liquid ult charge, basically.
Liquid moving into the streets phase with an Earth Shatter and a self-destruct. ID still working on a Graviton, so no bomb combo quite yet, but Mezzer, seen him get it done with just an Earth Shatter quite a bit. AZK is on Tracer, so look out, Renegades. He's going to be all over you.
Oh yes, this is scary sight for them, but Jesus shutting it down right away, letting him know he came to play today as well. 1-for-1 trade here. AZK and Mangachu down, and Juvenile going forward. Ooh, using the Earth Shatter, really trying to send it home for Renegades, but maybe a bit too happy on the Q key there was Juvenile. A little bit too anxious, and now Liquid is going to be able to just press this card forward pretty much free of charge.
Oh, look out. Liquid has a Pulse Bomb and a Graviton.
Uh-oh.
AZK already looking for the opportunity. ID getting ready to set up the whole combo, and Renegades, if this goes bad for them, they're going to lose this point.
Oh, that did so much damage. One direct kill off the Pulse Bombs, but tons of damage to Jesus and Juvenile, caught inside of the Graviton. Rafa cleans up on a lot of that, and that is yet another team fight win for Liquid here as they roll full steam ahead. They should be pretty good to take this point. The respawns from Renegades are starting to come out. Will they be able to defend? I think they will get all their reinforcements if they want to go take one more fight here. They will have it, and now Sound Barrier is going to lead Liquid forward in the fight. Juvenile getting caught out really without the rest of his team, and an early lead, but AZK just pumping damage into people right now, and it is all Liquid on this second point. AZK getting put to sleep and then taking care of Juvenile, coming in and doing a bit of fragging himself right there, but Liquid gets the last laugh. They will get the second point and a whole lot of time to try and bring this card into the last point.
At 4 minutes and 25 seconds roughly. ID 60% on his Graviton. AZK already ready to go with a Pulse Bomb. Mezzer with an Earth Shatter. To hold for 4 minutes for Renegades with this scenario, they don't even have their own Graviton or Earth Shatter. That's a tall order.
Tall order indeed. As pretty soon Liquid, while they have that Earth Shatter at the moment, and with AZK, this is going to be holding up a Pulse Bomb pretty quick, but now Mangachu going down. Not a good omen for Renegades, but they do at least get a trade, a return frag, taking out Mezzer and Dahang, so things evening out a bit in favor of Renegades. 3 players down for Liquid, so they're just going to want to get Rafa here, maybe even get the stagger. He's caught in behind at the moment, but Renegades, yep, they're gonna be able to get that at least a little bit of a stagger. But
AZK already up with another Pulse Bomb, but that was a big hold for Renegades, taking it to Liquid very early to try and make sure they could bleed some of those ultimates out. And they got Mezzer's Earth Shatter, but already AZK with another Pulse Bomb, and now ID ready to go with a Graviton.
Yeah, the old 1-2 combo for Liquid is ready. Rafa leads it in with a self-destruct, is able to find Mana Snow, but Mana Snow threw in his own self-destruct to get ID and to hang, and ID with that Graviton, he's now dead, so unable to use it going into the next fight, and they'll just have to wait for the respawns as Mezzer ends up going down. They used a nano boost. Renegades did onto Mangachu as he's just looking to melt some guys up here. ID comes in with his Graviton, Pulse Bombs on top of it. Not yet, but actually doesn't really find too much for them. AZK got Sherlocky, so they're still going here, but it's a back and forth at the moment. AZK ends up getting taken down by Juvenile, and charging through is Juvenile. He's going very aggressive, and he's got ID right up in his face. But the support from Renegade's a bit too strong here. Renegade's really doing a good job of stalling out this payload, at least for now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. They started it with about 4 minutes or something. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, something along those lines. So Renegade's doing a good job here.
Yeah, back-to-back strategic victories. I mean, not only did they burn 2 minutes, but now they're up to 4 ultimates to defend with against Liquid's 2 to assault. Fire at will coming out from Renegades.
Well, both Reinhardts charging each other. Jesus with the whole hog is going to get 3 kills, helping Renegades secure yet another fight win, and they're going to be looking to stagger Rafa right there. Jesus with 4 on the fight. And Juvenile is going to be hiding for yet another sneaky Earthshatter, just as he did before. He's waiting inside of that saloon, and he only gets 1 off of it. Now Liquid looking to swarm him, but he makes it back in time to meet up with his team. ID ends up going down. He was the only one from Liquid to actually get caught in the immediate Earthshatter, but it'll just continue to delay Liquid more and more with every kill they get early like that. Now Liquid starting to have pressure put on them. 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, and now it's they make a switch over to Reaper. Rafa is on that. Dahang will probably be looking to put a nano boost on him, but I mean, with how often Liquid just keep losing a player early on, they can never get all 6 of themselves together. Look at where this fight is happening and where the card is at the moment, what stage of the map we're in. This is insanity.
Well, the further Renegades can push him back safely, the further it's going to be for Team Liquid to get to the cart and thus to the point. But Liquid starting to come back now. ID taking down Man of Snow. Liquid rolling into the final point with 4 ultimates. AZK getting close to a whole hog. Rafa is already on Reaper. He's going to get a nano boost from Dahang and try and get in the side and absolutely shred Jesus and probably Mangachu. Juvenile, he could probably be handled by some of the other people, but right now ID already looking for that graviton.
He's got it ready to go. Dahang did use the nano boost as well. Rafa is fine Jesus. And now the counter graviton out from Renegades. They're looking to hold on here and see maybe if they can send this to a 3rd and final map. Bigger shatter out from Juvenile. That'll be Renegades just cleaning house of the Liquid squad. So many players getting caught up inside of that Earth Shatter, and it's just ID left by the cart right now. 5 seconds left. I think this might be Renegades sending it to a 3rd and final map. They pull AZK in towards the cart, get the final blow onto him, and Mezer's gonna have to go huge, but melted quickly by the Renegade squad, and they will hold on to send this to a 3rd and final map. There, great resiliency from Renegades and a great defense on that final point.
That looked all but guaranteed for Liquid at several points, but that final assault honestly should have gone their way. A number of ultimates just used in a weird pattern, not necessarily synergizing at all, and Renegades just weathering the storm and firing back with a huge Earth Shatter, closing the match out.
Able to get the win here on Hollywood. Despite being on a 4-series losing streak, Renegades has never dropped Hollywood. They always win on Hollywood in every game that they have played there so far. Even in the situation here where it looked like they weren't going to be able to pull it off. That was, I thought when we saw Mezer being able to just push everyone off the point on the final hold of the defense and keep them from getting that 3rd point, it was going to be over. It was going to be all Liquid, but no, they're able to hold them better. Further, and like when you were calling out, you're like, we're fighting in the streets while we're in the 3rd phase. What is happening? What a hold.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades went very aggressive. They were killing a lot of time off the clock, and I mean, they ended up paying for all that aggression because, I mean, they literally took them next to jail, like pressing all the way out there, which is just wild. I don't think I've ever seen that. But they end up losing a couple players. They then go take another fight. That last point hold in general from Renegades was just stellar because Liquid came into that final point with like 4 minutes and 40 seconds, something along those lines. I mean, there's so much time left for them, and Renegades really doing a good job of holding on, and that was just a huge Earth Shatter that came through. Game-winning Earth Shatter from Juvenile. I think got at least 4 off of that one, 4 people down off of that Earth Shatter, so big stuff from Juvenile coming in just when Renegades need it, and he secured it for them, and we'll send it to a 3rd map.
We'll send it to the 3rd map. I think it's always interesting to watch when we're seeing this almost ditto quad tank sort of meta we're in right now. It's almost kind of this game of who does it better with each role, and I felt like Man of Snow consistently was just getting so many kills. We've seen it over and over again on the streets phase. He loves to go up on the top. We saw him yesterday get a blind. He tried it again this time. Didn't work out for him as well. But still, so many times he and Rafa both going for it, and Man of Snow coming up huge every time.
Yeah, Man of Snow, his diva play has been really good lately. It's been fun to watch. He's consistently getting kills for Renegades, and the self-destruct's coming in big time for them as well.
I'll be moving on to Lijiang Tower for map number 3. And Renegades feeling good on Hollywood, but that is kind of the only map they've been winning on this 4-game losing streak. That and Route 66, which is no longer the map pool, so they can't pick Route 66 anymore. Lijiang Tower, Liquid looked so good. Shut out Kungarna yesterday on this map.
Yeah, it's a good pick for Liquid coming in here. It's a very confident pick for them. They know how good they are on this map. You put AZK on Tracer, Renegades are going to have a tough time. Jesus will try and match that level of Tracer play, but I think AZK is just he's kind of on a different level. Jesus is very good, don't get me wrong, but the way that AZK has been playing recently, Jesus is going to have a hard time matching what AZK puts out on the table.
AZK was hunting down Connor J on Tracer yesterday, but not just AZK himself, but the way he synergizes with ID and Dahang is Rafa is huge. Rafa, a lot of the time, stepping in to make sure that a somewhat delicate Tracer can stay alive. Obviously, Dahang keeping everyone alive during all that. And ID and AZK, the way they're pairing their bomb combos is just stellar. But Renegades, they're going to have to answer that themselves. I'm curious if Jesus is going to spend any time actually fighting AZK, or if he's going to try to ignore and make trades.
Oh, we'll see how it plays out. Map number 3 between Liquid and Renegades. And this is Liquid's map pick. Renegades looking to send this into the books, as they have been on quite the losing streak recently in the Winter Premiere, and they want to change that right here with a win against Liquid. Mezer first to go down for Liquid. First kill in this fight on this map, and that will just give Renegades clear positioning and just a man advantage. Liquid just conceding the point to them, but well, at least so far they're maybe trying to come back in just before the cap happens. And yes, Liquid doing a good job of timing this push so they don't let them get the cap, and it might pay off for them. 2 kills for Liquid, well done to time that point push properly. Juvenile charging back through, seeing maybe if he can change the tides. Renegades, though, end up getting the point, as a lot of the Liquid players came off of it, but they're getting the kills quickly returning in their favor, and they will reverse the point just after 10% that the Renegades put on it. So a pretty prolonged first fight, but Liquid are going to take the advantage in percentage here early.
Renegade's going to take the advantage in ultimates. As they come back, they will have a nano boost and an earth shatter. A pulse bomb not far away, along with a graviton. This should be able to take this in this fight.
They certainly have the tools to do it. Can they execute? It's one of the big questions. Juvenile with the earth shatter ready. He's got a nano boost alongside of that, just trying to play a little bit of shield game. Juvenile using his Mezer using earth shatter there, and is gonna really not get a whole lot off. Renegades are the ones getting the kills right now, and they use that sound barrier just to make sure they get the reversal on this point, as still have guys in from Liquid just stalling really, and they're getting players back onto the point. They're going to use a nano boost, so they may even be able to hold on here, but whether they hold on or not, Liquid's just buying themselves so much time on the point. The self-destruct lands right onto Mana Snow. Renegade striking back with 3 kills. Self-destruct and the graviton. Juvenile getting that shield up just in the nick of time, but they were still able to find Jesus with that self-destruct. Rafa was. AZK still on the point, but Juvenile ends his reign of terror throughout the ranks of Renegades. So
looked like Mana Snow ate AZK's pulse bomb right there in that graviton, which had to be huge. AZK definitely came into the side and looked for it. Didn't connect, and that was probably why Renegades was able to survive that fight. Otherwise, that would have been much, much closer.
That's a good job being able to eat that pulse bomb. I'm sure AZK wishes he could have that one back.
He'll get another one.
Yeah, he'll get another one. He's already at 57%, so he's not too sad about it. Juvenile gets another nano boost here, and he's looking to clean house, but ends up going down to AZK. Mezer is also able to find Sherlocky, so Liquid 1 player advantage for the fight for now, and they have a lot of presence on this point. Jesus just stalling it as long as he can, but the point most certainly going back in favor of Liquid. Renegades really with one and a half more shots at a real good fight here to be able to get the reversal on the point. Then they'll have to be perfect.
Coming back, they'll have to be perfect without ultimates, really. I mean, unless Mangachu can generate his graviton very quickly. He's going to be coming back into AZK and Mezer, both with their ultimates up, and those are 2 deadly men. Mezer lying in wait around the corner, but it looks like Renegades already saw him.
Oh, Mezer charging Mana Snow into the wall, gets the D-Mech. That's actually pretty big for Liquid in this fight. Mana Snow gets taken out. Renegades using the sound barrier to try and re-engage. There is a graviton and quite a few players of Liquid caught inside of it, but there's just no kills coming out on the side of Renegades for it. So they are trading, but Liquid definitely with the clear player advantage so far in the fight. AZK is doing what he normally does in this situation. Rafa with a couple of kills for himself, so Liquid looking really nice to gonna take this. Snow just sitting on top of the point, trying to get the defense matrix everywhere just to stay alive as long as possible. But Liquid finding the kills, and they will take first stage here on Lijiang Tower, as they were looking pretty good. And man, Liquid's a tough team to play on control point.
AZK is hard to deal with. He doesn't spend a whole lot of time trying to guarantee that one target goes down, unless it's just he's got him in his sights and he feels good about it, the situation looks right. Other than that, he's basically just taxing the healing potential of the enemy team, constantly doing damage, building his ultimate, being hard to catch and being annoying. And just that all adds up, the amount of stress that gets poured onto the enemy team, but really just having to heal so many different targets as he moves around, and somewhat also kind of worrying about your positioning and maybe exposing yourself too much. It all adds up, and then it's sealed off with a pulse bomb on a tank or something like that at the right time. Just opens the field of play completely up. AZK, he's just got to be an absolute monster.
I certainly would not want to be playing against him if I were Renegades. But Mangachu making the switch over to
Mezzer
Pharah,
early.
which can be a very good pick on this map. As you said it, Mezzer goes down off the start, so Renegades, they get the early pick again off of the start of it. And it's Mezzer yet again for them that they get the kill on, so they should be able to get this point first. AZK might try. Nah, he won't be able to make it there in time to stall the point for Liquid to get back on it, so they'll just concede the point initially, and Mangachu having pretty much free reign at the moment to fly around and get rockets into the Liquid squad, trying to push in through the white room side, left side for Renegades, and really just uncontested here. And they got Mezzer again early on the fight. Rafa ends up going down, so it's another regroup, repush time for Liquid. But, oh, dang. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know if Mangachu was just getting crazy spam into the back there, and then a fire strike from Juvenile landed onto the Dahang, but that'll just slow them down a little bit more. Every second counts for Renegades.
Yeah, that could easily be equated to 10% or so. Renegades, they do have an Earth Shatter for Juvenile. Mangachu's not far away from his barrage. Mana Snow not quite up yet on Graviton, but Sherlocky with Nano. A Nano barrage at the right time could certainly be devastating.
Oh, Juvenile actually saving Jesus right there, and he gets a Nano boost, so he's going to be looking to charge in. Rafa with a Nano boost of his own is on the point and does take down Jesus. And they're trading back and forth. Renegades, actually it is a 4 versus 4 fight, so both teams still very much in it, but Mangachu still being uncontested. AZK did make a switch over to 76 to try and deal with the threat of Mangachu on Pharah, but he's having a tough time finding him, it seems, as Mangachu gets 2 inside of that Graviton that got laid out by Man of Snow. And now Rafa should be falling. Yes, indeed he will. Mangachu continuing to just wreak havoc on Liquid. And, I mean, David, they haven't had much of a response to this Pharah.
No, so far Renegade's just ruling the skies on this stage, and Mangachu, he's the one at the helm. Juvenile, he's about 20% away from another Earth Shatter. Mangachu, a barrage. I don't see what Team Liquid's answer here is. I mean, AZK is working on Attack Visor, but nothing's been able to take Mangachu out yet.
Mezzer using that Earth Shatter did get a couple of guys down. Jesus amongst them, and Liquid now starting to respond with kills of their own. 3, in fact. They should be able to retake this point. Mangachu's still in there. Got 1 kill, but it's just not going to be enough for Renegades. They get to 99% nonetheless, almost a complete sweep for them, but now Liquid will have their opportunity to get back into this game. They will need to be perfect through the rest of this stage, though, if they want to take it.
They do have a big bomb combo, Self-Destruct and Graviton, so that can buy them at least 1 more fight if they can make it land. But Graviton itself, plus all that, just adds on to the shield game. It should be a guaranteed wipe most of the time, unless it all just goes wrong. Well, that Graviton position is going to be a problem for so many people as they drop down into the depths.
Oh, I saw a couple more get sucked into it, and they just drop like flies down into the water. It's sad times for Renegades. They still have plenty of time to work back in here, though. I mean, Liquid's only at 40% at the moment, so they have some time to work with, but they don't want to dilly-dally, that's for sure. As they start to work back over to the bridge, no Graviton to put them into the moat this time. But now a self-destruct will start things off. Earth Shatter through that. Oh, the self-destruct is going to get a couple for Rafa. And Renegades do get a couple of return kills, but I think this one still might be going the way of Liquid, and Renegades are going to start feeling the pressure a bit now because Liquid have gotten themselves up to 70%. It's really going to be one more good fight left for Renegades to try and get back in. Might be able to get some stragglers back if they don't win. But
Mangachu changing off far off that last engagement. He did manage to take down AZK to lead it off, but followed up thereafter by Liquid. Liquid does have a nano boost for this fight, and Renegades got nothing.
Now Mezzer gets a nano boost. That could be bad news for the Renegade squad. He is swinging away, does get bounced back, and now he goes in for an Earth Shatter. He's just building up ultimate so quickly. He got booped away. I think Jur was able to actually boop him away and keep his teammates alive. Good play by him, but Juvenile goes down for Renegades. Liquid might be taking this right here and right now. A one-for-one trade. AZK and Juvenile go down. Now Mangachu is going to get the nano boost, and he is just about fully charged, so he's looking to melt some face right here, and he is certainly pumping out the damage for Renegades, but now there will be the Graviton in from Liquid. ID throws it out there. Renegades still getting an advantage in numbers to defend the point and try and retake at the final second. It's 99 to 99%. AZK finished off by Jesus as he finds 2 kills for himself. Renegades are going to be able to reverse the point, and I don't think anyone is there from Liquid to shut it down. No, they are not. And Renegades respond. We're tied up here at 1-1 on Lijiang Tower.
Nice recovery from Renegades. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it with Mangachu switching off that late, but I guess the change-up, weathering the storm through the nano, really paid off.
As you can see, Mangachu, he was uncontested for most of this match, unfair. I mean, AZK did make the switch to Soldier. It took him a while to even really start contesting Mangachu. Took him a little while, but then eventually really shut him down. The rest of Liquid, they got it together, shut him down. They made him switch to Zarya, which he can also play very well. And in the end, they get a final push. Renegades to seal the deal.
On that stage, once Pharah has already established her domain and you own that point, it's much harder to take her out than when she's trying to be offensive into the area you already control. And that really was reflected by the picks. I mean, as soon as the area switched back, Mangachu gave it one shot, got a little bit of progress, got shut down, and then just changed immediately.
Now we're on to next stage of Lijiang Tower. AZK still rocking the Tracer. He is a very big threat out there, and he's going to be looking to wrap around this backhand side, maybe get onto some of the squishy targets of Renegades. And Mezzer, very quick to fall off the start of these fights. That's 3 in a row now where he is the first one to die in these fights. Pulse Bomb is going to land on Jesus. A good shield comes through for Mangachu, though. And the bubble, it kept him alive for a little bit, but AZK comes through, just gets 2 more kills afterwards. You don't even need the Pulse Bomb. He'll just do it alone by pressing left click, and that should help Liquid take the point first here, and they will. The rest of Renegades going for the reset, and we'll be taking another fight in just a moment, and they are going to have some utility to do it. Juvenile with that Earth Shatter locked and loaded.
Yeah, Team Liquid though, only a self-destruct and a nano already up, but AZK, he's going to have that Pulse Bomb soon. ID with a Graviton. Should be enough tools to defend this push from Renegades, but Renegades already getting some momentum.
Oh, Juvenile. Oh, no, he ended up getting to hang with it. I was going to say he totally missed that charge, but he gets 2 kills. He knows what he's doing. Jesus getting the hook on ID. A lot of kills chiming in for Renegades, and they should be looking good to retake this point, but they need to find the kills quickly so the rest of the Liquid guys can't get back and stagger this even more and just continue to delay for them. And they do get the kills. So Renegades flip-flop the point. And both squads are going to have a lot of ults for this next fight. This will be a bruiser coming into it because, I mean, Liquid almost with all 6 online, really.
Yeah, Liquid's best bet here is just to drain as many as they can out of Renegades. Renegades is definitely going to get this Graviton off and probably the bomb right thereafter.
Oh, self-destruct. ID got caught in it. There was nowhere for the poor man to go, and Mezzer is extremely hurt right there. I mean, if someone just goes for the, he's getting healed up now, but AZK, Rafa, both going down from Liquid, so Renegades cementing their defense a bit, and they've managed to save a few ultimates for the next fight. Liquid didn't invest anything into that, though, so they still have quite a number locked and loaded to try and re-push onto this point. And they'll be looking to do so right here as they come in through main. Jesus hiding off to the side, though, getting the hook, and now there's Going to be an Earth Shatter, a whole hog in from Jesus here, but AZK, Mezer, ID all able to grab kills for Liquid as they will be looking good to retake the point here. It's just Mangachu caught out in the open. AZK is going to try and chase him down and ends up going down. So Liquid retake point. Should be able to just about even it up in percentages.
Yeah, the only ultimate on the field now is Jer's Sound Barrier. Well, Team Liquid, with their mobility, can probably speed boost and drag that out a little bit. I wouldn't expect that to be enough to take it back. Mangachu is working on his Graviton, though, and Team Liquid, they're working on some of their own answers. Renegade's going to try and slip around the backside, and this fight's going to happen right on the point.
Right on the point they are, and Sound Barrier for Renegades starts it, and Rafa very hurt himself. So's Juvenile, finished off by AZK, doing a good job of focusing these hurt targets. Self-destruct down onto the point. Rafa getting 2 kills right there. Man of Snow and Sherlocky, his victims. But Liquid certainly getting a whole number of kills. And at the moment, Renegade's trying to stall it out, or trying to stay in it as long as possible, but Liquid now at 90%. Renegade's really got to hustle back to the point.
Rafa and AZK doing a great job focusing their fire on the same target. With so much mobility, if they can find anything, it's going to melt so quickly. Rafa being put to sleep. He's going to be in a dangerous position here as Juvenile's going to take him charged all the way.
AZK with a pulse bomb, gotta be ready for that one. ID soon to be up on a Graviton as well. They're gonna be looking to combine that. Might even need it, just using the pulse bomb to make sure they secure kills on Mangachu, Juvenile, etc., etc. Liquid, oh, it's just only Man of Snow left on the point, as Liquid were able to just get so many kills there, and that will seal the deal on that stage. Liquid taking a 2-1 lead on Lijiang Tower. Just one more is all they need to take this series against Renegades.
That's match point. Renegades really needs to rally now. They're got to end that losing streak, or they're going to find themselves at the bottom of the standings after this match.
Yeah, they certainly don't want to be there. They were at the top of the standings for quite a while, at least in the upper end throughout the round of 8 stages. They, I mean, went undefeated throughout the first week or so. And now they're certainly have been struggling as of late, but AZK has been a big part of Liquid's success on these control point maps, and we are back on this stage in which Mangachu loves playing his Pharah on, and AZK already going 76 to make sure that gets countered right out of the gate.
We'll see if Liquid's plan to counter this actually pays out this time. Both teams crashing into each other here in the middle.
The concussion from Mangachu nearly knocked a hang off the map. It was very, very close, but this time a good pick from AZK to start it off, getting Mangachu. Good job to go Soldier. He knew that that fire pick was going to be coming, so already 2 players down for Renegades. Liquid should be just fine right here to take the point first. ID with 3 kills on Zarya. We know that guy can play some pretty mean Zarya as well, and Rafa is going to go in for the boop. Finish off Sherlocky, so Liquid strike first.
Rafa flying right up in Mangachu's face there at the beginning of that last match and opening up the space for AZK to finish him off. Rafa already has a self-destruct. Renegades, though, Juvenile's got an Earth Shatter. Going to be looking for that here to open up this next fight, because now's the time to strike. Otherwise, it's going to start tilting in Liquid's favor.
Self-destruct from Rafa, up in the sky, a bit too high to really do much for them, and will be a trade initially. And AZK is just doing work on Soldier, and he didn't even use his tac visor yet, but now he's going in with it, able to secure a couple more kills for Liquid. There's only a few guys up from Renegades on the point. They did put quite a bit of time down, but AZK, relatively uncontested in the back, was just able to pick whatever target he wanted on 76 and got so much done for Liquid on that last fight. Now they're at 45% and counting. Renegades are going to have to try and bring it together here sooner. Liquid are going to be taking the map.
Well, Liquid does have an Earth Shatter to keep defending their possession. And Renegades, they only have a Nano Boost, but they can get that Nano Boost on Man of Snow. He's been able to make it work quite a bit. Mezer definitely looking for that Shatter to lead all of this off. But speed boosting Renegades, they're going to try and press him out.
Got a Nano Boosted Whole Hog, shreds that shield in a matter of seconds. Really, and Jesus looking to get this DMAC onto Rafa if he can. There is a Graviton on the point from ID. Rafa takes down Sherlocky. A lot of the heals gone for Renegades, and that might spell trouble for them. Sound barriers both sides. Renegades really either needing to die quickly and regroup or take this point now. And AZK is going to be using yet another Tac Visor. Mangachu and Man of Snow combining to get it done right there on the point, and that should reverse it, turn the tides for Renegades. Let them get a little time down on the point. Mangachu and Man of Snow just kept Renegades in this map. They will have a shot at life, but Liquid at 97%. They need one more possession, and they'll take it.
Renegades has to play perfect from now on in the event that Team Liquid captures it back. That'll end the map and thus the entire map.
Yeah, that's right.
Which will end the match in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, so it's go time for Renegades. As they're sitting on the point. Both teams just posturing. Juvenile coming in with an Earth Shatter. Got at least a hang on the ground. That's an easy pickup for Renegades. That's 3 kills for them now, so they will continue to hang on here. And Liquid will be looking to re-push. A team wipe from Renegades, giving themselves a little bit of momentum, get their spirits back up, but they have a long way to go still to win this map.
Really 1 or 2 more fights for Team Liquid to generate as many ultimates as they want. And then they can probably take this point back, but that is not a gamble that they want to be taking right now. ID 20% away from a Graviton to compare with AZK, but AZK is probably going to dump that Pulse Bomb without him right now. Sound Barrier coming out from Renegades.
Sound Barrier from Renegades, as you said. Renegades still getting the kills here. 4 for them. That's just all Renegades all day. But Liquid not investing anything into these fights. They're just going through. They're coming and making Renegades use their ultimates. And now that Liquid's built up their economy, they're going to be able to push in with a pretty clear ult advantage.
Yeah, they're almost 6 ultimates up. And if this fight goes on at all, Minstrel's going to get his. And Nano Boost coming out from Liquid already. But that big Graviton from Man of Snow is going to shut down a lot of this push for Liquid.
Oh, they drop Mezzer right into the pit. AZK's Pulse Bomb helps get a return frag on the Reinhardt. And there is a self-destruct down, but not going to find anything. Rafa set it in, didn't find a whole lot off it, and now Liquid looking to retake this point, because if they don't, Renegades are going to win it. Mezzer has an Earth Shatter, which will be key to keeping them in it. There is a Sound Barrier used, and he gets that Earth Shatter off, but they need to convert on these kills. Mezzer with 2, keeping Liquid still in this fight, but AZK is going to have to come up big as Mezzer just blasted back from the point, and they get there just in time. AZK got on it to touch the point, but Liquid won't have enough respawns or players to really contest Renegades, and they tie this game right back up at 2-2. Big reverse sweep coming out from Renegades.
This game is tied right down the line. 1-1 in overall series score, 2-2 on this map. Whoever takes this next stage is going to take it all home. Renegades looking to end their losing streak right now.
They definitely have the momentum in their favor. That has got to do huge things to your confidence to get back in, and a lot of the tides turned off of that Earth Shatter from Juvenile. Got them another fight win, started to build up their momentum. They carried it all the way into the end, and that Graviton that came through also from Renegades towards probably, I think it was the last fight, really, that took Mezzer out of it, who had Earth Shatter. It dropped him into the moat, and that was another huge point for Renegades to be able to get the Reinhardt out of that fight, who had such a pivotal ult to Liquid's success going into the fight. So now it is a 5th and final stage here on Lijiang Tower to decide who takes this best-of-3 map series, and Mezzer goes down early in this fight yet again. 2 kills for Renegades. Dahang and Mezzer both out of it, and this point should be going over to Renegades first here once it unlocks, and they might even be able to get some stagger onto Rafa. Does get out of there just barely, but Renegades certainly going to get the point first.
Well, that's going to be looking good for them to try and close this series out. AZK is on Tracer right now, but so far not finding the same kind of fireworks that he's been finding in previous rounds. Renegades got impressed pretty offensively in the Team Liquid here. They got Team Liquid staggered so far. Man of Snow's pretty far deep, but so far only Juvenile going down.
Juvenile charged in, got a bit caught out by himself, and that's 2 kills coming through for Liquid. So now is their turn to retake this point. They have a big numbers advantage, so this should be all Liquid here as they do a retake, only allowing Renegades to get 28% on the clock, so good on Liquid. They're keeping themselves relevant in the game early, making sure things don't get out of hand right away from them. So you do have ultimates coming online from both sides. This should be a pretty big fight. As Juvenile is going to use that Earth Shatter. Got a few players down. Pulse Bomb is going to land onto Juvenile, and that dealt a lot of damage, and they eventually get the kill onto him. Rafa with 3 in total on that exchange. That will be a big old wipe coming out for Liquid. Renegades back to the drawing board. They will have some combinations to work with, but it's going to be a reset for them for now.
Both teams going to be entering this next fight with Gravitons, and both teams with sound barriers. It's going to be who has the greater follow-up, but honestly, both teams are probably going to just get caught floating and wait each other out. If one team's burned the sound barrier a little bit too reactively there, though, that could be the deciding factor. One Graviton out from Liquid.
Gravitons, Pulse Bombs, self-destructs, sound barriers, you got it all here in this fight. And there is that self-destruct down. Mezzer able to hold it off. No kills despite all the ultimates. Mangachu goes down just as I say that. Rafa finds that one, and now Juvenile charging across the point, and he is quite hurt. Pulse Bomb from AZK connects, and there's a lot of Renegades guys sitting down and taking a nap, and that will be helping get some extra kills. Rafa just wanted to make sure his name showed up in the kill feed there. Get a little bit extra charge as he finishes off Mana Snow. Boops him off the map, and Liquid looking really good here. 80%. Renegades have one last good shot. Mangachu, the Desperation Pharah attempt about to come through. But that's not a good omen for Renegades. Self-destruct back there. Shield able to keep it at bay. Juvenile got a nano boost, but because he had to deal with that self-destruct and some of the other threats, he couldn't really do much with the nano boost, and now he's in there, but things really looking like it's going Liquid's favor. 3 kills for them, and I don't think Renegades will have enough gusto to retake this point. That should be Liquid finishing it off here against Renegades down to the wire, but Liquid make it happen in the end, taking this series against Renegades 2-1, 3-2 on Lijiang Tower. Can't ask for much of a better game than that one.
Came all the way down to round number 5, and finally Liquid able to pull it out. Renegades so close to breaking the losing streak, but they're not able to do it here. Maybe later today we'll find out, but yeah, they've kind of got themselves in a situation where they really need to start winning.
Yeah, they do. I mean, now they're going to be sent down towards the bottom end of the standings, and you know, I think they have one more match later today against Complexity, and then between today and tomorrow they need to start putting up some wins if they want to make it to the live finals at PAX South. So they need to start coming up with some wins.
I felt like a big part of this particular matchup was the AZK versus Mangachu kind of switch war. You starting off with Pharah and then needing to switch to Soldier, and then he switches to Zarya right before the last point, which seemed like a good option because he's able to get the final point. They only needed to get the overtime situation. Don't give them time to switch back, you know, stuff like that. So like that dynamic was really fun to watch. I was watching those two switching heroes a lot. And
AZK was very keen, had a keen eye to when they went back to the stage where Mangachu loves playing as Pharah. He was very, AZK was all ready for it. He was on his 76, made sure to shut down that threat right out of the gate. Mangachu had varied success on some of the Pharah picks and things like that, but in the end, AZK was a big part of why Liquid were able to come out on top of that one right there.
The way that AZK and Rafa were working together was just such a problem for Mangachu, especially when he was playing Pharah in that second pass. And also in that final stage that we just saw, as everybody is pouring in to try and contest the final point, Rafa's up front, he's flying around, he's causing problems, he's absorbing a lot of shots, some of them were healing from Ana, and AZK floated all the way in the back and just tore everybody up from behind when they don't have any time to stop. And that was a consistent thing through everybody's assaults. If AZK was in there with Rafa, it was pretty much a guaranteed fight win for Liquid, and there was a number of things that were kind of coming off the rails there, here and there. Renegades doing a good job forcing some of that to happen, but we kind of see the difference between the first play on Garden there and the second one. Rafa and AZK weren't working together as well, but once they sat back and talked about how to handle Mangachu, they had a set play they were going to run forward. From that point forward, Mangachu just couldn't get an inch in the air.
We were talking a lot about Man of Snow and complimenting him on Hollywood, but Rafa really showed up in form here on Lijiang Tower, able to synergize with some nano boost, and able to get the win here.
I mean, it's something when we talk about Liquid, you know, we always mention Mezzer, we mention AZK, but Rafa is such a big part of this team, whether it be his self-destructs or just his ability to initiate for Liquid on D.Va. I mean, he's one of the best D.Va players out there, consistently comes up with big plays on the hero, and I mean, he's a big part of the success of Liquid.
Certainly is. We'll take a look at the standings with that loss there. 5 in a row for Renegades. They're down, making up the basement right now. They'll have a chance to crawl back out. They just have to make it into the top 4 to move on to the finals, but they really have their work cut out for them right now. Immortal's still sitting pretty up on top.
This match later today against Complexity and tomorrow's match for Renegades are going to be huge. They need to win them if they want to have a shot at getting into the top 4. But we said it yesterday, too. Things are very tight amongst a lot of these teams. So, I mean, over the course of the rest of today and tomorrow, things are still very much up in the air. I mean, it could go either way at this point.
With the remaining 6 teams, anyone can beat anyone. That has been made very clear.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Very, very even competition right now. Very few games deciding who is in first and who is in last. You can look here at the schedule, what we've got coming up for you next. It's going to be Luminosity versus Complexity Gaming. Complexity will play Renegades as well later today. Luminosity will play Liquid. Right now, though, they're going to be facing off against each other.
Yeah, this will be a good one. It's a very important match for both teams. Again, you know, just have to reiterate, things being so close in the middle, you just got to rack up as many wins as you can get at this point, because one loss can literally send you all the way down to the bottom of the standings at this point. So it's a big match for both teams as we try and solidify our top 4, and they're both going to be looking to come out strong. Complexity really starting to find their form as of late. So, you know, I'll be looking to them maybe in this match.
Now, Luminosity, we'll start talking about them. They faced off against Congarni yesterday. That was the only match they had yesterday. Got beaten handily, so they're wanting to look and jump back up. They're the other team that is outside the top 4 right now who really needs to make some plays.
Unfortunately for Luminosity, they caught Congarni on a match where they were just steamrolling, and they're trying to get back on the horse again. Luminosity, they have, I mean, a lot of great players. Spree, who we almost forgot to talk about yesterday. The guy is a monster on Zarya. You really need to keep an eye on him. Super Pluke really finding his form as well, along with Ube, a variety of DPS heroes that he can play. And, of course, Icefeld, if they do get themselves on Li Zhang, he is a big threat on the Tracer as well. So you have a lot of pieces here from Luminosity. Just need to get them put together. Like I said, their match against Congarni yesterday, rough because of just how good Congarni was playing. But they'll be looking to show that they're still very much in this tournament, this upcoming match against Complexity. So as I said before, really starting to find their form as well.
I don't feel like Luminosity has been playing up to their full potential recently, especially in the past 2 games against Complexity. They've actually lost both of them. It was 1-2. On day 5 with Complexity taking it. It really looked like Luminosity should overall, but all the way back in qualifiers, that was absolutely Complexity 2-0. And the way both teams are playing right now, especially Complexity, I think I'm going to have to be leaning in Complexity's favor on this one.
We can move over to talking about Complexity. Right now, they're sitting pretty up at the top 3. A win here would help pull them away from that bottom group and really solidify themselves in the top 4. So they're going to be looking for the win here.
Yeah, they had a couple big ones yesterday. They now Mangachu Winghaven has really been really gelling with the team. The team has also been gelling with him much more so as of late. That was one of the initial problems when they brought him on in place of JKW. I think they just had some kind of cohesion problems amongst the players of Complexity, but now they're really starting to find that. They're all playing well, and they're getting back to the form that we had kind of saw them come like right before the Winter Premiere started, because Complexity was playing well, and they're getting back to that level and really starting to get their game together, where they had really struggled throughout the qualifying stages. They barely made it into this top 6. They just narrowly got in, so they're going to take their shot at life and try and send themselves into the live finals. Certainly off to a good start here in the round of 6.
So we'll be starting on Hollywood for map number 1. I got a Complexity prediction from David. Anthony, how are you feeling?
I have to take Complexity here too as well. With the way that they've been playing recently, I think it's tough not to take them. After yesterday, I think that definitely put them above Luminosity for me. So as long as they can keep that play that they had going yesterday, I think this is all Complexity.
So what does Luminosity need to do to match Complexity then? Because Complexity, again, like you said, very much on a hot streak, and Luminosity really needs this win more than Complexity does right now.
I mean, I think if they can find getting big value out of Super Plukes, Earth Shatters, and also getting whatever DPS hero Ube is going to play, I think they need him to come up and be a big impact into this. He wasn't in all the games that Luminosity's been playing recently, so I think if Ube can, whether it be Roadhog or Genji, whatever they decide to put him on, we know he can play quite a variety of different heroes, but I think him, and if he can combine with Spree even, who is... Spree's, I think, another guy that Luminosity needs to look to.
I think if Complexity is going to keep running their Sombra strategies, especially on a map like Hollywood, perhaps Symmetra is not the right play. It's kind of a dubious situation. I mean, any sort of advantage is going to be negated by Sombra relatively quickly. She can get back there, take out a teleporter or a shield generator without a whole lot of fuss. If it's a shield generator in particular, then EMP is just going to wipe away most of that effect. But either way, they've got to have something structured around how to shut down Sombra specifically, because Complexity has looked like they've brought it back and they're doing it as well as they used to.
So in that vein, is there maybe a better choice than Symmetra if you're expecting the Symmetra to be hard countered by the Sombra? Is there something else they could run in that situation to counter the Sombra?
I mean, as I always say, the one way you can counter Sombra is just by your positioning. That's one way you can handle it. Not making yourself too grouped up, because that's the thing. If you all get grouped up, as a lot of players do, or a lot of teams do. I mean, generally you see team fights in this game are just two blobs of 6 people kind of running into each other. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but at a very basic level, that's kind of how things turn out. But you can't do that when you're faced with a Sombra, because that EMP is going to get everybody on the team caught in it, and then you just, you end up getting, wiped off the map at that point. So positioning's definitely one way you can do it, but we'll see. Luminosity is coming out with Mineral on the Symmetra pick. I mean, those turrets can track the invisible Torque if he does decide to play the Sombra, but we'll see here as I would suspect the Sombra to come out from Complexity. I mean, this is a map where they generally run it on. So it looks as if he will be doing it.
Well, I don't think Mineral's the type of player to play Symmetra unless he's already considered this scenario. So he must have a plan for exactly how he's going to handle that. Now, I think in a 1v1 Mineral v Torque, Mineral's going to come out on top. I mean, you just throw that shield in his face and chase him down with a beam. But I'm more concerned about what that means for the overall rest of the team dynamics. A nice Fire Strike coming out right there in the beginning. Super Pluke already up to 16%. It looks like they actually let Torque get... Oh, no, I thought he was going to go way ahead of everybody else, which would certainly make the timing of him hard to predict. Now, Torque changing up his usual attack patterns. He's going to come in here and clean out all of those turrets.
Yeah, that's good, making sure they don't give any charge to Mineral, any unnecessary charge at least, by just walking into his turrets. So he'll make sure he goes through, cleans those up, and Torque now looking to work through this back alley. He's going to get the health pack hack to go in, maybe take a little bit of damage, go pick up that pack, and he'll pretty much have an EMP at the ready. So
Mineral's already got his ultimate up, though.
Whew, yeah, he does. Torque has his EMP now as well, so Mineral's going to go back, put down that teleporter, presumably. And he's just waiting for opportunity, really. He's not putting it yet because he doesn't want Torque to just run back there. EMP is going to be used. Mineral didn't get caught in it, so he does put down the teleporter, and he wants to keep that teleporter in a place where they can come and defend Complexity with 2 kills off the help of that EMP. Hedan does return, getting one onto Hardblue, but they're going to have to come up with a little bit more than that, Luminosity. He is in a good spot to defend his teleporter, Mineral. I mean, he's just keeping it tight, close to the hip. And if someone tries to walk in there and contest his teleporter, they're going to get melted. And that Earth Shatter from Winghaven, I'm not too sure about that one.
Well, that's his play right there. Just defend the teleporter, keep it up. But Complexity still can get the EMP train rolling for their own sake. Shake here on Zenyatta does have Transcendence up. Those two back-to-back, EMP and Transcendence, can certainly weather the storm of one teleporter's worth of people, as long as Complexity focuses fire and stays calm about it. But if they give any inch, if they crack at all, then that's going to change real fast.
Oh, Torque pulled in. See ya later, and Icefeld gets final blow. Icefeld up top on 76, just shooting away. and Spree actually running over. They'll be able to clean up Joe Meister. It's just all Luminosity at the moment. And, well, Icefelt just hanging tight. Up top on the Cafe has been relatively uncontested there. And now Torque and company going to be looking to come back in with another EMP. They have it ready to go.
Luminosity just as a whole team, not even just one pick. It's not even the Symmetra. It's Luminosity as a whole team has planned for exactly how they're going to handle the predictability of the EMP. They know all the order of the fight, and so far, back to back to back, they just don't seem to be giving up an inch.
EMP comes out, a lot of guys stuck inside of the stairway here. Hard Blues, Whole Hog will be able to get two of them.
Big.
Oh yes, there's the self-destruct from Nicholas 2 landing inside of the Cafe. Is going to be able to snag up a few at least, and the teleporter, and the first point on top of that for Complexity. So 3 ultimates now for them on the next fight, 2 of which being support and an Earth Shatter. That's quite a bit of artillery for Complexity to work with. Coming into this next one, Ube actually making a switch over to Pharah. So the 2-2-2 setup coming through from Luminosity, which is a setup that they run a decent bit.
If Luminosity can retake the high ground away from Complexity, this Streets phase is definitely going to be in their favor. But for now, Complexity is up in the air, and Super Pluke's being hacked. He's going to get taken down by an Earth Shatter followed by a Fire Strike. Complexity looks like they're in business.
And the Transcendence used by Shake, making sure the team stays healthy. A nice hook from Hard Blue is going to take Ube right out of the sky. And there goes Spree along with that. So Complexity rolling now after getting the first point. Full steam ahead for them. And Torque continuing to stay on Sombra for now.
That's my position.
And they will have a sound barrier, Complexity. That's about it for the next fight. But this Earth Shatter is going to need to come in big time for Super Pluke. But Winghaven's just about to be up on yet another one for himself. All he needs is a couple good smacks with the hammer, and he'll have it. Boom, there it is. He's got it. Now sound barrier comes in from Complexity. And they trade 1 for 1. Shake goes down, but Shake was able to get Icefelt just before that. Earth Shatter's used by both teams, both Reinhardts, and they're just in there swinging away for now. Ube was cleaning up on a Hard Blue, and the EMP comes out from Torque. That'll shut down a lot of these players. And Spree trying to take on Torque as a baby diva, but now there's going to be a nano boost used onto Ube, and he's just going to melt people, raining in those headshots, dealing so much damage to the players' Complexity. Luminosity hanging on for now, but Complexity is going to have to get it going right here because they have 1 minute and 15 left to make this next push happen and get the next point.
Ube does have a pulse bomb ready in case you didn't hear. Mineral sound barrier Spree with the self-destruct. Ube's just going to have to find a target on his own. No Graviton to pair it with, but you don't need that for Luminosity. Complexity, a lot of their momentum is certainly bleeding out here in the Streets phase. Luminosity putting together a great defense overall.
And Super Pluke just holding his ground on the cart. Torque trying to come in through the jail side, and he gets the hack onto Super Pluke. He needs follow-up to make sure they can secure that kill. Beautifully done by Complexity. Come in, get the hack, and now Hard Blue waiting off to the side, gets the hook onto Hedan, and it's just Mineral on the cart. Easy, secure for them, and Ube just trying to stall it out a little bit longer, but with 20 seconds left, on the clock, Complexity will come through to get this second point. Now they want to charge through, see if they can get these staggered respawners. The guys that got caught a bit forward, and Hedan is caught in, so that'll be yet another easy kill for Complexity. But they don't have a whole lot of time to work with, David, to get into last.
No, they got 1 minute and 30 left. Complexity does have an EMP and 2 support ultimates to try and just hold themselves together while they push through this fight. Super Pluke has an Earth Shatter. Transcendence can certainly counter that as long as Shake doesn't find himself caught in it. But right now, Torque's looking for maybe not an EMP. Okay, he's going to let it all go.
He's going in with it. Go big or go home. The EMP does come off. Shake uses Transcendence. Sound barrier from Complexity. They've invested a bit into this fight, and they come out with a kill onto Super Pluke to show for it. And now a kill onto Mineral, Ube as well, so Complexity, the 3-player advantage. They're going to be looking to press this cart forward. Only 50 seconds left for them to seal the deal. on this final point, and there will be a Graviton right there in Spree, able to get 2 kills. Hedan chimes in, take out Winghaven. Luminosity holding on for now. Complexity needing to go back, really just regroup themselves. Torque will have an EMP for the last push of Complexity, so they're definitely going to be looking to that one.
I thought Torque was going to hold on to that last one and just hack Reinhardt on his own, but I guess he had a better idea of where the rest of his teammates were. Luminosity, they're looking good to hold here with an Earth Shatter, a Pulse Bomb, a Self-Destruct on their side. Complexity, they're going to have an EMP, but that's really all they have to work with. This Self-Destruct, I guess they could pair those two together if they land them just right.
Oh, EMP into the self-destruct. Winghaven gets Super Pluke. A big opening for Complexity to be had right here. Icefelt goes down to Harblue as they continue to duke it out on the cart. Mineral hooked in by Harblue. That's 2 kills for him. Now Complexity, it's all Complexity in the kill feed. Now at the moment, Ube in the back. Couldn't quite get to the cart in time. And in overtime, Complexity will get the 3rd and final point. And better late than never, as they say, but if Luminosity can come through on their offense, get all the points with some time left in the bank, we'll have a good opportunity to take the match. But it all started off with the EMP self-destruct to lead it in, and then Complexity just went and found all of the scattered players of Luminosity throughout the last point, ending it for them there. So
Luminosity looked like they should have held that last one. Complexity making some big plays to convert it into a victory, though. Harblue, some pretty clutch hooks coming there at the end. The MP self-destruct, not finding a lot of targets, but definitely picking up an important one from Super Pluke.
Now the change in sides come through, and Luminosity will try their hand at the offense, and we'll see if Complexity decides to also go with Symmetra play. They are showing it so far, and I think they are going to go with it. Torque is going to speed boost them forward, and a lot of teams hopping on the Symmetra train here, so Joe Meister will be playing that for Complexity, and we'll see what Luminosity decides to come out with in this fight. But besides that, Complexity, nothing too different for them. I mean, once Torque goes back, presumably, yes, he will be switching over to the 76. Just sit up at the top of that cafe. Make sure he just continues to rain down bullets. And this time, Harblue actually deciding to play Hog rather than Zarya, which we've seen him go back and forth between over the past few weeks. Between the two of them today, deciding to go for the Hog on the defense here.
The key to all these turrets to start everything out isn't so much hiding them as just making them only able to be taken out mostly by still taking damage from them. So either way, you still get the percentage out of everything. It's not like Luminosity didn't see where Joe Meister was placing most of those, but Joe Meister did such a great job following up with his orbs as well. He's already at 44%.
Oh, that's so big. 65 now for Joe Meister. He's going to have a teleporter, I mean, in just another few seconds. Really, he's extremely close, and that is a big early advantage for Complexity. In case things go awry, they will have it. Now Icefelt trying to contest. Trying to contest Torque up top, and Ube was able to get the hook. So a 1-for-1 trade. Super Pluke ends up going down to Winghaven, and Harblue might get caught out. Yes, Ube finding yet another one. That teleporter did get put down, and Luminosity have gotten quite a number of kills here. Ube's hook couldn't quite bring Joe Meister in through the wall. I believe that, yes, that teleporter is still up, but they're going to have to get onto the point quickly if they want to stall it out. They do get Nicholas on there as D.Va, so they'll buy themselves a little bit more time. But I can't imagine it'll be a whole lot. Winghaven pulled in immediately by Ube and just melted. So they stall for a little bit. They got the teleporter up, but they just fed Luminosity ultimates. Look at what they have now. Look at this.
The teleporter turned out to be a disaster there. It's just an ultimate farm for Luminosity as they're rolling into the streets phase with basically 6 online. Super Pluke with 1 fire strike and a little bit of a swing of a hammer. He's going to be ready to go on an Earth Shatter as well. Complexity does have the high ground, which I guess is the best thing you could say they have going for him. That hook, though.
Oh, Hartblue's got to be so angry after that. Oh, man. Now the self-destruct in with the Graviton. That is a big one for Luminosity. Please. Get to help these poor men out. Complexity just getting mowed. Oh, poor Hartblue, man. Oh, I can feel the salt coming through the computer.
They still have 4 ultimates up for Luminosity. Complexity, they're getting close to 4 or 5 of their own. They do have a Nano Visor and Earth Shatter to work with, which they can certainly use that to reverse, and now is the time to do it.
Oh, Ube with the sneaky whole hog in with the the Nano Boost, just melting Winghaven in a matter of seconds. And shutting down Torque as well with the... He had the Nano Boost, went for the Tac Visor, but not today, says Luminosity, as their offense is just cruising through this Streets phase. Joe Meister's in, just trying to stall some time, dying on the card. That's what you want to see. These hooks from Ube are just landing all over Complexity. I mean, they can't escape it. It's just a heat-seeking hook from Ube. And he's going to shut out any respawners coming through. That time he didn't hit it. He seems to hit the difficult ones, but, oh, man, that is just Ube's show right now, man. He is crushing Complexity.
Luminosity finally out of all of those ultimates they generated just on the first point, riding them all the way through the second, and now they're going to be pushing into the third one. 4 minutes and 40+ seconds on the clock. Complexity, they only have a self-destruct to try and stop this. So pressing in right now isn't even necessarily all that much in their favor. Generating a little bit of ults and then trying to turn it around might be the right answer. Luminosity, they do have a Nano right now, though, and Complexity stepping forward might have cost them. They're already starting to back up as Luminosity's pouring it on.
Ube getting another hook on in. They are pouring it on. Indeed, they're going to have some big ultimates to work with on this fight. Now here comes the Graviton, the Nano Boost given to Spree, just microwaving the players at Complexity, dealing quite a bit of damage, and a lot of them do get out, but oh no, never mind. 4 of them are going into the respawn, back into the respawn queue, and this is big opportunity for Luminosity here. 4 minutes left, and they're just about to cap. An Earthshatter comes through from Super Pluke. Couldn't quite connect. The shield was still up from Winghaven, but Complexity absolutely needs to win this team fight. 1-for-1 trade. Torque gets the Nano Boost and uses Attack Visor. Lots of kills chiming through from Complexity here. A much-needed halt to this Luminosity push. Just Ice Felde, and they'll go for the stagger on him, but...
You're going to need every second of that.
Oh, yes.
I hope they can innovate this 19 different ways for their sake, because you need every single second. Wow. Barely holding on to that. Complexity keeping it alive. Torque changing over to May. See if he stays on that. Certainly a great character to just buy a lot of time, but I don't know if they necessarily want to keep that on this. Certainly Blizzard can be a big impact, but right now Luminosity essentially in a situation of first and inches.
Yeah, inches is definitely the number, because... Or definitely the
first and goal, I guess,
yeah, first and goal. But I mean, they are so close to capping this. Just one team fight is all they need. They have 3 minutes to do it. So far, nobody going down. But the health of Luminosity not the best at the moment. Both teams just taking the opportunity to heal up, build those ultimates. Oh, the wall comes through. Super Pluke should be just about dead meat here. The team does file through on the right-hand side. Earthshatter out from Winghaven. Put Super Pluke down, and Nicholas able to finish off that kill. A nice biotic to take down Ube, as this is going to be all Complexity yet again, holding him off.
Luminosity spending that Nano. Got to raise an eyebrow to that. They're moments away. I mean, that last engagement, they could have come back with 6 ultimates online and just absolutely pile-drived it home with 2 minutes left on the clock to get it done, and Complexity being very low on most of their ultimates, but spending that Nano might come back to haunt them here. Complexity is getting very close to Blizzard out of Torque. Hardblue with a Graviton. There's actually a chance that Complexity can defend this.
There is indeed. At first, I mean, on just an initial glance, it looks as though Luminosity has a brilliant opportunity. And they do, for sure. They have a lot of ults, and Spree with that Graviton is going to lay it out. There's a self-destruct, 2 for Icefelt. Now a good opportunity for Luminosity. But Nicholas with 3, buy that man a drink and get the dog one, too. He just saved it for Complexity. I think maybe there's still players around, and he's going to be sitting on this cart just delaying as long as possible. Oh, man, he just kept it alive. And that will be Complexity hanging on. Luminosity are going to have another shot, but they used a lot of ults in that last fight.
It's a catastrophe for Luminosity. They have 1 minute left. They just burned all of their ults, which should have been a virtually guaranteed capture, reversing on them. Complexity now, though, they have Blizzard available. They have Earthshatter. This is going to be tough.
Oh, now Complexity They do have quite a bit. As you said, they have a lot in the bank. And it will be real difficult for Luminosity to make this one happen.
Oh,
Winghaven,
no.
Earthshatter, not going to connect. The Blizzard, didn't get a whole lot caught in it. Complexity, regardless, gets 2 kills, and more coming through as the seconds tick down. And Complexity's done a fantastic job on this final point defense. A lot of credit to Torque on this too, on the Mei. It's making this push. It seems like Luminosity just can't really deal with it. The wall has been quite a problem for them, amongst other things. But now 25 seconds for Luminosity.
That Blizzard and an Earthshatter, though, I gotta be a little bit nervous after that. Right now, Luminosity, if they can come back and make this Earthshatter land, Complexity has none of the big power crowd control ultimates. Luminosity has a chance here. 9 seconds, 8 seconds left on the clock.
This Earthshatter's got to be big from Super Pluke. He's got it ready to go. Ube starts it off by taking down Torque, so Luminosity, certainly the opportunity for them to make this one happen. But they need to cap it off if they want to have a shot on this map. Super Pluke goes down. Now Earthshatter comes through from Winghaven. This might just be it, and Complexity should be taking map number 1 here. Winghaven with 2, and that will do it. Complexity take the first map off of Luminosity with a brilliant final point defense. Oh my, Luminosity, such a good opportunity they had there.
Kind of a game of throws there on the third point for a while, but Complexity certainly bought a lot of time, a lot of great defense from them to even get themselves into that situation.
Now, Luminosity, with such an ult advantage through the entirety of their offense, just steamrolls through every single point, and it seemed like it was like the spawn, being so close to the point is like the huge difference maker there. And then Nicholas, like, what does his dog drink, do you think? Like,
I mean, at this point, I'd say get that man or get the dog an ice cold beer too. I don't know what it, I mean, get Nicholas one too, because that self-destruct literally saved them on that point. I mean, picking up those 3 kills, had that not landed and gotten those kills, that probably would have been Luminosity taking it home and finishing it off. So that was a really big play. I mean, comes right in, it lands perfectly for him. Icefelt got the initial 2. They had a big numbers advantage, but Nicholas coming back with his own self-destruct. They're just laying it in the corner. They had nowhere to run. They just sat there and watched themselves get blown up. But big play from Nicholas.
I felt like it was really, really smart from Luminosity. They went and put the Graviton Surge up in front of the spawn. They're like, no, we're going to trap you right here. You can't even get out of spawn, even if you are spawn, which is all they need is the space, right, to push the payload. But then counter Diva ults, just completely changing the game. That self-destruct, man, it's huge.
That came up in a very, very big time for them, because right before he came through with that self-destruct, Ube got even another one. Icefelt got the initial 2, Ube got another. That was like a 3-player advantage for Luminosity on the fight. They would have been able to probably lock out spawns and just continue to press the cart. So Nicholas, I mean, it was a pretty simple play for him to just lay the self-destruct there, but it came through at the perfect time and kept Complexity alive. They take map number 1.
They certainly did. They did it in style, too. They got a complete team wipe there on that final push. Take another look at that final winning moment from Complexity. They take it on Slobberknocker there.
Slobberknocker, indeed. They able to hold on. And Nicholas just, I mean, there was, Winghaven got that Earthshatter, laid it down. He's swinging away. Nicholas is just placing his crosshair right on the teeth of all the players laying on the ground, and that's just mow them down from there on. So good job from Complexity. That's big resiliency to be able to hold on for, what was it, 4-some minutes, 5 minutes?
It was 5 minutes right as they came across.
Yeah,
the second
Gotta be
checkpoint.
hard for Luminosity to recover from that.
That'll take a beating on your morale. Losing a game like that, I mean, that was all them. I mean, they had a perfect opportunity, send it into last, get the final point with, I mean, even at least 2 minutes left on the clock. Would have had a great opportunity to take first point.
You don't get a better opportunity than that in general.
Yeah, no, you don't.
Well, Luminosity is elected to go to Anubis, a Temple of Anubis, for the second map, which is a map that they have performed on better than just about anybody else has. I think they've got 2 wins on it so far.
Yeah, and they've pulled out some pretty crazy strategies on this map too. So I don't know if Complexity will really be ready to play on a map like this as maybe some others, though. Actually, Anubis is what they play Renegades on later today, so I'm sure they have prepared for this map in general because they knew they were going to be forced to play it at some point later in the day. So I'm sure they're prepared, but Luminosity, as Caleb said, is a map that they've had success on, quite a bit of success. They pull out some strange comps that work out well for them, so
if I remember correctly, the only ones to beat them on Anubis were Immortals.
I think
and it was close.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the better maps for Luminosity, and just in general, Anubis is a map that not a lot of teams spend tons of time playing. So, you know, it's not it's not what they spend a lot of time on. There's a lot of other maps that are played much more frequently. So we'll see here, but it will be Complexity starting off first. And on the offense, that is. Complexity starting on the offense. And Luminosity will be on the defensive side.
Actually, calling back to it, they've actually played each other on Anubis before. Complexity and Luminosity, and Complexity won. So it's not just Immortals.
Oh, wow. All right, well, that's a nice little tidbit. Or was it Complexity or Luminosity that took it? Well,
it was Complexity. It was Complexity.
We're figuring it out in the meantime.
It was Complexity and also Immortals, so both are correct.
Well, either way, they
gotta dive back into the notes.
Yeah,
I just remember them playing so strong on their defensive side that it's in my memory they should have won all of them. But we're gonna have to get back to that right now. Complexity taking it to Luminosity already. It's a 1-for-2 exchange in the favor of Complexity.
Ube is playing far on the defensive side, and so far hasn't done incredible amounts for them. Complexity just came in a very quick push they had over on the right-hand side by the stairs, and that'll be a quick first point take for Complexity. And now Luminosity is going to have to set themselves up on this next point. For Complexity, this is where things get much more difficult. Most teams have pretty good success taking first point. Now, getting second point that's another beast.
It's a whole different beast. At the same time, they have 6 minutes and 50 seconds to do so.
On the other note, though, they have quite a lot of time, but I've seen teams totally run down that 6 minutes and 50 seconds for sure. It's tough to do, but Complexity do have a good opportunity. They took that first point so quick. So
right now, Complexity, they do have a nano boost with Shake. Ube's floating for Luminosity, looking for Complexity to make a misstep so he can drop that barrage directly on top of their heads, but running out of boost, and he's now going to have to touch the ground. Luminosity, however, is making the exchange. They don't see him. He's going to let it loose.
There it is. It's getting damage out, but not any direct frags off of it. 1-for-1 trade. And Complexity get a couple for themselves. Hard Blue are really the one to chime in there. There was a Dragon Blade used by Torque, but I end up winning the fight either way, Luminosity.
A Graviton probably not necessary for Luminosity.
Yeah.
An Earth Shatter, Self-Destruct, and a Nano Boost left in their arsenal. Mineral very close to a Sound Barrier. Complexity, though, they do have an Earth Shatter, and they will have a Sound Barrier and Self-Destruct of their own, but everything else pretty low. Torque on Sombra right now, going to be looking for that EMP to open up this final point for Complexity.
Start to work back in. Ube already finds Torque, who made a switch over to Sombra. Ube shuts him down right away. 2 kills for Luminosity. So again, Complexity going to have to go back and regroup. They're going to just wait to build up this EMP. They don't want to really invest too much. They want to get a lot of ultimates online, see maybe if they can burn some of the ults out of Luminosity and then go take an advantaged push. They still have loads of time to work with, but this is, you know, sooner rather than later is good for Complexity. 5 minutes for them to get this next point.
An EMP to an Earth Shatter to a Self-Destruct on this final point would absolutely be devastating, but often a very, very grouped up point defense. A lot of people trying to defend themselves around the corners, but at the same time, you're still going to be in the line of sight and inside the range of those if it's landed perfectly.
Self-Destruct comes in from Luminosity, and Icefeld actually got Hard Blue. So again, Complexity is going to get stalled up for a little bit. The EMP is online now, and as you said, they will have some pretty big combinations that they can work with there. EMP, Earth Shatter, Self-Destruct. I mean, there's a whole number of ways you can set these things up for Complexity, but we'll see exactly what they decide to go with. Luminosity's got a bit in the bank themselves. I mean, if you're Complexity, you also have the option of just going in here, not really invest anything, and just try and get Luminosity to burn some ults. But they are going to go in with the EMP and see what they can clean up with after that. Icefeld was able to get Shake charging into the wall. It's Winghaven taking down Mineral. Super Pluke had used an Earth Shatter of his own, but Complexity have a pretty strong stance on this point, but they really need their respawns to come back because someone from Luminosity has been on this point the whole time. There's been no time actually put down on this point for Complexity yet. Now they're very close to 1 tick, but a sound barrier comes through from Luminosity. As long as they can get a kill or 2 here, they'll be looking good to hold and not even giving them 1 tick. There it is, 3 kills for Luminosity. Nothing Complexity is going to be able to get done right here. And it's back to the drawing board for them. Very sad to see that the time that they did put down on the point slowly dwindle away.
But 3 minutes gone just trying to assault this final point. So far, no progress, not even a single tick on the capture meter. Complexity will be able to get another EMP probably for the next fight, knowing Torque. But they do have a Graviton to work with as well. That'll certainly pair even better with EMP. But Luminosity, they have a Graviton of their own. Super Fluke and Earthshatter. Actually, the EMP's coming out of Luminosity right now.
Oh, Spree is using... Oh, look at Ube on the Rocket Barrage. 3 kills. They set that up with the Graviton. Rocket Barrage. Mow them down. That's all they needed.
Luminosity plays this defense so aggressively, always at the right times. We've seen him push as far forward as it's kind of the spawn gate almost to capturing people there with a Mei Ice Wall. Something they're not flexing right now, but that Graviton Barrage combo was devastating. Complexity sent back packing. They're gonna need at least 1 or 2 more attempts here. What it looks like. Actually, they're going to have 5 online in this next one. So far, Luminosity's just done such a great job at weathering the ultimate barrage coming out of Complexity, though.
That EMP will start it off for Complexity. There's Graviton out there. Nicholas got Mineral with the self-destruct, but Luminosity has kept themselves, I mean, decently spread for the most part. Winghaven comes in with his Earthshatter. They have gotten a significant number of kills on the Luminosity players, but still no time has been able to put down. They are finally cleaning up. They should probably be able to get at least 1 tick here. Indeed they do. Now Mineral comes back to the point, tries and stall it out a little while for Luminosity. 1 minute and 40 left on this clock. Complexity would certainly like to secure this sooner rather than later, but they lose Winghaven. Now losing Joe Meister. That's not looking good for Complexity, as these respawns will start to come through and they just won't have the firepower to contest against Luminosity. So Complexity, they're able to get 1 tick, but that is it. Luminosity comes back strong off the respawn advantage, and now it's a minute and 15 for Complexity to work with. It's going to be go time, and they invested pretty much everything they had in that last fight.
So far, Sombra looks like she's great for opening up an initial assault, perhaps getting most of a wipe done, but the sustained power of having that fight to try and outlast the constant reinforcements from Respawn doesn't seem like it is just worth it in that instance. Perhaps breaking out Zarya again and pairing it with Roadhog and just relying on Roadhog to be able to pull D.Va down if she's flying away, or get those tricky little picks on characters like Lucio. But 40 seconds left here for Complexity to try and make this win, and a barrage going to land right on top of him.
The barrage already getting Joe Meister. That 1 kill is totally worth it for Luminosity. That's 2 kills, both supports out of it. There's no way Complexity survives this fight. Not sure if the nano boost was really needed from Luminosity, but Ube will send forward regardless. And Complexity really just needs to regroup quickly and take a speed boost push in. They have the EMP. They have a self-destruct. Earthshatter will be there once the fight engages, but they have to go very, very quick. EMP is going to be waiting. They use it. Self-destruct already. Thought I heard a self-destruct going off at least. Yes, here comes it off, landing right on top of the point. 2 kills for Complexity. It's go time for them. Still bodies here from Luminosity, wasting some time. Winghaven now has his Earthshatter up online, but really needs to make sure that he stays alive. Icefelt needs to get finished. There it is. Complexity very close to getting the cap. They do in just the final seconds. In overtime, they get both points, but if they can put up a good defense, they at least have a shot at life here and taking the series. But Luminosity definitely with a good defense on that final point.
That wasted nano might have been the fight.
Yep. Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I think at that point, Luminosity kind of just figured. I don't know why they used the nano in that previous fight before this one.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You know, why would they? And then I think you nailed it. That could have been the reason why they weren't able to secure the point. That's little mistakes like that. They could have held it at 1 potentially. Not saying that would have certainly secured it for Luminosity, but it would have helped.
What I'm hearing from you is that it is entirely Hedan's fault if they lose this. You said it, man. It wasn't me, so...
well, I just had to say it subtly. I don't want Hedan to hate me. No. But changing sides out. And Luminosity going to try their hand. They've set themselves up nice either way. You know, as long as they can get both points, they don't take too long to do it. They'll have a lot of time in the time bank and able to, all they'll need to do is get the first point on a, kind of a second half push. But it will be Joemeister running the Symmetra yet again for Complexity. And Ube looking as if he wants to go Pharah off the start. And we see Luminosity. They try this sort of thing quite a bit. And, there's the cat. Is that Tommy the cat? I thought he was only on Gibraltar or whatever.
That's what the backroom always likes to tell us.
Yeah.
Just cut to a shot of the cat. The cat's name is Tommy. Like, thanks. I
don't even know what.
Don't know what to do with that.
Yeah. All I was told I was supposed to mention it's Tommy the cat, so I'll throw it out there. Anybody that knows the significance of that, then congratulations.
Just aside from the obvious play on words of Tommy Cat, I don't know, whatever. Here we go, Luminosity beginning their first assault on Anubis. Complexity. They want to hold here, especially on the second point, and they'll take this one home with them and clear out the entire series. Luminosity certainly got an uphill battle. They've got to capture both points on Anubis. That's a lot to ask.
Yeah, we've seen it. That second point is very, very difficult to cap. Complexity had 6 minutes to do so, and it took them down to the final second.
This has got to be disconcerting. Luminosity right now hanging out. Complexity nowhere in sight. Complexity coming in from the backside. Hardblue on the ropes, though.
Complexity get a couple to start it off. Luminosity responds with some of their own. Joemeister hasn't had an opportunity to build up too much of his ult. He's actually taken down by Ube. It's just such a cluster up in the big pack room there, but I think it will be Luminosity. Maybe that will take this one. Ube's still flying around. He's contesting with Hardblue, who's the lone ranger for Complexity that's still left on the point for now. He got Mineral at least. He got one, but it's just not going to be enough around for Complexity to stop this. So, again, another pretty easy first point take.
Kind of an eerie situation when you burst through your whole team standing on the high ground. You look down on the point. Nobody to be seen. You're like, wait, what's going on here? The Complexity coming in behind them. We've seen that maneuver attempted twice now, I believe, in the Winter Premiere. Neither time necessarily working out. Luminosity now going into the final point with a similar amount of time to what Complexity had. 6 minutes on the clock.
They got a lot of time. Let's see if the Complexity can come up quite as big as different Luminosity. Joemeister actually staying on the Symmetra, and he's going to put up that shield generator. 3 kills now for Complexity. They did find the shield generator, so we'll see if Joemeister decides to switch after that now that his shield generator has been taken down, but it looks as if he might stay. Hardblue just waiting out Hedan. And but still, the Symmetra pick is staying now for Complexity. If they can get another shield generator up, hey, that's a lot of beefiness on the side of Complexity.
Yeah, you pretty much guarantee that you're going to waste probably the self-destruct from Complexity out of it. We've already seen their answer to it somewhat is simply Nicholas just sending his self-destruct in at an angle. And with it being that predictable for where Luminosity or where Complexity is placing it, actually, I mean the other way around, they don't actually have it.
Well, there's going to be a Graviton. Oh, man, Complexity just melting them off of a Graviton, a big team wipe. Hardblue was hiding there as well on the left-hand side. As soon as they came in, he was waiting there, got the hook, started things off with the kill. They put him to sleep, but then the Graviton came through, and it was just all sides. Complexity collapsed on the Luminosity players inside of that Graviton. There was no chance at survival for them there, and that will at least buy even more time, 4 minutes and 30 seconds for Luminosity to make something happen as they're both posturing at the moment. Ube's got that barrage ready, and Icefeld is on Tracer, so it's a 2-2-2 setup for Luminosity.
Icefelt working on that Pulse Bomb. Joe Meister not far away from the shield generator. Pulse Bomb probably going to be what's going to take down that generator. A Nano Barrage coming out of Ube, but Ube getting slept mid-barrage, and he's not going to be able to get all of that off right now. One player down for Luminosity, 2 for Complexity.
They're still in it. Oh, Torque getting shut down off of the Earth Shatter, though. And Luminosity are still picking up kills at the moment. Joe Meister, he's still on that Symmetra. Very interesting from him. He does end up going down. And the Complexity are staying strong on the point. They've gotten the kills that they needed onto the Luminosity players. So they do hang on. They continue to hang on. They actually went for they went for a teleporter instead.
Okay, never mind. Luminosity doesn't need to switch up to D.Va in order to bomb that.
Yeah, I'm surprised they went for the teleporter in this scenario, but
it's already really close.
Yeah,
I guess
they
you're going to be coming in from a different location, but
I mean, both have the potential to be really, really strong. I think, regardless, but
it's close. But that's obviously way closer.
Yeah, that's like immediately right back onto the point off the respawn. So that could, in a lot of cases, actually make a difference. Make the difference between Complexity holding and not holding.
That's gone either way.
Yeah, it's gone now. So Hardblue, Shake, they're still hanging on. They're just going to let Joe Meister continue to build up another teleporter or shield gen, whichever they really want to go for. And they'll be resetting here and just getting everyone healed back up. But they have quite a number of ultimates up. Complexity, 5 of them to be exact. Everything other than the teleporter. So it's going to be tough for Luminosity to even take a fight. 2 minutes and 20 seconds now. Complexity's done a good job of grinding them down. If they can get a full hold here, Complexity's going to take the map and the series.
5 ultimates up for Complexity. Certainly a lot to reinforce that full hold scenario. Right now, Luminosity keeps trying to press into this point without a whole lot of beef. Not really finding the kills they need to really justify that.
And for them, Luminosity at this point, they should just go in, take a fight, and try and make Complexity burn some ults at this point. Just try and make them burn as many ults as they possibly can. Because look at this, right now, you have 2 out of Complexity, and Luminosity, you don't want to invest anything into this. Complexity will win this fight as they get 3 kills. Now he then comes back with 1. That's fine. But Luminosity, now they got him to burn a few ults. Shield Generator comes up for Complexity this time.
I wonder if that last one was a mistake.
Or either that or they were in a scenario where they were losing players. I didn't see exactly when he put it down, and maybe they were in the process of losing players. He wanted to throw it out. Either way, it's a Shield Generator this time. Really give Complexity some extra beef on this next fight. And Luminosity, they have some ults here.
Luminosity's got to get Icefelt in there to Pulse Bomb it out to really open up the fight. I mean, Complexity, they were sending the D.Va Bomb in after it. That's pretty much all they needed to do, and that's pretty reliable. But Luminosity, okay, nano boosting Ube.
They do get the Shield Generator in behind the point, but they lose.
Cost them so much.
4 guys down, yeah. And Complexity didn't use, well, anything on that fight, I don't think. So this is a very tough spot for Luminosity. 45 seconds. They do have the ults coming up. I mean, at least they didn't invest anything other than Nano Boost, but even that they could have saved from the fight, Luminosity. But they got to do it right here, as it was at least nice that they could get the shield gen on the last fight. That's look on the bright side for Luminosity.
Yeah, Luminosity is pushing into their final assault here with 4 ultimates, almost 5 on the table. Complexity, however, a Nano Boost and an Earth Shatter is pretty much all they have to work with aside from just the respawn advantage. Luminosity's going to have to make this opening work right off the bat. Super Fluke already eyeballing that Earth Shatter.
Bay looking to get into the back there. Is dealing quite a lot of damage. Oh, put to sleep just before being able to take down Torque, but Torque is so hurt that he can barely get back into the fight. Luminosity gets some kills. They are coming out on top in numbers, but they lost to themselves. They need to get back to this point quick. They need to get there like ASAP, because Complexity are just going to be continuing to filter onto the point off the respawn. Super Fluke is in a bit of trouble himself, very low on health. Graviton comes through from Complexity. That should seal the deal for them and send this game into the history books. Complexity take out Luminosity 2-0 as they hold on. The final point defense on Anubis. Such a tough point to push. Complexity getting a good defense set up with Symmetra nonetheless.
Able to get the win there. Complexity makes it exciting in the end, is able to get the 2-0 over Luminosity here. And wow, like the final hold, it's so hard right there because you do have to you have to wipe them like twice just to get the final win.
Yeah, that's some of the criticism that players will give of 2CP. That's why they don't like it. And regardless of whatever they think about it, they still have to play and try and prepare for these scenarios. You know, they know that they're going to have to play these maps, and regardless of whether you prepare, it's still incredibly difficult to get through and wipe the team twice, especially the Complexity had a great setup there. You get a shield generator up that's going to give you some beefiness in the fights. Don't normally see too many pro teams keep the Symmetra into the second point. Very interesting to see Complexity run that and try it out, but it worked for them. Luminosity just couldn't quite seal the deal in the end, and good stuff from Complexity being able to take it.
I was surprised Joe Meister stayed on it after the last shield generator went down. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock, really trying to cling to that. Would expect him to come back with more healing power, maybe even like a Zenyatta or something like that to just kind of switch things up. I think he did come back with Lucio after he died in the final one, which makes a lot of sense. You certainly get mobility out of it, along with just kind of an area heal. But strange to see that. I kind of curious what they were thinking.
I mean, it worked for him.
Oh, certainly did. Everything before that made total sense.
yeah, it did.
I think one of the most interesting moments of that particular game was Harblu's positioning over on the side, deciding to kind of wait sneakily and then get behind everyone, whole hog everyone to pieces. He's able to get kind of a clean team wipe here.
That's good first hook. He gets put to sleep, then goes, takes a breather into the whole hog. Just, that is so much damage at that range. Everybody caught inside the Graviton, and then you have other Complexity players collapsing in there as well. But good for Harblu to be able to hold down that side for them and at least be a presence in there. It was risky because he could have been an easy pick for Luminosity, but the fact that he was able to get that opening kill was pretty big for Complexity in that scenario, getting the hook, because a lot of teams do like to come through on that right side. It can be a better opening for you than through the really choky areas of the main and the left.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out on the side of Luminosity, Ube's Pharah play when they were on defense was very impressive. The way that he consistently kind of got these like drop shot ults that they didn't really seem to know what to do with. He was always on top of them, and we talked about at the end that he got a kill on Joe Meister. It was worth it. Then you guys point out the nano boost. Maybe it was the situation where shouldn't have used that, but yeah, this sort of angle right here, we've seen him do this a few different games.
See, that got burned entirely by a very quick reaction from Complexity.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's tough to use the barrage with the way, just the heroes that are in the meta right now. It's tough to get a lot of effectiveness out of your barrages because there's either probably going to be a D.Va there to eat most of it, or if your Ana is really on point, quick reflexes, you're going to get slept. You might get one kill, which, I mean, sometimes, one kill can, turn the tide of a fight, certainly, but a lot of times these Anas or the D.Vas are just really on point. It's hard to get effectiveness out of barrage for sure.
You can create a set play to get around almost all of that, mostly just by adding a bubble from Zarya. But D.Va swallowing the majority of your ultimate is just a fact of life for Pharah.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially on a situation like Anubis where everything's just so compressed there in the end, and it's once you hear the Pharah ult go off, there's very few places really to look, and you can guess pretty quickly where it's going to be. And like you said, the very quick flick there from Nicholas able to shut it down.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of players that are running Pharah right now, they'll just sit there and hover above the doorways, and I think a lot of teams are really caught on to that, is they just sit there, hover, wait for them to come through the choke, and a lot of teams now are even just looking up because they know if a team's running Pharah, they're probably waiting above with barrage somewhere. So
you can hear the boosters too.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a pretty great idea of where she is.
Yeah, it's tough to do.
Well, Complexity able to get the win there. We were talking about Harblu just a second ago, and he is on the line. Harblu, how you doing, man?
What up? I'm doing pretty good right now.
Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, you guys are on a hot streak right now. Take us through this match against Luminosity. How was it for you guys?
So we were pretty confident going into it after our matches yesterday, taking down Liquid and Immortals. We felt like we were finally starting to gel with Winghaven, who we've only been playing with like about a week now. So we were pretty confident going into it. And on Hollywood, we had our offense started a little shaky, but we were able to cap out on the map, thankfully. And then on defense, they started just rolling through us, but we were able to get a good hold on last and managed to hold it with like a meter left. So it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was quite the impressive hold you guys put up there. And you started off with kind of rough here in the Overwatch Winter Premiere, and you pick up Winghaven. You said that you've gelled with him. Was there anything else that was really big and key to y'all's kind of change and making this winning streak happen?
Not that I would say. Really, it was just we felt like with JKW, we'd been playing with him for like 6 months, and he's definitely an amazing Rhine. We just felt like something we needed to change. We felt like something wasn't working, so we brought in Winghaven, and it was able to like give us like a more aggressive style, which we wanted, and he was able to get some really good shatters off a lot. And other than that, we're kind of like a streaky team. Like when we're on our A game, we can beat like any team in the game. But then we have like these weeks or like even months sometimes where we're just like losing to teams that we know we should be beating. So yeah, the first week we had a pretty rough time, but it's been getting better. So we're pretty happy.
Yeah, no, you guys have been awesome to watch. It's been exciting. You got any shout-outs for me before I let you go?
Shoutouts to my teammates, shoutouts to Complexity, all their sponsors, Sound Blaster, FYM, all the cool ones they have for giving us cool free stuff. And shoutouts to you guys for putting on this cool tournament and everyone who's watching.
Oh, thanks so much, man. Well, hey, good luck in the rest of the tournament and have a great day.
Thank you.
Awesome. That is Hard Blue. They won so convincingly there against Luminosity. Really a pleasure to hear from him.
He's actually happy.
Yeah.
A lot of times you get interviews post-game, they're like, yeah, we're very happy about that result. I think it really went well for us. And he's just
smiling.
Ear to ear, man.
Yep. It's good to see.
It's got to feel good to be up in the seat that they're in right now. Take a look at the standings and where that puts Complexity after their win here over Luminosity. It's going to be, I'm pretty sure it puts them into third place, I believe. No, they're still in fourth place. They're tied because they had the head-to-head there. Or no, it's actually the games. The game win-loss, so it puts Liquid over the top of them right now. But still, in that top four, that's right where they need to be.
Yeah, exactly. They're into the top four. Things can certainly change throughout the rest of today and tomorrow, but they're getting there. They're, I think, 3 wins in a row now for Complexity, something like that. So at least through this phase of the group stage. So they might even be on a 4-win streak. I have to double check for sure. But hey, man, they are rolling right now. They're feeling good. As he said, I think it's pretty apparent they are starting to really gel with Winghaven.
Yes.
So things are looking up for Complexity for sure.
They certainly are. We'll take a look at the schedule and what we have in store for the rest of the day. It's going to be Immortals and Congarna, then Team Liquid versus Luminosity. Renegades Complexity will round out the day.
I got still some good matches to come, some very important matches for a lot of teams, especially that one later on for Renegades. They've been on quite the losing streak themselves. They need to pick up a win, and that'll be a big match for both teams, Complexity and Renegades. Excited to see that, but I have a couple other good ones before that one comes through.
I certainly will. The next match will be Immortals versus Congarna. When we come back, it'll be the clash of the Titans. These guys first and second place, looking to improve, looking to pull away from the pack. It's going to be an exciting one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had an exciting match with Complexity where they were able to beat Luminosity, and now take a look at the standings and where that puts them. After that match, it's going to be in 4th place just behind Liquid, and that'll leave Immortals and Congarna up there in the top. Those two teams have been on quite the hot streaks, and they will be in our next match. Immortals looking to improve. Congarna, were they to win here, would actually take the #1 spot, as they would be tied up in record, and they would have the head-to-head.
That's right. This is a big one. I'm sure both teams really want to, really want that top spot. So it'll be a feisty match, I'm sure, to see who comes out on top of that one. And as you see, Complexity are slowly working their way up the ladder as well. They're getting there spot by spot, moving on up. But big one here is going to be Immortals and Congarna.
Now, if Congarna wins, they will be tied technically in games. However, the last time they played, Congarna won, so that'll put them solidly above Immortals in any tiebreaker situation. That's going to be Congarna on top. If you reach all the way back into qualifiers, though, there was a 2-1 in favor of Immortals before that, so kind of just in the Winter Premiere, they're essentially 1-1, but in the group phase, it's right now biased towards Congarna. Congarna completely shut them down the last time we saw them play.
Absolutely. Now, let's talk about Immortals first. They've been playing very well. They beat Renegades yesterday, continuing Renegades' situation. So, Immortals looking to improve, looking to be the first team to get to 8 wins right now. See if they can do it right here.
Yeah, they have some big players like Agilities and Nami hyped. All 3 of those guys a huge part of the team. But even Grim Reality, I mean, one of the hottest teams in the Winter Premiere right now. They really played consistently well at that. So, I mean, Nami is, I think, one of the biggest parts of this team as well. We've said before, a lot of people consider him one of the harder Reinhardts to play against out there in the North American scene. So, have to be keeping an eye on these guys. It'll be a big match for them to try and keep their top spot in the Winter Premiere standings, but certainly a fun team to watch overall, this Immortals squad.
I actually see a lot of similarities between the two teams. Kind of Connor J versus Agilities, a little bit of Baby Bay versus Grim Reality. They're all kind of fulfilling those same roles, and they tend to play in a lot of the same fashion. So last time that happened, it was clearly Congarna on top. I mean, it was a 0-1 shutout on Kings Row and a 3-0 shutout on Nepal. So Immortals are going to have to put together something completely different this time around in order to weather this.
No, we'll talk about Congarna next. You mentioned it. It's just kind of in this quad tank situation. It's a lot of who is doing their role better, and I feel like a big part of this matchup is going to be kind of the Nami versus Remix situation. Who can win that shield war?
Yeah, that will definitely be a big part of the match, and that's just a big part of this meta in general. But Remix has been playing quite well recently, and Congarna's a team actually that runs quad tank just about more than, actually I believe it is the most out of any other team in the Winter Premiere. They do run quad tank the most statistically, and Immortals not as much. They do more so the triple tank, but Congarna really likes keeping Baby Bay on that Zarya, Connor J on the Roadhog, Michael on the Diva, and then Remix, of course, generally will be staying on that Reinhardt as well. But when they do change things up, it's either you have Michael that can switch over to Tracer or Baby Bay on, say, the 76. Those are about the only change-ups. Other than that, Congarna is running quad tank a lot, but they have a lot of synergy between Baby Bay on that Graviton and Michael on the self-destruct, and even Remix charging the shield. A lot of synergy there. It's a set play that they like to use a lot. Got to be looking out for that one.
And when you only really run one thing consistently, it's much easier to just perfect the one thing you're doing. And so they've gotten very good at this quad tank. We're going to be moving on to Anubis off this top. And this is some of the place we've seen dive comps a lot and stuff, but I'm probably just going to keep on running the quad tank, you think?
I mean, the thing for Congarna is they have options here. They have the capability of running a dive comp if they want to. We've seen them do it before, but if they want to, they can also run the quad tank, the thing that they like to do the most out of all the teams here. So they have options. Which one they decide to go with, I guess we'll see. But at least they have those options there. They have some versatility that they can switch between the two of them.
And for those of you who are perhaps sports fans, and I won't get into this too long, it's kind of reminiscent to me of like a Peyton Manning kind of offense. It's very simple, but there's a little bit of deviations there, and they're just so good at executing those simple plans that it's really hard to stop them.
So we're going to move on to Anubis for map number 1. I got to get a prediction here. This is maybe the hardest one to predict of the things on the schedule today. Number 1 versus number 2. Who's coming out in first place here?
Kingarna started off yesterday really good. Later on in the day when they played, who was it, Liquid, they weren't quite as strong as they were in the first match. I would take Kingarna here. If they can play like they did in the first match against Luminosity, I think it's going to be Kingarna taking it 2-1.
Alrighty.
I think based off of last results, that's Kungarna, but Immortals strikes me as the kind of team that's not going to let lightning hit them twice. They probably planned a lot about this match. This is the highest stakes they're going to face here in this side of the double round robin. If they don't win this one, then they are clearly down on a team in their head-to-head series, and that could be a problem. So far, neither of these teams really staring elimination in the face yet, but that can loom. That can happen at any moment, so you want to make sure you win every single one of those games. And given that they're starting off on Anubis, I'm actually going to have to lean maybe into this one, Immortals 2-1. Oh. It's close though. It's hard to root it. It's hard to vote against Kungarna.
It's the thing,
and it's hard to vote against Immortals.
It's the thing. Both of these teams are playing really well for the most part. I mean, they'll kind of go back and forth and have a couple shaky games here and there, but I mean, a lot of teams have that same problem. But it's definitely one of those where you could see either one of them winning. Regardless, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-1 scenario for either of the squads in the end. But it will be Immortals on the attacking side first. Agilities is going to be going on the Genji. Grim Reality on Tracer. Nami on the Winston. It will be a dive comp coming out for Immortals. Ajax is playing the Symmetra for Kingarna. And of course, the solo healer of Blam on the Ana. So the dive comp in full motion for Immortals right now. They've only been able to get 1 kill. And Kingarna doing a pretty good job of holding them off for now, but they really need to keep the remaining players that they have alive and finish them off. There it is. Ajax soon to have that teleporter as well. He's at 90% on his ultimate, so very, very close to that for them. Immortals want to come back quickly. They're able to do so. Teleporter is ready for Ajax. Oh, but he goes down before he's actually able to put it up. A big opening for Immortals. But right now, if they can get in and start finding kills, it looks like Kingarna's holding off a little bit for now. They're waiting and waiting, but they're going to want to re-engage here shortly. Baby Bay is soon to have that the Graviton, but hasn't put it down. Now someone's going to be putting that Graviton down. It was Baby Bay that laid it out there, but Immortals are the ones finding the kills at the moment. Michael comes back in. He got a couple of kills to keep Kingarna maybe in this fight, but it is definitely gone the way of Immortals now. As Ajax makes his way onto the point, he put the teleporter down too. That might be enough if they can keep themselves on the point long enough. Kingarna just might be able to hold on here as they are finding a couple of kills back. Baby Bay getting some as well. He came back on the Genji, and there is going to be a self-destruct lay down on the point. Hyped gets one with, that was Michael that used the self-destruct, but Hyped gets a kill just in general with his staying in his mech, but Baby Bay is here back on the Genji, just stalling a little bit more if he can. So teleporter pays off. They're able to stall a little bit, but still 6 minutes.
Situation though. They're still in the dive comp. 4 ultimates, 5 ultimates up for Immortals, pouring into the final point. But Ethan is down. They might be able to get it done without him, but you want to. I don't know. I feel 50-50 on whether to push that. Right now, they do have the ultimate advantage, so they can still jam it in, but they won't necessarily have the stagger effect that they were going to have before. Might as well wait for Ethan. It is a pretty clutch, important part of their healing. And the Discord is worth its weight in gold, especially in a dive comp.
Absolutely. Now Agility's coming in with the Dragon Blade, takes down Ajax, looking for more. No, breaking it down, Ajax. He ain't going anywhere. That maybe Verbo is trying to break it down. He got taken out by Remix, but that will be sound barrier shut down for Immortals, and it could have been a big one indeed. It doesn't matter though, because Immortals are actually getting the kills at the moment. They have time down on the point, but Kingarna's done pretty good at stalling so far. Remix comes back on Winston to see maybe if he can shut down Agilities. Now that sound barrier comes through from Immortals. Verbo is able to get it off. Nami ends up going down to Baby Bay, who is up on Tracer, back into the fight for Kingarna, and Connor J is on the May. Some very interesting setups from Congarna. They want that Mei to stall as long as they possibly can, and they are getting the kills off the back of Connor J, Remix, Ajax, all able to clean up there. So Congarna hangs on, doesn't even let Immortals get one tick down on the point.
After mopping that up on Tracer, Baby Bay is going to switch back over to Zarya. Connor J still on Mei, now locking in a Blizzard. Michael with a self-destruct. Maybe Congarna maybe going to keep Remix on Winston on defense?
I mean, I guess they want to be able to fight against agilities. But the wall comes up and they collapse onto Nami as he was the only one that really made it through, and that'll just be another reset having to come in for Immortals. And Congarna doing a good job of defending so far. They'll have a Blizzard, a Primal Rage, and a Sound Barrier to work with for the next fight. And they're getting a little aggressive here, maybe even want to take that wall real aggressive. No, they'll wait for now. Wall comes a bit early for them. And just posturing now, waiting to come in. They do have that Dragon Blade at the ready. There's no nano boost to go along with it. And he got a biotic on himself. Agility's not really able to do too much with it, but the rest of Immortals are able to pick up on some of these kills. 2 for them. Self-destruct set on the point. But didn't really find any kills. Immortals just continuing to mop up here, but the Blizzard comes out from Connor J, will slow them down, but there was no Congarna players around there to actually pick up the kills with that Blizzard. But not even a tick has been put down for Immortals yet. Now they've lost 2 players. Nami and Agilities have both died, and now 3 players down for Immortals. Congarna doing a good job of holding here so far. Still not able to get a tick on the point, but we'll see if Immortals now decide to change things up. Yet we see Agilities is making the switch to Roadhog. Grim Reality had made a switch to McCree as well. I think even going into that previous fight.
He had made the switch, I believe, to counter Baby Bay's Tracer, but Baby Bay changed off, and then Connor J picked it up after changing off Mei, but he's back on Mei again. If they're trying to do any sort of counter-picking on Immortals, it's got to be a bit problematic. But yeah, McCree pushing into the current lineup of Congarna, perhaps not the best selection, but Grim Reality can make it work.
Oh yeah, we've seen him make it work specifically on this map before. For Immortals, he's come out clutch with some final point pushes on McCree, so maybe this is what they need, but there is self-destruct flying in. Really just zoning for both teams. Actually, Michael gets Verbo with his, so 3 kills again for Congarna. Immortals down to 2 minutes on the clock. As this, I mean, it's so tough to break through this last in general, but when you have a Diva and a Mei coupled with that on the last defense, it is so hard for the attacking team to be able to actually get enough of an offense going to win the point.
Immortals, Nami's changed over to Reinhardt, which probably should have happened a little bit ago. Winston not necessarily paying off. Sorry, I'm thinking the other way around. Congarna remixed on Reinhardt for a while now. Winston wasn't necessarily paying off the way I thought it should, but right now Remix getting very close to an Earthshatter. Baby Bay, a Graviton. And Immortals right now, with only really a sound barrier to work with. Nano boost on Aethan, about 20% away.
Congarna have been hanging on here. It's 1:10 for Immortals. That Earthshatter is going to be up and ready for Remix. Congarna definitely looking to that for this next fight. Alongside of that Graviton that they have a nice charge. Oh, both Reinhardts actually charging each other to counteract it, but Congarna are the ones that still continuously coming out on top of these fights. And 3 players are going to be down for Immortals. There's no way that they stay alive in it. Hyped might even end up being a late kill. He is quite hurt. Aethan and Agilities both taking down Michael. No issues here. 35 seconds for Immortals. Ult advantage is massively in the favor of Congarna. I don't see how Immortals could possibly come out and win this next engagement. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them, but
20 seconds left. With that many ultimates, I don't see it happening.
Well, they are already laying off some. Baby Bay went down before he was able to use Graviton, but the sound barrier comes out for Congarna. Remix getting an Earth Shatter to put Aethan on the ground. So far hasn't been able to actually convert on the kill. Verbo helps to take out Remix. That Blizzard laid out on the point. Immortals getting a few kills, but now with the Graviton coming through from Congarna, that should be enough to completely end the offensive side for Immortals. Yes, there it is, just mopping up kills left and right. Again, teams continuing to struggle on the offensive side of Anubis, rightfully so. It's difficult, but Congarna with a good defense as well. And they will stop Immortals there. All they need is 2 points on the offense, Congarna, and they take the first map.
2 points on Anubis, though. That is quite asking for a lot, going to be pressing into Immortals, who are no slouch on defense, but right now Congarna's looking great.
They are looking very good at the moment. It's very tough to push through Graviton and Blizzard. I feel for Immortals, man. I feel for them. It's a difficult thing to do, but it is the change of sides. Immortals looking as though they want Verbo on the Symmetra for their defense. They're going to have to come up with some pretty big defensive holds, Immortals, but Congarna, certainly their game to win here, I would say. But it is, as we've said time and time again, so difficult on the offensive side.
Good old Murloc Mobile.
The Murloc Mobile?
You didn't play World of Warcraft, did you?
No,
No, don't
I
answer
was
that
not.
question.
No.
Don't answer that question.
Now I'm going to
Yes,
get
you
roasted.
did. Yes, you did. We're going to go with that.
Yeah, I totally know those references. Duh. Who doesn't? Well, here's will be Verbo, and I hope Congarna actually stay with Counter J on the Mei. I like that pick. To be honest, he was quite the disturbance on the defensive side. I think he could be just as impactful, honestly, on offense as Mei.
Connor J can play whatever he wants, and I will have faith.
Yeah, that guy could go offensive Torb, and I believe. He might be actually switching over to Pharah, but we'll see what they decide to go with 10 seconds left before they actually come through the gates. But this first fight will be crucially important for Immortals to win. Connor J, yeah, back on the Mei.
Just
all right.
as they come rolling out of the gate here.
We'll see if it pays off, but it is Connor J. I have faith. I have faith indeed. So Congarna starting off, they want to move through this left-hand side, and Verbo did not have the microwave set up in there. So now they're just going to go for a quick engage, giving Remix a backboard to charge into with that wall, and they were able to find Verbo immediately. Congarna looking great off this start here. Verbo immediately switching over to the Lucio, seeing maybe if he can get back to the point to meet up with the rest of his team. Grim Reality is able to get Connor J as he's playing Zarya, but Baby Bay is just melting players on this point. Ethan will come in, maybe try and stall for a little bit, but it is all Congarna in the kill feed. Right now they will take this point with ease. 7 minutes that Immortals have to hang on if they want to stay alive in this first map. I mean, I just can't see it happening. Congarna, I think they'll be able to take this. They have a lot of momentum in their favor right now.
We don't have any ultimates up yet, though, so Immortals do have that going for them. Agility's changing over to Mei to try and delay a little bit of this push for Congarna.
They do have that Mei, as you said, so that should help. I mean, it should help Immortals a bit having Agilities on that. So far, they're going to hang on, though, and Earthshatter comes through, helps Congarna pick up a couple of kills. And they definitely have a numbers advantage on this point, but they need to get the couple of players they did lose back here. Congarna looking very good. Already 1 kill for them. They've used their ultimates in good succession so they can just continue to get kills here. This could be it. Congarna, so much time on the point. No one around for Immortals. That will seal the deal. Congarna looking very good on Anubis. And that will be map number 1 going to Congarna, seeming to be in good form so far to start the day.
Congarna looking hot. 6 minutes and 13 seconds left over on there if they had wanted to just make it last longer. They moved so quickly on that second point.
Oh man, they really did. They made taking the second point look easy compared to what most teams have been putting up there, because I mean they just came right through. They managed the ultimates really well on that last point too. I mean they didn't throw everything. They didn't throw all their eggs in one basket. They waited, used them used them one by one, made sure they were getting value out of each of them, and just continuously cleaning up the Immortals players that were funneling onto the point. Easy take.
Take another look at that final push there as they're able to push it through. Baby Bay on Zarya. Big part of how they were able to get the win here. Garnet will take map number 1.
Big Earthshatter from Remix into Baby Bay, melting those 2 guys on the ground, and then he gets his Graviton shortly after that. He just continues laying in the damage, helps take down Grim Reality. Then he's got he has that. Helps Kingarna pick up 2 more kills, and at this point, it's just Immortals funneling onto the point. There's really nothing they can do in that scenario. Kungarna played that well.
I had faith that Immortals was going to be able to pull it out against Kungarna, especially on Anubis, but right now I'm feeling a little shaken on that. I guess they might fall back to Dorado and hope to pull a win out there, but that's not necessarily a more favorable territory either.
Yeah.
No. We'll see if they're able to respond. Right now, Kungarna looking in top form and just playing so well. They're going to be going into Eichenwald for the second map. But one thing I noticed, we saw Agilities playing Genji, right? We saw Remix playing on the Winston. The moment that Agility switched off, and like he wasn't even back on the point. He hadn't even seen that Agility switched off. Remix predicted that he was going to switch and went back and switched to Reinhardt. So the first time that he came out, not on Genji, the Reinhardt was already there. Like, just that sort of, like, awareness of what the other team was doing. I think just Kungarna, what are they supposed to do against that?
I'm surprised the Winston worked for as long as it did.
Yeah, I mean, that's in that scenario for Remix, all he really wants to do, or I guess his job at that point, is to really just counter Agilities. I mean, to make sure he's not being a big threat on the Genji, and I think he had countered him enough and just kind of had that sense of like, all right, man, this guy's got to switch now. I've killed him like 3 times in a row. He's got to switch to something else, and he called it right. So good heads-up play from Remix.
And they also were consistently being able to isolate Nami, being able to pick him off first. I think I saw 3 fights in a row where Nami was the first one down. And just, you know, when you lose the Reinhardt and you got to fall back and it's such a long walk for him already, so much time lost.
Yeah, I mean, that's just some of the play. Kungarna able to create those isolation incidents. A lot of times that can get caused by the way Michael is able to apply pressure to some of these teams on his diva play. He can get some of that separation, even flying into groups of people and you know, getting a bit of separation behind the Reinhardt shield. And then in that case, they had Connor J on a Mei and just able to kind of get the split on them with the wall. But here we go. Eichenwald it is. Kungarna looking very dominant so far in this matchup, as it is the number 1 and 2 team in our standings currently going at it. And Kungarna takes it. They will move ahead of Immortals into the top spot. So
yesterday, Immortals played Eichenwald twice. They went 3-2 against Renegades and took the map, but against Complexity, it was 0-1, Complexity completely shutting him out and then just going right through the EMP, if I remember right.
Yep.
But Kungarna, they only played it once yesterday in their grand total of 4 games. And it was 3-2 in favor of Liquid. So an interesting selection here for Immortals. Wonder if there's any real reason, perhaps a counter pick against Kungarna, or if it's more just that Immortals feel comfortable with it. After that last match, I'd probably just go for a comfort pick, because right now, set plays from Kungarna are really shutting down everything Immortals is trying to do. Like you said, Nami getting focused rather quickly, and that's just what happens with the way that Kungarna plays, and Agility's already down, Nami already down. This first point is wide open.
Oh man, they just tore it open. Kungarna, another hook comes in from Connor J, forcing Hype to come back down onto the low ground, not letting him stay up top there to try and stagger it later on. It is just all Kungarna. They're looking just like they did in the first. Well, Baby Bay's gonna get killed late. I mean, either way, this is
it's gonna just in time. Nami sets his foot on the first point. Oh, but Connor J with a headshot.
I mean, Kungarna's still staying relevant now. Immortals finally come back. That's about as close as you want to cut it. If you're Immortals, man, if Baby Bay hadn't, he pushed out really far. I think he thought that Kungarna was going to have the easy secure on the point. Oh man, a nice bubble from Baby Bay to keep Blam alive right there. But if Baby Bay hadn't pressed so far forward and kind of overextend, I think Kungarna could have potentially taken that. But
I think he was trying to just delay whoever was coming back to ensure that they were able to cap it at backfiring. When that person ends up being Agilities, hooks him right in. Grim Reality trying to break out a Deadeye. Yeah, he's going to get Ajax with it.
That might be enough for Immortals to hold on. And Agilities comes back out. He's got the nano boost. Was very hurt. All he was able to get was Connor J, but that's enough for them in this scenario. Michael had the nano boost as well, but now getting demeched and should be taken care of her. That was Hype. Yeah, Michael. There we go. Getting taken down. So Immortals hanging on just barely before Kungarna get it, and it'll be a minute 55 on the clock.
It's only 1/3 left on the capture point. Kungarna, they won't have to stand on it long. They can probably ninja cap that if Immortals isn't careful. Immortals, though, they have 4 ultimates to try and maintain this hold on the first point, but Kungarna, they've got 3 ultimates of their own, 2 of them being the Baby Bay Michael bomb combo, and that is deadly.
Baby Bay does lay down that Graviton and the self-destruct into the back from Michael. That's 2 kills now for Kungarna, but they need to keep that going. Make sure that they get it here, because you don't want to use too much more time just working on this first point if you're Kungarna. There they go, getting Furbo. There's Athan. The kills coming through from Kungarna. They will get now this first point, and just under 4 minutes to move through the second phase of this map. Took them a little longer, but in the end, Kungarna getting it done. And that's what matters for them. They will have a couple of bigger ultimates coming online as well for the next fight.
Took them a lot longer. This second stage is now not guaranteed. Earlier, it looked like it was all but guaranteed for Kungarna. Immortals rallying and able to delay a lot longer with just that 1 tick left for Kungarna. Kungarna rolling into the streets phase with an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost on their side. A Sound Barrier is going to be falling right behind Immortals. Got a Whole Hog and a Nano Boost. They're actually pressing right into Kungarna. Kungarna pulling away, really only because Michael went down. So trying to reinforce just a little bit. Agility's looking to see if he can come up with a hook and all of that and delay things even further.
Lucky they didn't get hooked by Connor J right there as they came back around, and now an Earth Shatter out from Remix. He gets a Nano Boost, and he is just going to be laying it in to the Immortals players. Remix is continuing to just swing and swing away. That's yet another kill for him, so now Kungarna going to continue on here. Remix is, or Grim Reality, excuse me, is still behind Remix and the rest of the Kungarna squad, but he's got a Pulse Bomb up, ready to go. 220 for Kungarna to get this next point. Pulse Bomb lands, and it will take out Connor J. So now Kungarna may have to just back up a little bit and try and regroup here, but you actually have Agilities wrapping in through the castle in an attempt to get some extra picks. Grim Reality is definitely doing some work at the moment for Immortals. Buy him a little bit of time here. And Ultimate's definitely coming up for Kungarna here. They will have that famous combination that Kungarna does so well, the Graviton into self-destruct, available on this next fight. And that could be enough for Kungarna to press forward, but we'll have to deal with an Earth Shatter on the side of Immortals. So,
along with a Nano Boost, a self-destruct, a Whole Hog, and Grim Reality's just constantly getting in behind and peppering. He's going to find Blam in the midst of all that.
Charging Remix into the back. Nami gets a Nano Boost. There's a self-destruct down. They use the Graviton as well, hyped with 2 kills. Things just not going away of Kungarna at the moment. I'm not sure in what scenario Baby Bay was trying to use that Graviton. I think they'd already lost a couple of guys. You're probably just want to hang on to it, but they need to get something going here and quick, because it's a minute left for them to make something happen, and Immortals were able to hang on to their Earth Shatter, so that's a big one to have in the next fight.
That would have been a relative victory for Kungarna had they held on to most of those ultimates, but burning them is going to be a huge problem for them. Rolling in here, trying to contest one more time. They might have a backdoor to the carpet with Immortals with a high ground. They're going to have to ninja cap it. Hype's going to fly over just in time to stop it.
There is going to be one good fight on this card here. Earth Shatter from Remix completely whiffs, and Nami gets quite a few down inside of his Earth Shatter. Hype cleans up on 2 of them. Agility's taking out Remix, and now Kungarna just needs to go reset quickly and take one more push on in. They're very close to capping, but they need to make it happen on this next fight. 20 seconds. They're going to have to get there quick.
The problem is Ajax didn't die with him. He's going to have to skate back in order to give him the speed boost and come forward again. That's going to bleed even more time. It might be too much, but it's going to be really close.
Come straight through the castle and just get onto the cart. And they've already lost a lot of health on the side of Kungarna. They need Blam to stay alive to get this Nano Boost off. He is able to get it in time, but Baby Bay goes down for Kungarna. That's not good news for them. They trade back 1 as they take down Agilities. Michael ends up dying as well. Nami, who's very close to an Earth Shatter, could have an Earth Shatter that changes the game for them and seals the deal for Immortals, and that is going to be it. Immortals hold Kungarna before they're able to get the second point. And now we'll go into a change of sides, but Immortals now in a spot where it is their game to win. certainly with a good defense right there.
That last little hold on the first point by Immortals, perhaps what they needed to kind of rally their morale and sucks a lot of the momentum out of Kungarna, who rolled right over him in Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a very different scenario had Immortals not been able to hold that first point just barely. So it is going to be now as we said, change of sides. Immortals looking to end this one and go to a third and final map. We'll see what kind of composition they want to come out with. So far, showing maybe some sort of a dive. We'll see if Agilities, yeah, they are showing the dive. Will they stick with it? It's the other question. But Kungarna looking to put Ajax on the Symmetra here, possibly. So
it's a calculated gamble. If they're able to get through that first point with a lot of time, they virtually guarantee that they'll take the map. But a dive comp can flail against a reasonable defense, and if Ajax gets that teleporter up, I guess the best thing to say for Immortals is they do have a lot of flankers who can get back there and take it out,
right.
But at the same time, when in the attrition game, a dive comp generally not going to be favored against what defense is going to be doing here on Eichenwald.
Well, it's going to have to be a big defense coming out from Kungarna, that's for sure, because they weren't even able to get the second point, and Immortals, certainly a good opportunity for them to send this into the third map. That is for sure. And it seems as though they will be sticking to that dive comp, so let's see how it pays off for them. And this teleporter is going to be imperative for Kungarna to get up and set up a solid defense. And this is Immortals' chance to get back into the game. Remember, this is kind of fighting for who keeps the top spot, who gets to stay the top spot in the standings here. So it's a very important match for both teams, as right away they're going to jump in, focus down some of these targets. A lot of pressure onto Connor J at the moment. He's getting melted, but he manages to actually stay alive. Good support coming out from Blam. All the kills go the way of Kungarna, and Ajax now at 70% on that teleporter. Very soon we'll have that one up.
It's a lot of dangerous ultimates being charged for Kungarna. Nano Boost already up for Blam. Ajax at 75% on his teleporter. Baby Bay and Remix are both below 50%, so Immortals have that going for them. But the only thing they're really breaking up with is, oh, Verbo's getting pulled all the way through. Verbo's going to go down, followed by 8th, and that's both supports for Immortals. Immortals going to have to back off.
Yeah, there's no way they come out on top of this. Maybe just see if they can get one kill or something while they're still in there, but not able to do so. Now the teleporter just a second away from being up for Kungarna. Ajax has got it now, and he'll be setting it up top and side of the house here. And some protection for it as well. But Kungarna so far mounting themselves a pretty solid defense. And if things go awry, they have the teleporter waiting and ready. Another hook for Connor J. He's able to bring in Hype and deal quite a bit of damage. Here comes a Dragon Blade out for Agilities, and now 3 kills the way of Immortals. Things looking much better for them now, but that teleporter is still up. They did locate the teleporter, and Hype's able to take it down. That is a crucial pick onto the teleporter, if you can even call it a pick to get the teleporter, but taking that out of the fight is big time for Immortals, and that should allow them to pretty easily take this first point, since they got the telly, and Kungarna is going to have a big defense in the streets. A very big defense in the streets indeed.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock to get through the second point for Immortals. They do need to take this map to stay alive in this series, to continue their hopes of staying on top.
We'll see. It's going to be a close one, but Immortals, you said this is big for them. They need to take this to stay alive, keep their top spot potentially, but they have so much time to work through this streets phase. Kungarna is going to have a big defense. They have some huge ults to work with right now as they start to drop down onto them. Nano Boost given to Remix. They're first going to see what they can do with that, as they've already gotten Nami. I don't think they'll have to invest anything else into this fight, really. I mean, they've got Hyped out of his mech. Blam goes down, but the numbers advantage will be steadily in favor of Kungarna. And Agilities manages to hang on there, but Garden will back up for a second, wait till they get Blam, but they have Graviton and an Earth Shatter ready to rock and roll for the next fight. They don't want to let Immortals push this payload too far here. Baby Bay's hiding up top, waiting to lay out this Graviton. They're going to want to take a fight sooner rather than later, and that Graviton is going to land right on top of the cart. Baby Bay, who is really hurt, does get finished off. Hyped gets 3 off of his self-destruct, and that is bad news for Kingarna right now. The rest of the players going to die on the cart. They'll have one last shot at holding this off from Immortals, and oh, Ajax even getting killed late right there. That's not good. And
that's the speed Kungarna needs to get back with even more time, and this card is nearing ever so closely right now. Can Kungarna get back in time to even contest this? Where's Baby Bay going?
Oh, Remix gets there in time, and there is going to be a self-destruct that lands down on the point, but 2 kills already going the way of Immortals, and Remix using his Earth Shatter, but there's just no follow-up to be had on the side of Kingarna, and that should be Immortals easily bringing this one in to send it to a third and final map. Yes, it is. We'll be seeing one more to decide who gets to stay the top dogs here in the standings in the Winter Premiere.
Immortals really bringing it back after that loss on Anubis.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely did. The first map, we were like, oh, is Immortals not going to be here? We were really thinking this was going to be a close one, and they're like, no, we're here, we'll stop them. They only gave Kingarna 1 point, quickly pushing through everything on their offense. Great showing there from Immortals.
It was a little bit of trouble at first for Immortals on the offensive side, but I mean, a couple pushes later, it was full steam ahead for them. They just quickly got the first point, and then from there it was just breeze through the streets phase, and
if Kungarna had closed out that first cap as quickly as it looked like they were going to, that would have been a completely different map.
We've hyped up Michael's Diva bombs, but the big ones on this map was hyped. The way that he played, the 3K he was able to get on their offense, big part of what gave them the win here. It was beautiful.
Yeah, this one right here really laid it in for them and kept them in the fight. They continued to move it forward, and I mean, from there it was very scattered for Kingarna to even get themselves back onto the cart. Ajax died late, couldn't get the speed back onto the payload, and I mean, it was just kind of a staggered fight for them from there on out. They just couldn't get the numbers back to take a real coherent fight. Immortals easily cleaned
Well,
up.
did you see that the placement of that Diva bomb? Like, it looked like it was going to go up onto the bridge, so probably Kingarna's like, we don't have to worry about this, and then it doesn't, and it just drops just below it, kills everybody. Beautiful stuff there from Immortals as they send us to a third map. Kingarna has elected to go to Gibraltar. We've seen them play very well here, so you've seen both teams play. You still feeling comfortable with your predictions here?
Yeah, I think I feel good about Kingarna taking it on Gibraltar. They've had some crazy games on this map, I mean, stellar performances from them. So I'm thinking Kingarna should take Gibraltar here. It'll be close, but I think they're going to take it.
Either way, the 2-1 predictions are correct. So
Yes.
I think it can go either way, but I'm going to stick with Immortals. They were able to rally in a very tough situation on the last map, so they're showing the resilience they need to take down Kungarna this time, and they need it very badly. So I'm just going to give a little bit of hype from their corner.
Oh, they certainly did play very well. Nami, again, I felt like he was the key to their defense. He had like 2 or 3 Earth Shatters there at the very last hold that just completely solidified that 1-point score margin.
Nami's a huge factor for Immortals that I think a lot of people, I don't see a lot of talk about Nami when it comes to Rhine players, you know, amongst various websites where people have these sorts of discussions. And I mean, Nami is a great Rhine player for sure. He can play with the best of them, to say the least. But it will be a third map to decide who stays the top dog in the standings here in the Winter Premiere. I mean, these guys have been the most consistent out of all the teams in the Winter Premiere. They have they're kind of in their own little section in the standings, these two, kind of above the middle pack. And really for them, this will decide who gets to be at the very top. So Immortals is there right now, but Kingarna not far behind them. That's for sure. It will be Immortals on the offense first, looking to go quad tank, it seems, and Kingarna will be on the defense. Same setup for Kingarna as they always like to do on the defensive side. I'm sure Baby Bay and Blam just sitting up top on the high ground as Baby Bay can just sit there on 76 and mow down people. And You know, the rest of Kingarna frontlining then, but should be seeing a fight momentarily. Immortals actually sending a few down on this lower end. Agility's maybe looking to see if he can pull one off of the high ground, but just deciding to back up for now. And we'll meet up with the rest of the team. We should be seeing a fight in just a moment as this payload starts to make its way up the hill. Both teams will take a moment to charge up the shields. Make sure they got them full and ready for the fight to happen. Immortals seem like they're not fully positive what they want to do in this scenario. They're finally now starting to group up, though.
See a little bit of fishing to see if they can pick up Michael from his regular kind of troll position up there. Basically screen upper right. He just constantly flies around the backside of the enemy team and just is a problem no matter where they go.
Starting to come through server room now is Immortals. And a hook from Connor J is going to bring Hyped into the front, and Hyped is managing to actually stay alive. Aiden able to give good support. 3 kills for Immortals. Baby Bay, Connor J, and Remix all going down. That is just going to be Michael still in on the cart. See how long he can stall this out for Kingarna, because the payload hasn't made a whole lot of progress. I mean, it's starting to come through now. I don't know if Kingarna players will be able to actually get back here in time to defend from that forward spawn. Looks like they are just going to go and set up for their next phase in the hangar. Blam, unfortunately, getting caught out there for Kingarna, and that's just an unfortunate how the spawn works. Blam, there's not much he can do about it in that scenario, so Immortals taking the time to really press forward and see maybe if they can pick off a couple more people and get some more free cart time, but
a lot of momentum for Immortals right now. They already have 4 ultimates online, and they've basically taken the shuttle. However, Kingarna is now starting to press them back out. Nami's going to drop down and give them that space.
Oh, Connor J got shut down by the Earth Shatter in the middle of being nano boosted, and then a self-destruct landing for Immortals takes out Connor J. Remix down as well, and Blam. Kingarna just never could get themselves together for really a defense throughout this hangar phase, just because of Blam getting picked early, and then they had a couple other unfortunate events. Immortals are just rolling full steam ahead at the moment. Will Kingarna be able to get back in to try and defend this one? Agility's using Whole Hog. Earth Shatter comes through. Self-destruct is on the point. Michael able to pick up Agilities. Nami falls to Connor J, so they are still in it though. Graviton comes through from Grim Reality on the side of Immortals. There wasn't anyone there to actually secure the kills for Immortals though, so Kingarna just barely able to hold on inside of this hangar phase, and Hyped is going to get staggered out here. Potentially Connor J is going to look for this hook, bring him right back in. The sleep on top of that. And Kingarna turn their initial bad situation through the hangar phase into a good one here. They hold on for now. 3 minutes for Immortals.
Definitely a very important hold for Immortals. Essentially retaking the shuttle is kind of the first step to being able to piece that defense back together. Immortals, or sorry, for Kingarna.
But no, you're right.
Right now,
big hold for them.
Kingarna 4 ultimates up at the moment. Get him pull it in Grim Reality. Grim Reality bubble and blow back out. His nano boost on him though.
Well, the Graviton laid out. Connor J getting 1. Connor J with 2. They're off of the Whole Hog. That's enough for Kingarna to hang on here, certainly. And Immortals back to the drawing board. 2 minutes and 30 left for them. And Kingarna just going to go ahead, reset, get themselves back onto some of this high ground, and taking their time. But it's ever since stopping Immortals right before that hangar phase checkpoint, they've been looking good for sure. But Remix soon to have the Earth Shatter. And Nami does have one. That Earth Shatter will be very imperative to Immortals in this fight, to landing and making an impact, and it will be self-destruct to go in first from Hyped. Landing in the back, just zoning really. Now Remix coming through with an Earth Shatter of his own. Big stuff coming out. 8th and Agility's both taken down. Ajax will go down for Kingarna, but the number advantage very steadily in their favor, and Hyped will probably get staggered here as well, as he's trying to run his way over to maybe even just run off the cliff to reset. But Michael ends the sadness. And now minute 25 for Immortals. Gotta start kicking it into gear here soon.
Back-to-back important holds for Kungarna. They have 2 ultimates on the table right now, an Nano Boost and a Self-Destruct. None of the big CC ultimates they need to guarantee that this next hold is going to work for them, but Immortals, they've really only got a Graviton and a Nano Boost to work with. Those 2 are certainly important. Grim Reality is going to be looking to get a big Graviton on this to open this up, but Remix already charging Nami right out of the fight.
Big charge, takes out Nami. Great start for Kungarna. Remix with that Nano Boost secures himself a couple of kills and will secure Kungarna the win on the fight. Immortals pretty much one last attempt to come in, but still such big ultimates online for Kungarna. I mean, you have the Earth Shatter, you have a Graviton, and even that Self-Destruct. That combo alone, Baby Bay and Michael, could easily be enough for Kungarna to seal the deal on this stage, but Immortals gonna have to come in big with their own Graviton. Right here, one last attempt for them.
Baby Bay is looking for his. He's going to drop it right in the back line.
We'll see. Self-Destruct is going to be coming over top. 3 for Michael. That's exactly what Kungarna was looking for off the start of the fight, wiping Immortals off of this cart, and they will be able to hold on as just Ethan is left in for Immortals. They take care of that one nice and easy. It is all Kungarna in the hangar phase. Agility's trying to get himself back. There will be some overtime unless a miracle happens for Immortals. I don't see them being able to press forward. Hype is still in. He's able to get 1 kill. You also have Agility's in on Tracer, trying to stall this one out. For Immortals, Nami's gonna be there, but it's not looking good regardless. He's taken down, and there's so much presence of Kungarna all over the payload, and they hang on. What a defense throughout the hangar phase there from Kungarna. Beautiful set play at the end. We've seen time and time again from Baby Bay and Michael. Graviton, Self-Destruct, the 1-2 punch, putting a nail in the coffin for Immortals. All they need is just a good offense. Kungarna, and it's game over. Third map, just this set play is beautiful. Remix charges through, gets the shield out of it. I mean, you're hard-pressed to find another team, or many other teams in North America that can pull that combination off as consistently as Kungarna does it, and with as big of an impact. I mean, these guys do it time and time again, that combination.
You are there. Immortals is going to need to challenge a little, or channel a little bit of that themselves in order to mount a defense able to stop Kungarna, but that cart is not far enough on Gibraltar for Immortals to be comfortable here whatsoever. Right now, Kungarna looking like it's their game to win.
Certainly is, man. They don't have to, I mean, they pretty much just need 2 points. What, Kungarna, to send this one into the books? That's all they really need. It's not much. They will be looking good. So it will be Immortals now on the defensive side, and so far showing a quad tank setup. And Connor J, well, he was on. He's so far showing Winston. I don't think. Yeah, no, he's not gonna. He's just hanging out in Winston's lab. That's all. He's hanging out in his lab, having a good scratch. Maybe he will stay on this. I don't know. I would doubt it. Every death comes on her. I expect him to play in the Roadhog.
Connor J can play whatever he wants.
Yeah, and be a pretty big impact for it as well. That's for sure. But, yeah, that's what I was expecting to see out of him. Roadhog, he'll be hooking people, and Baby Bay on the 76 to keep that pressure up. But here we go, starting things off. And Baby Bay just looking for a bit of an opening for himself, but we're not really going to see anything until this payload moves a bit forward. Kungarna's looking for their plan of attack.
Immortals are definitely going to need to mount a very, very big hold from the server room area if they want to stay in this game.
They're kind of pressed that way now, Kungarna, but Immortals working their way there as well. Now Baby Bay's got himself up on a perch, up on this high ground. Oh yes, and he's made his way over to the honey hole, but it is hyped, pressing some of the Kungarna players up off of that high ground. But this is exactly where Baby Bay wants to be. Just uncontested pressure that he can lay onto the Immortals players. 2 kills for Kungarna. Remix did go down. Now he's going to drop and really try and help out the rest of his team. But they have an opportunity here. Hype is going to get a nano boost. Verbo went down for Immortals. It's kind of an awkward, prolonged, back and forth fight, but Grim Reality is in a bit of trouble on the cart now. Michael using that attack visor is going to be able to lay in quite a bit of damage. He's just waiting for this health pack, but Kungarna keeping steady movement on the payload. See you later, Agilities. Oh man, and now there is going to be self-destruct on the cart, but Kungarna definitely has numbers here. Immortals, I mean, they keep filtering through. They're kind of delaying, but Kungarna now will finally grab that first point. They want to try and catch some of these forward spawners out. I think Nami will go down.
Oh, that's a disaster.
Oh, it certainly is. Oh, they get Agilities too. Connor J nearly dying, but manages to stay alive. Kungarna, very good scenario here.
Now Kungarna rolling into the second stage with 4 minutes and 20 seconds again. 2 ultimates for them, a nano boost and a whole hog. Baby Bay is working on that tack visor. If they can get a nano visor up, and with how much he's been flanking Immortals so far, that's going to absolutely gut whatever defensive positions they have lining up for them. Grim Reality getting very close to a graviton of his own. Hyped actually getting pulled forward in the midst of Kungarna. He's trying to stay alive. He's going to fly away, getting demeched. It's all going wrong for Immortals right now.
Oh, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, there's, well, now 4v4 fight, so they're still going back and forth. Here comes a Graviton, though, and Baby Bay. Oh, it's another, shut down. See ya. That's what Immortals needed to take that fight. Absolutely needed to win it.
Agilities with a turnaround hook. If it wasn't for that, that might be looking at Kungarna pushing it in right now. It was certainly getting a lot closer, but some opening picks for Kungarna, really putting Immortals in a very, very tight situation, fighting from the ropes, but Immortals able to come back from that. They do have a nano boost and a sound barrier on their side, along with Agilities working on his whole hog. Kungarna has a self-destruct, but Baby Bay's Graviton is out. They didn't make that one work for him.
Charging in his remix, takes Nami all the way into the back. That might be a secured kill for them. Sound barrier for both sides. Here is Earthshatter does come down from Remix. It's going to help Kungarna get a couple of kills, but if they just get this payload a bit further, they'll be able to send it home. Immortals staying relevant in the fight, though, as they do keep coming back with some kills. And now Agility's even using the whole hog, but he is quite hurt, getting healed up by Ethan as we speak. Ethan coming back to get the sleep onto Connor J, and Connor J is going to get cleaned up by Agility, so Kungarna just need to reset at this point as they continue to lose players.
So many of these fights breaking into essentially a Royal Rumble as everybody's just splitting off into their own respective corners. Connor J on Agilities, etc. Right now, Hype dealing loose that self-destruct. Not really going to pick anybody else up. Nominate Agility's picking up 2 off Kungarna in the meantime. Immortals, they're getting that defense way back in line. And right now, Kungarna's the one who might be looking like they're not going to complete this. Immortals, if they can take this, they're going to take this series. Kungarna, however, if they can take this, they'll take the series and the standing position. And they're going to want that pole position moving into the round of 4 for sure.
They are going to, absolutely right. They want that #1 spot. You know how bad both of these teams want it. And it all comes down to this match. Who has the #1 spot is whoever comes out on top of this match. Now that's just standings for now, but still very big indeed. Now Kungarna looking to come back in and seal the deal on this match. Nami getting the nano boost very soon to have an Earthshatter as well. Charging into the back, earning 2 kills. For Immortals, they're hanging on right here. Remix does get Nami, but Michael out of his mech, sure to go down in just a minute. And things are looking a bit iffy for Kungarna, especially with how many. I mean, look at the ults for Immortals here.
What a comeback from Immortals so far. Yeah, they got 4 ultimates online with 1 minute and 15 seconds left for Kungarna. But Kungarna, however, they have 3 of their own ultimates already in Baby Bay. He's at 80%, and he's going to be looking to combine with Michael to really open up this defense and get this next push moving. Right now, Immortals, however, they're just keeping Kungarna completely scattered.
Yeah, I mean, Hype comes in. He's really keeping these players separated. Hype has got to be. Yeah, he's really low on health. They can. Yeah, they do get him out of the mech. So I mean, if they can find that kill, even that would be huge for them. Here comes the Graviton up top. Oh, the self-destruct just didn't quite land inside of the ship, and now the counter Graviton's going to be used from Immortals, but Congarna so far get one. They take down Nami. Grim Reality's going to fall as well. Ethan trying to keep this alive for Immortals along with the rest of the guys that are still left around this card. Now Agilities is going to get a nano boost. Gets one. Takes down Connor J. There will be a self-destruct that lands in there as well from Hyped, but Congarna are the ones that are finding the kills. Immortals desperately trying to stay in this fight. It's all going to come down to this one, as Immortals still have players here. Nami's back into the fight. Congarna still have players as well. Ajax is here alongside of Michael and Baby Bay. And the longer this goes on, the more players Immortals are going to be able to get back to the card. They're still going at it back and forth. Immortals now come back with kills of their own. Agility's coming up on Genji. Finds one. Immortals with three. Still hanging on for dear life here, but Congarna continue to filter onto the point. Grim Reality finds, Ajax remix going down to Nami as well. There's a self-destruct down on the point. That might just be Immortals hanging on. They take down Congarna, staying in the #1 spot in the standings down to the wire. Can you believe it? Immortals, somehow the defense for the ages.
What a game, what a team rallying when it mattered the most.
At the very, very top. Just when it looked like Congarna could knock them off, all they had to do was push it through that second point, but that second point hold. We've seen that second point hold defense from so many teams, and Immortals giving us a great demonstration.
Man, that was two stellar defenses from both teams, but Immortals, I thought they were going to be dead meat, man. I got to be honest. I thought Congarna was just going to be able to breeze through. They had so much momentum, but Immortals stepping up when it matters. And that's really what counts in the end. And they pull out a big, big win against Congarna right there.
They do pull out the win, and it felt like at the end, like Congarna had opportunities to finish off that push, but like you pointed out, like they felt like they were spread out. It was a whole bunch of like 1v1s going on instead of like a lot of focus from the team. Was it Congarna losing that point, or was it, I mean, obviously Immortals deserved the win, not trying to take anything away from that.
It looked like some of the set plays for Congarna was just coming off the rails. Immortals was actually surviving them as they would happen, and then everybody just kind of scattered as they were getting caught into whatever was the shiniest objective around at the time. I mean, a lot of Roadhog 1v1s, as I was noticing.
Yeah, and I think one of the other crucial points in that final phase there was they went for their patented combo, so to speak, the Graviton into the self-destruct.
Yeah.
Michael couldn't quite get his mech to actually land in the ship in the middle of the Graviton combo, and they got nothing out of that. They were banking on that because Baby Bay threw it up into the ship. They had no players directly there to follow up with damage. There was nothing there that was going to get kills other than that mech. And in the final minute like that, they had all their eggs in that basket. It didn't pay off, and then from there on, Congarna really just had nothing else to take the point.
Which is going to be frustrating on the side of Congarna because that set play was working in this match better than any of the other games we had seen previously. Like, they had a great one earlier on in the game, but not able to pull it off there as Immortals gets the win. Take a look at that final defense one more time as they're able to get the 3-game thriller.
Oh, I went back and forth so many times on this defense too, but Immortals did a great job of just stalling and stalling and stalling. They came back, Agility's able to get Connor J there, and I mean, it was a good hold in the end, and Congarna just couldn't get their players back there quick enough and actually get frags to stay relevant in the fight. And then you have self-destruct, tried to get something done. Michael ends up going down, and that's a really big win for Immortals. Not only stay in the top spot, but just for, I mean, confidence sake. They got to be feeling good there, and I'm sure Congarna's they're probably a bit disappointed in their performance. I know that they wanted better for themselves, but hey, man, they're still sitting pretty good spot overall.
They're still sitting up there in the top. Immortals going to take the win. Big part of that win was Hyped. We're Hyped here on the desk, and Hyped is on the line. How you feeling, dude? Are you as hyped as we are right now?
That was an intense finish. Oh my god, it was insane. I died. I was the first one to die, and I had to like rush back and hope my team could do it, and they did. So.
Oh, they did. You guys held on. Take us through that final point right there. Like, how was comms for you guys? What was that like on the side of Immortals?
There was a lot of yelling, and then at some point someone said we're going to LAN. So that's all I remember. It's crazy.
That's fantastic, dude. Now, looking forward in your schedule, tomorrow you guys have to play Liquid, who is really on a hot streak right now. Any thoughts about your opponents for tomorrow?
Yeah, that's interesting. We scrim them a lot, but they seem to pull out some like secret stats and stuff in LANs. They are in tournament games. They always do significantly better in tournament games versus us than they do in scrims, which is not like some teams do like worse in scrims, sometimes do better in scrims, and we always have to watch out for them. They always are ready, and they're really smart, and they research their opponents and they play accordingly. So we have to be ready for that.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to that match. Now, you got anything you want to say? Any shout-outs to fans, friends? I said friends and family, I think.
Yeah, shout out to my whole family and my team for pulling it through on the last game.
Fantastic, dude. Well, good luck, and we certainly hope to see you at LAN.
Thanks.
Awesome. That is hyped there. Friends and family. I'm not fans and family. I think I don't know what was happening there, but that is going to do it for that match right there. What an exciting one. We'll take a look at the standings. Immortals will keep their top spot, at least for the time being. Congarna sitting pretty at number 2, tied up with Liquid right now, and Complexity. Oh my goodness, it's so close.
That is very, very tight right there, man. The top 4 is going to be just a brawl, an all-out brawl to see who can make it into it. Immortals are sitting great up there, being able to secure that win. I mean, they got to be just nearly guaranteed. I mean, they're sitting in a great spot, but that's going to be a race to the finish, man. Big race to the finish. Couple more matches today and then tomorrow, and it's gonna decide it. So these teams got to put the pedal to the metal.
Absolutely. We have a few more matches in store for you today. That was match number 3. We got 2 more in store. Liquid versus Luminosity will be next. Renegades for Complexity will round out the day. These 2 here gonna be big, have lots of implications for the standings.
That's right. There's a couple of these teams that are sitting in the very middle of the pack. So both teams going to want to bring it. Liquid getting a win earlier today, and it's going to be, I don't know, after that win, I'm sure they're feeling good. And Luminosity also losing to Complexity. So, I mean, going into this one, I'm definitely feeling Liquid. Though in the last matchup that they played against each other in the group stage, the round of 8, Luminosity did win 2-1. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
And in the qualifiers, 2-0 was also Luminosity. So, but especially referencing the last performance they had in group play, it's very, very important for Luminosity to win this one again. Otherwise, if they get into a tiebreaker, there's no head-to-head result. And it's very, very possible for both Liquid and Luminosity to end up fully tied by the end of this.
And right now, there are 2 wins separating Liquid and Luminosity. So Luminosity really wanting to get the win here to keep themselves up in that group. So as we move forward to talking about the match, Liquid, if they get the win here, they would take the number 2 spot right now because there's a 3-way tie for 2 through 4. So this one's big for them. They would love to get the win here.
Yeah, and the players are really going to be looking to in this one. If they go anywhere that has a control point on it, you're going to be looking at AZK, even throughout payload maps or hybrid maps, anything. Him and Mezer, Rafa, I mean, so many good parts to this team that have really started to come together as of late. They had a big win earlier today, and they'll be looking to carry that on, to hang a big part of that on the Ana play, and even AZK, whether it be 76, whether it be Roadhog, whether it be Tracer. He makes big plays for Liquid time and time again. Pair that with Rafa on the Diva, who's also a big part of it.
Now, switching over to Luminosity, they had a loss earlier today, a 2-0 loss, and they're going to need to bounce back here. So take me through the mindset of this team. What do they need to do against Liquid?
I mean, I think for them, if they go anywhere control point, you got to shut down AZK. But you have a lot of great players here on the side of Luminosity, right? I mean, Ube, who's I think struggled at times throughout today, but you have Spree, Super Pluke. I mean, some brilliant talent on the team to try and take on the squad of Liquid, but it's certainly going to be a tough one.
In the past, we got to see a lot of good play come out of Icefelt, and I think anytime Luminosity can find a situation to really let Icefelt flex his DPS capabilities, along with Ube, is going to be really important to them. We haven't seen them play Lijiang Tower today, I believe.
I think Liquid did earlier, but I don't know about Luminosity.
No, Luminosity did, so that's probably something I would think that they want to get into. At the same time, with the way Liquid's been playing control point lately, that's the dangerous proposition. Right now, I feel like this was Liquid's game.
Yeah, that's how I'm kind of feeling about it too. It's definitely their game. I don't know if I want to say their game to lose, but I think they have a very good opportunity to take this match, certainly. But it's also a big one for Luminosity. Both teams certainly going to want to come out with the A game.
Absolutely, yeah. Luminosity, when you get into like the group of 6 here, like it's really hard to say that like one team is significantly underneath any other team. Anyone can take the win on the day, but right now it does feel like Liquid very, very hot and needing to just continue to steamroll here if they want to move forward. Now we're going to start on Dorado. I haven't gotten predictions from you guys yet, but Dorado, thoughts about this map, thoughts about this matchup?
As far as this goes, I mean, honestly, I think I would. I think I'd take Liquid here 2-0. I think I feel good about them right now. I think they're really starting to bring it together. I'll take Liquid 2-0.
I definitely think it's going to be Liquid. I'm a little bit hesitant to say 2-0, but I don't think it's unreasonable at all. It's certainly possible. I think it's really going to depend on that middle map. I'm going to give it 2-1, but still in favor to Liquid.
Okay, so do you think Luminosity is taking the win here on Dorado, or is Liquid taking this one?
I think this is going to be Liquid's map.
Alrighty. Yeah. So what would Luminosity need to do to beat Liquid?
Well, I think make sure that, well, you shut down, obviously, AZK, but I think for them just being able, if depending on what they run with Ube, making sure that he's on something that, like if it's going to be Genji or Roadhog, I think making sure they get good effect out of him and that he comes and plays impactful for Luminosity. I think that'll be key, getting whether it be frags or something in that vein. Because
the moments where Renegade were really doing the best against Liquid, they were taking out Mezzer first. So if you're able to kind of create some sort of set play that they can rely on to go after Mezzer, then that's going to be Liquid or Luminosity's best chance overall. But just in general, I don't feel like they've been synergizing as well as we saw from them in the first phase.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And Liquid right now have really got it, really kind of got it going. They had a great match on Dorado earlier, good defense. They were able to shut down Renegades. So we'll see as we head into it here. Liquid are starting on the defensive side. ID will be on the 76. And AZK will be playing the Roadhog. Rafa going to be going for the Diva play. Now, Luminosity, in terms of what they're bringing to the table on offense, looks like a pretty standard composition. 4-tank, quad tank for them on this one. No DPS to be had, at least no pure DPS, squishy DPS. They got just the Roadhog here, really, along with the Zarya, but it'll be quad tank versus triple tank here. Luminosity versus Team Liquid. As we move forward here, Luminosity just moving the card along, looking for that hook opportunity for Ube. Moment, but it's just a big poke war until that actually happens. Or Reinhardt decides to charge. There will be the hook in the back from Ube, not quite finding it now. Luminosity actually wrapping themselves around through the courtyard. They're going to try and maybe come through the stairs. That's what a lot of teams have been doing lately in terms of the offensive side of this map.
Keep yourself away from a kill zone. You actually come into a much safer area. There's no real direct path around that kind of stand that you see roughly screen center at the moment. A hook coming out, but AZK actually going to take down Super Plug. That's going to be a problem for Luminosity trying to push in with no Reinhardt.
And they got the bubble onto Super Plug. Mineral tried speed boosting them around to come help out Super Plug, but it just wasn't enough in the end. A good hook from AZK to start things off that will stifle the push of Luminosity. Time to go back, regroup. Mezzer's already got an Earthshatter ready to go. It's up very early for them, so Liquid have an opportunity to just go in with this Earthshatter. I'm sure Mezzer knows that he's got it pretty early, or much earlier than Luminosity has any of their ultimates. So in this scenario, you have a pretty big opportunity to use it, almost get another secured team fight. Certainly.
And there's a nano visor to back it all up as well. In the event that that goes wrong, ID just 3% away from the tack. Luminosity still posturing and waiting for their moment to come down the stairs, but Team Liquid isn't really giving them a chance. Never mind, they're going to take a different approach.
Coming out through the top window there, Mezzer looking for maybe that Earthshatter opportunity. The nano visor is popped off in the back. ID gets one onto Icefeld as he was knocked out of his suit. ID with two, getting Ube on top of that, and the rest of Liquid chime in to clean up the Luminosity players. So that is a good hold coming out from Liquid, and Luminosity now down to 1:45.
Liquid doing a great job so far. They still held on to Mezzer's Earthshatter. AZK has a whole hog, and Rafa has a self-destruct. Minstrel's working on a sound barrier here that could be exactly needed, or exactly there, right at the right time, as Luminosity is moments away from getting a Graviton on Spree. Superfluke also has an Earth Shatter for Luminosity, but right now, a minute 20 left in Luminosity's assault.
And Earth Shatter still up, gets charged all the way into the back, uses, oh, there was Superfluke actually that uses Earth Shatter. Mezzer did not, and they get the one-player advantage out of the gate. Mezzer goes down, Spree finishes the kill, Spree gets 2 for himself, and things looking much better for Luminosity here. They use a sound barrier in the end to just make sure. There's a couple of Liquid players left, but they will get mopped up shortly afterwards, and Luminosity finally gets something going on the offense. They get the first point, and we'll be looking to continue that momentum in here through the streets.
That is the right play at the right time for Luminosity. That was getting very close to a full hold for Liquid.
Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Luminosity. Certainly, but Mezzer is still hanging on to that Earth Shatter. He got it so early during that first point. I don't think he ever used it. He's still holding on to it, so.
Oh, Icefelt almost knocking off Mezzer. Mezzer's going to go ahead and drop anyway. He's getting slept mid-air.
Oh, but Superfluke then gets hooked by AZK in the middle of it. What a chain of events right there. Everybody's stopping the set play, but oh man, Mezzer is still alive. And he actually got Superfluke. So 2 kills for Liquid. They're going to try and wrap back around and probably get back onto this high ground, yes. Bringing it back in.
And Nanovisor back on the table for Liquid. Mezzer did burn the Earth Shatter in the last fight. Rafa still has the self-destruct, though, for Luminosity. They have a Nano self-destruct in an Earth Shatter, but Spree not quite to his Graviton yet.
And just going to be waiting up top. Superfluke does have that Earth Shatter, as you were saying. That'll be a big one for Luminosity in this next fight. The Nanovisor, if they can come in at the opportune time with that Icefelt actually getting hooked, and he had already used some of his defense matrix, so he's got, oh no, gets Earth Shatter in the middle of an ID, and that will start it off for Luminosity. Spree gets ID. They do come back with 1 as they get Spree, so now Liquid want to try and lay in the pressure right back in. Rafa throws his self-destruct up. There will be a counter self-destruct. Well, both sides using it, but no kills with it, just a bit of zoning presence. Icefelt now getting the nano boost, and here we're going to see what maybe he can do with that one as he sends forward a bit, now trying to push Liquid back further and further to make sure they can get some distance on this payload. A minute and 20 left for Luminosity to get this next point, and we'll have a couple of ults to work with, but Liquid have a lot to defend with. They need to make use out of these ultimates when they all come back up.
And they do have 4, and this is their moment to hold. A minute and 10 left for Luminosity's offense.
Already 3 ultimates used on the side of Liquid. 4 used for Liquid here, but still not finishing up kills. Ube finally goes down, who had used his whole hog. They respond, getting 1 onto ID. It's a bit of a trade, and the Earth Shatter in from Superfluke, completely denied by Mezzer's shield. There is going to be a mech bomb into the back by Icefelt, but cleaned up by Mezzer. Need to make sure these Liquid players stay on the cart because Luminosity just about finished it off. 1.5 meters. Nearly got it. Superfluke chiming in with a couple of kills, but Liquid are still there. They have a presence. They're holding on, but they need the respawns to continue to filter in for them. Superfluke getting Minstrel then yet. And now the self-destruct flying high from Rafa gets Ube. And I think this might be time for Luminosity to regroup and meet up because they only have 20 seconds to work with. They need one more good push.
20 seconds. ID's holding on to attack visor. If he can get up to the high ground, which he's working on right now, in one of the most deadly positions in this final point here, our final push of the second point. Luminosity's got to get back here soon, but this is going to be a tough battle.
Well, here we go. It's down to the wire for Luminosity. Now getting their way onto the card. Superfluke is there. Shield's not looking too healthy, though. Now attack visor is used from ID. He's up inside of the chapel, and he has Rafa there to help defend himself. He's trying to get onto these supports in the back, using all the right click, getting that damage down. It's a 1-for-1 trade now. 2 kills go the way of Liquid, 3 in their favor. This should certainly be the end for Luminosity. They strike back with 1 or 2, but I don't know if it will be enough. There is a pulse bomb from Ube that gets Minstrel, but he was taken down before that. No one around from Luminosity. Liquid hold on yet again. The second time for them today where they stop a team before the second point. And now it is all on Liquid. Send her home.
Looked like today's map history for Liquid is going to repeat itself. That is a pretty great defense for them, and Luminosity, they're going to have to put together a far better one in order to halt Liquid's progress in this series. Liquid just one half away from sealing this up.
Very, very close. Very close. They are looking good, though. To say the least, it looks as though Luminosity on the defensive side want to maybe try and use the Symmetra. Actually, Liquid didn't opt to go for Symmetra on their defense. A lot of teams have been doing it quite a bit recently on the Dorado defense, but Liquid did not, and they made out just fine. But Luminosity want to try their hand at it. They're going to need a really strong defense here if they want to take this first map, but definitely things looking to be in favor of Liquid here. But, in terms of the rest of the defense of Luminosity, it's pretty standard stuff. Quad tank. What else did you expect? Liquid, they got it's seeming to be another quad tank on this side, so it's you know, it's Overwatch. It's what these guys like, and it's the old tried and true.
Symmetra from Mineral is going to have to put up a very, very big defense with this. The teleporter could play a large role in that in the event the Team Liquid doesn't send Rafa to go find it. So far, they've just been playing the 4 tanks. They're going to be able to, or it looks like they're going to play the 4 tanks. That's going to be a little bit easier to keep a Symmetra up against. You not have to deal with kind of the flank potential of a Tracer or a Genji or something like that to get back there. At the same time, though, if Liquid barrels through this very early, then that Symmetra will be irrelevant.
Well, it's go time for Liquid. It is go time, as they are just continuing to press up here. And they do need this. They need this value out of the Symmetra. As Mineral is already at 20%, but they're going to be sending them down. I think Liquid, yeah, they're going to go for the same strategy everyone else has really been doing as of late, is just come around on this courtyard side, down the stairs. It's really probably your safest bet to come through here. Super Plute getting a good charge onto Mezzer right into the wall. Just how things started off when Liquid were on the defensive side. And we'll have to go ahead back for the reset.
And Luminosity being very aggressive with it. And it's paying off so far. Rafa getting pulled all the way in the back, and Mineral already up with what will very likely be a teleporter for Luminosity.
That's, yep, there it is, the teleporter. Called it. And that'll be big for Luminosity here. Though we've seen some instances today where the teleporter just ends up being an ult feeder for the offensive team. Hopefully that isn't the case for Luminosity, but they do have it up nonetheless, and that's a good news for Luminosity fans. Now Rafa's going to get the nano boost. He comes forward, nice hook from Ube. Oh goodness, on to Mezzer. It gets the final blow. Luminosity 2 kills. Rafa wasn't really able to do much of anything with the nano boost he was given. That'll stall things out a little bit more here as Luminosity are able to hang on. 2 minutes left for Liquid to make it happen.
Well, 3 ultimates for Luminosity's defense make that 4. With Mineral's teleporter already out, you might as well kind of count it as 5. And he's going to get to that nano boost very quickly. That is an arsenal to work with for Luminosity. Liquid so far not getting an inch on this offense. Luminosity looks like they might be able to do what they need to do in order to prevent Liquid from taking this map.
They have a lot of utility in the bank. That is for sure. Now here comes the Graviton Surge. Will there even be a self-destruct? I don't think they need it. 3 kills for them. And really, I mean, that was a fight. Liquid, they probably knew they were at the ult disadvantage. You know, there wasn't much that they were going to do in that scenario. So they go in, they made them use a couple of ults. Luminosity, they make them burn a few, and Liquid just want to try and build up theirs, but they don't have a whole lot of time to work with. I mean, 1 minute and 10 seconds, you have a couple more good fights left in you, and that teleporter is still up.
Good fights, but one big Earth Shatter from Mezzer will certainly tear it wide open. You still have to deal with the reinforcements from the teleporter, but that self-destruct is going to be thrown out. It's going to pick up Hedan. That's very big for Liquid.
That is a big kill indeed. Now, Icefeld is going to lay his own self-destruct out, doing nothing other than zoning for the time being and just delaying the push of Liquid, but they are starting to get the kills. They need to find that teleporter, though. That's going to be crucial for them on this fight. I mean, they are gaining ground. They're continuing to get kills over and over here. Rafa gets 2. He is going to get their nano boost actually comes out on an Icefeld. Here's another Graviton. AZK is going to town. at the moment, but this is pretty much going to be the last fight. Liquid needs to keep this momentum going. Respawn's coming through, but I don't know if anybody else from Luminosity is going to be able to get back into this here. They are continuing to come through, but someone's got to touch the payload or they're going to get this checkpoint. They do make it in the end. No one from Luminosity could get onto the cart in time, and it is just feeding the ults into Liquid. They're just raking in the kills. And that's going to help tremendously. They want to find maybe even some of these stragglers at the end of it. So there we go. Liquid starting to get things together. Not a whole lot of time to work with through this next phase.
No, but Luminosity is surrendering the early defense because that came so close. Right now, Liquid are on the offense. Gonna be pushing in with about 5 ultimates into this next fight. Luminosity is taking away the high ground, though, so maybe they are going to get that early defense just in time.
Oh, it's go time. We're getting down in the final minutes. Luminosity do have a lot of ults, so let's Earthshatter through, and now Hedan giving off the nano boost. Both teams had used nano. No actual kills have come through yet. Now the Graviton is going to be in on all these Luminosity players. There's a biotic on all of them too. This is a big opportunity for Liquid. ID with 2 on Zarya, 3 for ID. Just going to town right now for Liquid. That's going to help tremendously. And now just 1:25 to move it up, but they have beautiful presence. They might even be able to get almost a staggered kill onto Hedan right there. He gets back in time, but Luminosity got to get back to the cart quickly here, or it's all Liquid on map 1.
Oh, Luminosity, it's going to be very close here. They don't have any ultimates to work with. Team Liquid, it's moments away if they can keep themselves on the cart. AZK being slept in the back.
Oh, AZK got a lot of damage off onto 1. Super Plute, though, manages to get himself healed up again. Liquid did get 1 kill, but there's 2 up for Luminosity at the moment. They got 2 kills, I should say. Liquid are still sticking around here on the card. They either need to start coming up with some kills or just reset. And yeah, Rafa's just going to go for the reset. Mezzer comes in as well. That's a good choice from Liquid to just go back to the drawing board here. They need to get 1 good coherent push in with the time that they have left. It's 30 seconds. They're going to have some big ults to do it, but Luminosity will also have some really big ults online. It's going to be a brawl for the finish here.
20 seconds left for Liquid to finish this off. They have an Earthshatter, a Nano Boost, and perhaps a Graviton in the next fight, but Luminosity, they've got 6 ultimates of their own, and they're going to let them loose here as Liquid. Only 1 person on the cart. Mezzer's standing wide out in the open. The Graviton's coming out.
Oh, this is so much coming in from Luminosity. All the eggs in the basket here. Earthshatters galore. Nano Boost, 2 kills for Luminosity. They might just hang on here. Rafa gets 1, but there's not going to be enough around for Liquid, surely, right? There's just not enough for them to take on this fight. Luminosity had so many ults here, but they're going to try and stall as long as they possibly can. Rafa laying in his self-destruct, trying to get back into the mech. He will get there, buying maybe enough time to stay in it. Minstrel even using Sound Barrier, but Liquid need to start getting kills. That's really the big part for them. They have all the fast heroes coming back into the fight. Liquid are still in this, though. They're getting the reinforcements. They're staying alive. Rafa is team mech. They trade 1 for 1. Hedan and Mezzer both going down. Super Pluke using the Earthshatter. That's 4 kills for Luminosity. They are going to take this in overtime, just barely. Oh, map number 1. That should be just about it, right? ID, yes, there he goes. Going down, but oh man, couldn't get too much closer than that. Luminosity strike first and take map 1.
I don't think we've seen a 3rd point of Dorado today, have we?
Nope. We haven't.
That is map number 7 today that has gone 2-1. Oh, I counted some Anubises in there. I counted 2 Anubis, 5 maps, not including Anubises, that have gone 2-1. What defensive holds we are seeing from teams after seeing first 1 defensive hold and then they're like, we will do you 1 better and hold you just 10 meters short.
Nobody can get through the second phase of these maps, man. It's amazing, especially at Dorado here. It's like just no one can get past the second checkpoint. And you said it. I mean, these teams have been having good defensive holds, and it's good to see at least. Teams have really worked on the defense side, and maybe it's a combination of teams struggling on offense too. I'm not sure which quite yet, but sure there's a mix of both in there for sure.
Well, it's really interesting because on that second point, both teams' spawns are decently far away. You know, there's no one that's like right there up on top of the point, and yet the defenses are consistently being able to create so much pressure to push the other team off just long enough to get that overtime win. And like, was there anything that you saw, David? I'm coming to you with this one. Is there anything that you saw was a difference maker here for Luminosity? We thought Liquid was going to be taking this one. Luminosity needing this win more than Liquid did, and they were able to pull it out. What were they able to do here?
Really, it's just your basics. They were getting much more efficiency out of their ultimates.
Yeah, I think they were, time and time again, they made big plays happen with the ultimates, and whether it be Earth Shatters or Gravitons, and there was times where I think Liquid were coming in with them and just, I don't know, it just didn't seem like there was like follow-up or...
Yeah, I will add a caveat. On the first point, there was a few whiffs on it, but also in that last final defense, they dumped 6 and didn't completely wipe the floor with Liquid, so it's a little bit less efficiency overall, and Liquid did a great job just trying to stay in that fight, but overall, Luminosity keeping the efficiency up to where they were able to have 6 in the final fight.
And then you see here, this is where Luminosity just had loads, well, they had loads of ults to at least start the fight off. And Liquid at first, they looked as if they weren't going to hold on, but Rafa really kept himself alive. That's a brilliant sleep dart to put Ube down. But I mean, Liquid actually at one point in time had a decent shot. They got respawns back and stayed in it, but in the end, Luminosity, that Earth Shatter is what sealed it right there. Super Fluke laying it down, and he caught so many inside of it. It was just cleaning up from there.
I felt like we talk a lot about the heavy hitters here, and I felt like this particular match was a good example of Ana's big difference maker. I felt like the biotic grenades were on point from both Dahang and Hedon. I saw like every time there was a Graviton Surge or anything, there was always purple health bars in it. Like, they were doing an excellent job.
Yeah, the biotic grenades are just so big in the game right now, and I mean, even going into the next patch, I still think they're going to be huge. The only thing that got changed was healing for the biotic grenades, at least in its current state in the PTR. So I mean, those, even going into the next patch, I think they're going to be just as big. Right now, I mean, anytime a Graviton gets out there, you don't even need to use it for healing all the time. That thing, just, you know, denying the other team heals is huge.
Right. Yeah, both Hedon and Dahang are very great at placing them both as a kind of a defensive measure and an offensive play. But as we heard Dahang say yesterday, sometimes the grenades land, sometimes they don't. Especially with D.Va on the field, you can throw them from pretty far away, and you never know if it's actually going to land. But that match certainly making a big impact.
Yeah, they can come up huge, especially if the other team, say, has something like a Zen. You can pretty much deny that whole transcendence with a big biotic right in the middle of it. It's incredible what it can do. Part of the reason why just Ana is so strong in this meta right now. But either way, we head on to Lijiang Tower, where Liquid had a absolute brawl.
There's fish down here?
What? I didn't know that.
Well,
that's a big boy.
Well done, spectators. Well done.
Thank you for enlightening us. And the fish are like in sync too. I'm being told the fish is also named Tommy. So good.
Oh man.
Yeah, Tommy. Everything's Tommy. Well, we started to go into game 2, but it looks as if we have a pause. So we're back.
It is.
Hello.
That'll be a thing. So are they all named Tommy? Are all the fish named Tommy?
Yeah, can we get
assume
confirmation
so at this point?
Yeah, probably.
I'm being told they're all named Tommy. That has to be confusing at the fish parties.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy what? How do they differentiate? They were all in the sink, too, and they were swimming.
Yeah.
Can't even tell the difference in swimming. Hey, we're back.
I mean, how do you tell them apart in school?
Oh. Oh, God. I hate everything. Well, all right, here comes Luminosity.
Pretty much.
The point unlocks in a second, and well, see you later, Dahang. That'll be a trade on the Anas, actually. And since the pause happened, I'm a little discombobulated, but Ube, not confused about that one, comes in with a big hook, shuts down Mineral. And that will be Luminosity taking the point first here. And we're just going to be, it's going to be the reset standard stuff, you know.
Super Fluke already up to 80% on his Earth Shatter. Mezer's also up to 60, so not a huge difference there. Never mind, Super Pluke just getting a big fire strike, and he's already got it locked and loaded. He's going to be looking to turn the tides with this fight, dropping it very early, and there it goes. Mistral getting caught in it.
Oh, but Liquid, well, it's a 4v4 fight now, so I mean, both teams coming through. Hedan barely staying alive, actually ends up going down to AZK, who, again, is on Tracer, and he's going to be cleaning up targets all day long. And Rafa's got now a nano boost. He wants to take on Spree. ID gets the final blow there, but Rafa gets Icefeld, so quite a presence for Liquid here on the point. They should certainly take this. And Super Pluke tried to get back in, delay a bit, but a bit too strong. Liquid is they're able to deny him entrance, so now Liquid will get the point back, start to tick up on the scoreboard for themselves, and they'll have quite a number of ultimates, or at least two big ones coming up. Graviton, Earth Shatter, and they're attempting to move through White Room side as well, so see a fight ensue here just a second. Luminosity's got quite a number for themselves. ID is going to stay alive from that self-destruct that came in back. Man, Ube off of the whole hog and the nano boost gets 2 kills. Just there's nothing ID could do about it. His shield got shredded in seconds. That is a team wipe coming out for Luminosity. Good retake on the point.
Yeah, but Liquid's still holding on to a number of the ultimates that are going to make it a lot easier for them to take it back. They have a Graviton, Earth Shatter, a self-destruct, so do have a bomb combo lying in wait. AZK is also working on his pulse bomb. So far, haven't seen AZK start really tearing it up, but I'm sure that's going to happen here any second now. Dehang also 80%. Graviton's on both sides.
Graviton's AZK still has the pulse bomb. He didn't have it up quite in time. Super Pluke going huge right there. Got 4 kills. And another wipe coming out from Luminosity. The horn sounds. Man, Liquid's having a tough time getting back in. It was unfortunate. AZK didn't quite have that pulse bomb ready yet to follow up with. I mean, Rafa tried to throw in the self-destruct, but I mean, if they would have had that pulse bomb ready with the Graviton, that could have been a totally different story for Liquid. But ID now making a switch to Pharah, and it's desperation, I guess, at this point. But AZK sending off pulse bomb. And oh goodness, another Luminosity shellacking of Liquid on the point. It's 2 kills for Icefeld. Ube getting 1. There's just nothing they can do right now. I mean, Nano Boost going off to ID, but I can't imagine there's going to be enough a presence for Liquid to get back in. And the shield's still up. Mezer not going to be able to do much with his Earth Shatter. Charged into the wall. Ube getting a couple even with the whole hog. And it's just a matter of time, really, before Luminosity finally puts a nail in the coffin. There it is. Stage 1 going over to them in pretty good fashion.
A dominant performance by Luminosity so far on Lijiang. Demonstrating a little bit, perhaps, why Luminosity has won the 2 matchups that they've had against Liquid here in the Winter Premiere.
This is the scenario where, oh man, if AZK would have had the pulse bomb, it would have been huge. And the Graviton from Liquid, they didn't really have a spot where they could follow up either. I mean, neither team could directly, but Icefeld making it happen for Luminosity, and it's just a very unfortunate scenario. AZK didn't have that pulse bomb up yet. I think it would have been a different story, but it happens. It happens, and just got to move on. But on to stage number 2 here, as Luminosity have the 1-game lead. Team comps pretty much
this was the stage in the last matchup that AZK really popped off along with Rafa, so they're going to be looking to recreate that again and see if they can tie up the score with Luminosity.
Rafa already starting it off for Liquid, gets Super Pluke, so it's where you want to be if you're Liquid, taking the Reinhardt out of the fight. Spree goes down as well. Player advantage in favor of Liquid right now, and they will be able to take this point first once they clean up on the rest of these kills. And yes, Liquid will strike first right here. And Luminosity just trying to regroup. Mezer already with an Earth Shatter. That's a quick build for him. He's going to want to go in early with that, I'd imagine.
Compare that to Super Pluke. Still down at 40%, but he's closing in on a nano boost as well as Dehang. They're both going to get him pretty much simultaneously. That Earth Shatter coming out of Mezer.
Didn't really get a whole lot in it, but he does get a nano boost too for Mezer. He wants to find some more even if he can. Doesn't want to go too far for it, but and it'll be 3 kills for Liquid right there. Looking much better on this stage. So far, at least. A lot of game left, but looking better here so far.
You've already got Luminosity in the same situation that kept Renegades for so long both times they played this stage. Self-destruct rolling out from Team Liquid, and Rafa's going to find 2 with it.
Big stuff from Rafa. That's just going to delay this even further for Luminosity. So, hey man, you take it. And now ID's even going to have a Graviton. It's going to be so difficult for Luminosity to move through this choke point. I mean, because the Graviton's going to be up next. AZK doesn't quite have Pulse Bomb, but still, Graviton could be very well enough for them. But Luminosity certainly starting to get some ultimates online themselves. Graviton comes out. You have a lot of guys caught, a couple guys caught up inside of it. Here come the frags yet again for Liquid 2. They lost AZK, but have the numbers advantage anyway. Luminosity can't do anything to break this, but now ultimate advantage certainly in Luminosity's favor here to come back in. They need to make it happen. Liquid knows it too, so they're backing off a bit.
Well, if Luminosity doesn't take it in this next assault, then it's going to take the map straight over to Liquid anyways. Right now, AZK, he's already back. There's 4 ultimates on the side of Liquid with Rafa closing in. Graviton and a Nano Boost on the side of Luminosity.
Really only got Mezzer inside of the Graviton, but that 1 kill is going to pay off big time. Super Pluke getting a pretty nice Earth Shatter off himself in the process. 3 kills for Luminosity. Liquid is at 99%, but Luminosity looking very good to at least take the point here. They had to use a lot of ults to make it happen, though. That's the scary part for Luminosity, because now Liquid is going to have an advantage in the economy, and all they need is this 1 fight, and they got it.
They might spend a little bit of time trying to get ID's Graviton just to guarantee, but right now with Luminosity as far down as they are on ultimates, you might as well just roll in and dump everything, take this back and seal out the stage.
Well, they know Luminosity used so much on that last fight. They have an opportunity here, but Mezzer might actually go down before they can use, well, at least Earth Shatter. The self-destruct comes in on side of Liquid, I believe. Someone self-destruct came across, but they're just going to back off for now. They didn't use anything. They still have plenty of time to work with. They got Ube to use even a whole hog there, and still there's really nothing up for Luminosity other than the Nano Boost. And you're just about to have, well, it was almost all 6. I think Rafa did use his self-destruct there, but now here comes Liquid. They want to seal the deal on this stage. They use an Earth Shatter. Here it is. Mezzer with 2. AZK able to get that Pulse Bomb off to secure a kill, and it's all Liquid in the kill feed at the moment, folks, as Ube finally gets finished off. And you have a lot of presence on that point. That should seal it there. No one from Luminosity is going to be able to get back here in time, and Liquid will take stage 2 here on Lijiang Tower, tying it up at 1-1.
Liquid remixing the bomb combo just a little bit, following up Mezzer's Earth Shatter with the Pulse Bomb and still finding 3 between the 2 of them. And after that, ID had his Graviton ready, so might as well just throw that on the few that are remaining and clean it all up.
Such good pressure, too, from Liquid throughout this. Once they took the point initially, they played forward and they kept up good pressure. I think they got it up to about 80% just from playing forward like that. And they managed ultimates well while they were doing so. So they always kind of had, it seemed like they either had Graviton or Earth Shatter for when they came through, when Luminosity did to come through that choke point. And there was always something there for them. Eventually got down in the Ultimate Economy game. Luminosity got back in, but now we head on to Garden, and this is going to be a big one here. We'll give someone map point, whoever takes this stage. So Super Pluke going to charge in. Oh, he's quite far cut off from his team, though. He manages to get the hang either way. I thought Liquid might have turned around to try and take him out. They do trade on some kills, but Luminosity have a player advantage now. And Liquid just started, oh, you're right, as the shield comes down. Big hook from Ube. That's definitely going to have to be Liquid going back to the drawing board. Luminosity striking first here and grabbing the point. But it's just a reset time.
Right now, the economy relatively even across the sides, except for AZK, but his pulse bombs happen all the time throughout these fights. If he can find the right moment to get it on Reinhardt, that's going to be big. AZK actually pretty far outside of the fight as the 2 crash into each other right now. Pluke picking up 2 in the meantime. That pulse bomb finally combining to take down Ube.
There we go. AZK, I thought at first he wasn't going to get the finishing blow on it, but he did come through with his left clicks and made it happen. So it doesn't really matter in the end because Luminosity are still holding on to the point. AZK already back to 43% on that on the pulse bomb. He's going to want to see maybe if he can get it combined with ID on the Graviton Surge. And there is going to be a Graviton out from ID. Rafa's going to use that self-destruct. Didn't quite find anything, and it's 1-for-1. Now Liquid takes the one-player advantage. Here we go. They're going to be able to come right back into the point. It is Icefelt in there. He has a self-destruct of his own. Will he use it to try and delay the point longer is the question. He will not. He'll just keep that in the back pocket, maybe use it to retake a bit later on. But now it will be just the reset. Liquid do get themselves onto the board. Luminosity sitting at 68%, and they have some pretty big ults to work with coming in the next fight. We will have another pause coming through, but Luminosity, regardless, looking pretty good to come in and take the next fight.
It looked like apparently last time ID's power cable to his monitor fell out, and that was why we paused.
Did it fall out again?
I don't know. They haven't told me why this one's happened, but you know, you got to be able to see the game to play the game, so you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hopefully, ID, if it is his power cable again, I suggest maybe some duct tape and just keeping that sucker glued in there or something.
Put it in there the right way the first time. A power cable falling out of a monitor? I've never even heard of something
banging
like
the
that.
desk or something, like making it get loose or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened to me once with foot, an errant foot, you know, coming
I'll put
through,
it this
hitting the
way.
cable.
If it doesn't happen to you a lot, then it shouldn't be happening to anyone with how much you pound on the desk.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, if it were to happen to anybody, I'm sure it would be me more so, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah. You can see up there we got a spinning circle over here, and that's Hedan's game crash. So we're gonna wait for him to get back into game. But it's been a good even game. It looked like Luminosity might be able to run away after that first point, but then AZK gets warmed up, and we start to see the typical Tracer action we've been seeing from Liquid on Lijiang.
Yeah, and Liquid really played it well on that. The second stage there, they managed ultimates well, kind of what I was talking about before. But now they come back into this point. They're starting to getting their time ticking upwards. Though I worry for them coming into the next fight because Luminosity does have ults coming online. They're already at what 70%, something like that. But I believe it's also Liquid. They have the Earth Shatter, and if Mezzer can hit one of his classic big-time Earth Shatters, could be enough for them to hold the point, but I guess we'll have to see once we get all of our players back into the server.
It's worth noting that Liquid has played this map 3 times and has won all 3 times with the score margin 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2. So they've had every variation that you could possibly have, but they have won every time. Were Luminosity to win here, they would be the first team to defeat Liquid on Lijiang.
Well, if you want to exhaust all those variations, I mean, the only place to go is into the losing side of things.
That's true. That is true. So we'll see if they can keep their perfect record on Lijiang going. I mean, they are certainly good here and a lot of fun to watch. But well, I guess we won't actually get to figure that out till who's it?
Was Hedan?
Not Hedan. Thanks, Hedan.
Yeah. Got to have them biotic grenades.
Yeah. You know, it's a pretty big part of the game. I'll cut them a break there, but I hear we're unpausing in just a moment. So we will get to see if they can stay perfect here. This is a big stage for them. Winner gets map point, so they're going to want to bring it all here.
Absolutely. It's been cool to watch the way that like Luminosity sitting down there at the bottom doesn't make a difference. They are still hanging right in here with Liquid.
They certainly are. I thought it was going to be all Liquid coming into this one, but so far Luminosity has really given them a fight. And it is Liquid holding point for now. And it will be having this Earth Shatter in the hands of Superpluke, ready to lay it out there, just waiting for that opportunity. Mezzer goes for his own Earth Shatter, but it's just finds nothing. Even gets a nano boost. There's a self-destruct laid out, not finding anything, but Superpluke still holding on to his own Earth Shatter. It could be just enough for Luminosity to retake the point. It's a brawl out here on the fight, and Sound Barrier even coming in from Liquid, and the Earth Shatter from Superpluke, I think it was a whiff on everything. Oh, Superpluke falling down. He got booped and then charged into the outside of the wall. Good stuff from Minstrel to be able to knock him off, and that'll be Liquid holding on. I was skeptical at first, but they held it.
Liquid's going to bring it back roughly to equal right as Luminosity is coming back here. Liquid still holding on to that Earth Shatter, but they're also working on a Graviton and a Self-Destruct on their end. Luminosity, they don't have a whole lot to work with. Hedan, though, he's got a Nano Boost. They're going to have to make that work.
Well, either that or hold on for a rainy day, though. This is pretty much the big fight for them. So there's Gravitons out, and Mezzer goes down, who had an Earth Shatter, which might be pivotal for them. Ube couldn't quite convert on the kill onto Minstrel. Still battling it out on a point, but Ube just about to have the whole hog, and Luminosity are finding kills here. 3-4 down for Liquid. And they'll just look to retake in a moment. 99%. All they need is that one more fight. They have some weapons to make it happen.
They do have 4 ultimates to make that happen. Luminosity, they have a bomb combo, though, and they can buy quite a bit of time. Either way, this last possession is probably going to be the deciding factor.
Graviton comes in. Here's the Pulse Bomb. AZK converting back on a frag of his own, but a self-destructs on both sides are going to come out here. Neither of them doing anything, just zoning Liquid for now, but they need to get back out in a hurry. ID switching over to Pharah. AZK has already cemented himself on the point as the rest of Liquid trying to come in here, but a big final fight to come indeed. Mezzer still has that Earth Shatter, and he needs to convert big time on it, but finds nothing again. Second time in a row, but Liquid still coming through with the kills. 2 for them so far. Super Pluke and Hedan both down. Rafa gets taken out by Spree, but they're still fighting it out here, and there was no sound barrier to come out from Mineral. He gets killed right before it goes off, and Liquid have kills all in their favor in the kill feed, so definitely a good opportunity for them. No one from Luminosity's around, and they will go up 2-1 here on Lijiang Tower. Oh, if only Luminosity could have gotten that sound barrier off, potentially a different story, but one more stage, we could see a third and final map.
Liquid taking it back at roughly 70 was such a big difference from 80. I mean, that's just enough time in order to get multiple fights out of it instead of one. Either way, Liquid able to retake the point and cap that one out and push us into a 4th stage. Liquid so far showing why they haven't lost a game on Lijiang.
They've been very, very good on this map, obviously being 3-0. So, I mean, it's been quite the map for them. A lot of that is helped out by AZK. And Mezzer missing a couple of big Earth Shatters in that last stage, but Liquid got it done in the end. That's what matters. And we're back here. This is where Luminosity having some pretty good success. So let's see, Super Pluke comes right in and just melted by Mezzer and company. And now ID goes down to Mineral, so it's a bit of a trade to start things off. But Luminosity looking to take this stage to keep themselves in the map, and Spree along with Ube just cleaning house right there, and they will be able to strike first, take the point.
Luminosity was pretty dominant on this stage last time, so this could be their opportunity to tie everything up and perhaps close out the series. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. They got to tie it up here and take another stage to close out the series, but Liquid, they're keeping their foot in the door here. AZK getting very close to a Pulse Bomb.
Oh, that'll certainly hold it up for a while. Ube gets the hook on ID, putting him down into the moat to meet up with Tommy the Fish, or all the Tommy fish, and he'll be sitting down there. So Luminosity just hanging out for now. Ube is going to be looking for another hook opportunity, maybe to send someone else down into the Nether Realm. At Liquid this time are going to take themselves around through the White Room side. And looking to come in right now. AZK with a Pulse Bomb at the ready. That could be something to set it off. And ID made a switch over to Pharah here. Good hook from Ube, but he gets the rewind just in time. Still 2 kills coming out from Spree and Icefelt. That'll keep Luminosity on the point. AZK did not use Pulse Bomb. But there is also no combination potential for Liquid with a Pulse Bomb Graviton, as ID is playing Pharah. So AZK is going to have to go rogue and just find a target to put that Pulse Bomb on.
But Mezzer's got an Earth Shatter. If he can shatter everybody down again and they combine that, that's going to open things up big time. 80% for Luminosity right now. Team Liquid certainly has to make it happen right now, and they're going to have to be perfect for the rest of the stage.
Yep, 85% it is for Luminosity. Earthshatter through from Mezzer. He hit it this time, and there's going to be a self-destruct. AZK with 4 off of the Pulse Bomb. There we go. Oh my goodness, that is big time stuff out from AZK, getting Liquid back into it. And he even cleaned up on a couple more on top of that. Not just the Pulse Bomb, but really making it happen for Liquid. Hello. And now they are, like you said, they're going to have to be perfect though. That's the thing.
They can't lose a single possession at this point right now, otherwise it's going to go straight over into Luminosity's point. Right now, Luminosity setting foot on there, and AZK tearing up the backline. Just keeps savaging, but getting put to sleep.
ID takes out Hedan though. ID was 2 off of the barrage, and Mezzer getting a couple himself. So Liquid are going to hang on now, and that is a full wipe coming out from Liquid. But still, they have a long way to go in this stage, at least another 50%. As long as Luminosity can just wait to get some of these big ultimates up, I mean, I can't imagine that they don't retake it. But, I mean, who knows? If AZK hits another monster Pulse Bomb of like 6 people, then...
Well, Mezzer's got the Earthshatter. He can open it up one more time. AZK, he'll get the Pulse Bomb in time.
Oh, Mezzer gets hooked in, though, and finished off by the rest of Luminosity. And the Earthshatter didn't really do anything for them, so this is a big opportunity for Luminosity now to take this point. Pulse Bomb comes out, the shield is there in time, and now Graviton used by Spree. It's just kill after kill coming through for Liquid, and they're just going to try and delay. Now a big Earthshatter coming in from Super Pluke. 3 kills for Super Pluke. That should be the retake for Luminosity, and they just need to hold off. Whatever Liquid players come in, we'll see a 5th and final stage. I don't even think someone can get here in time. No, they cannot. The only hope was Minstrel, and Ube says no to that one. Hooks him across the way, and that'll be a 5th stage. If Luminosity takes it, it'll be the series. If Liquid takes it, we'll see a 3rd and final map. So it's going to come down to the wire here. One final stage. But this Earthshatter from Super Pluke sealing the deal.
But this stage right here is the one that Luminosity won twice. Everything else going into the favor of Liquid, so that might not bode well for Luminosity on this map.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one. As you said, Liquid just crushed this stage earlier. So Luminosity, I think for them, really key to this is going to be winning this first fight. I think Luminosity absolutely needs to win this first fight and take the point initially and not let Liquid get into the commanding position that they got in last time. Let's start things off. Both teams going up through the computer room. Super Pluke charging in, as well as Mezzer, and Spree and Ube both incredibly hurt. Ube hanging on just enough, but Super Pluke goes down to Rafa, so Liquid already the 1-player advantage. They need to trade on a kill here somewhere if they want to have a shot at this point, and so far they've been unable to. Luminosity, they haven't lost anyone either. Good hook on AZK from Ube, shutting that down. And now they have maybe a bit of an opening for themselves. They'll have a player advantage. Their respawn will get back quicker. Mezzer charges into the back, got the nano boost, but shut down by Spree and Ube. They lost Ube in the end, but Spree and Icefelt both combining here to get a lot of kills. The Graviton came out from Spree. He was just dealing incredible amounts of damage. Luminosity will strike first here.
Luminosity generating the first few points of this stage. As we said before, if they're able to take this stage, they will take the entire series and become our victor against Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they're on the ropes already. They don't have possession, and they need to take this to even stay alive. Team Liquid, they do have a Pulse Bomb and a Self-Destruct, but nothing so far. Mezzer's going to go down. He was getting very close to an Earthshatter, and that's going to be back to the drawing board for Liquid, as Luminosity is going to keep building these points. Actually, Liquid's not going to back off, and I've got to question that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It started off great for Icefelt, at least. They got the initial kill, but now you do have Liquid. Locked and loaded. Yeah, they got a lot of heavy artillery. You got to make it happen here if you're on the side of Liquid. Here comes Graviton's Earthshatters, a whole lot being used. AZK Pulse Bomb grabs up 2 kills for Liquid. That'll be them certainly retaking the point. As a few kills coming through now, the rest of Luminosity I mean, Mineral still in, just delaying as long as he could, but the rest backing up. A good first point for Luminosity there, 62% on the board. And a lot of the big ults were really used right there for Liquid. I mean, at least Graviton and Earthshatter both used, and now Luminosity comes back through with some of their own one-for-one trade, but between Rafa and AZK, it's just all of them, and now Icefell, the nano boost given to him, I think a bit late there. You're almost better off just waiting, because, I mean, what do you do with it when you're already down 4 players? And they end up losing the rest of them, so Liquid getting up to 30% here. Mezzer will have the Earthshatter as well. And Liquid will probably be able to hold on for a bit longer.
Luminosity really with none of the tools they need to break through that door. Self-destruct certainly won't be it by itself. Team Liquid with the self-destruct and Mezzer's Earthshatter to continue locking down that area, but they've actually backed off some and let Luminosity come straight through.
Self-destruct is going to come in for Liquid. And there was an Earthshatter out. Mezzer gets Hedan. I think for Luminosity, just don't invest anything in this fight. Just go in quick and take a dry push. See maybe what kills you can get. Build up your ultimates a little bit. Make Liquid burn ultimates. And they're just going to be coming back now. And Liquid continue to hold on. They have taken the advantage in the percentage, but this is the final stage, so if Liquid wins, we see another map, a third and final one. If Luminosity wins, that's a 2-0 victory for them.
Now Liquid getting very close to this being a one-possession fight.
There's going to be a self-destruct comes in from Luminosity. Pulse Bomb out. Ube in dire straits, getting a good hook on AZK. Kept himself alive, at least for the time being, but Liquid 2 kills overall in the fight. Luminosity really need to turn the tides right now. Super Pluke with an Earthshatter. Oh goodness, huge Earthshatter from Super Pluke. Gets put to sleep though by the hang. And that is big stuff from him. And now a Graviton out onto all of the Liquid players. They need to start converting on some of these kills. If you're on the side of Luminosity, it's back and forth. Liquid still holding on, but they're at 99%. They win this fight. We see a third and final map. Luminosity, though, with a presence. And you do have a pretty hurt ID on the point. Couldn't get the Graviton off in time. They'll have it for a retake. Luminosity do strike and get the point here, but they need to hold for the rest of the map.
Luminosity stays alive. They have a nano and a whole hog. They can do a lot of pushing back with the whole hog at least, which might be able to buy them some of the time they need to cap this. But Team Liquid, they're going to come back with a Graviton, and that's going to be a huge impact on the battlefield.
Yeah, that is going to be Liquid's ticket to sending this to a third map for sure. They almost have that sound barrier too. Luminosity's going to need a miracle. Super Pluke's Earthshatter needs to come in massive. They do use it. Spree takes out AZK. The sound barrier was used on the side of Liquid. Ube's whole hog sends the hang down into the pits. And now ID getting hooked back in. He should be finished off quite easily. Sound barrier was used by Luminosity. It's 99-99. It's looking great for Luminosity to take down Liquid here, and they do finish it off. 2-0 against the team that was looking so good, undefeated nonetheless on Lijiang Tower. Luminosity making it happen.
Luminosity now completely undefeated against Liquid.
Completely. Luminosity, who would have thought that this would have happened at the beginning of the day? Liquid came in looking so hot, beating all the big teams. Luminosity sitting at the bottom of the standings, the team that looks like they were just not having it together, and then they come in 2-0ing Liquid here.
Man, with the way Liquid was playing, I thought it was going to be their game, but Luminosity stepping up when they needed to, especially on Lijiang Tower. I mean, that's Liquid's choice, the map they were undefeated on, and Luminosity came in big time to take that.
On both maps, it looked like Luminosity was really going to be able to take it, and then it looked like Liquid was really going to be able to take it, and then Luminosity pulling it right back from them. Perhaps some teams in this tournament just have the number of another, even though they're also equally matched overall.
That's very, very possible. Ube, one of the newer players on this roster, had big plays in this matchup here as we see his whole hog at the very end, able to put it away and seal the deal.
Yeah, this was really big. Combined with that Earthshatter that Super Pluke threw out there, you knew that was going to pretty much decide how the end of that game went. He hit a huge Earthshatter, whole hog from Ube, and then even getting some final blows here in the end. But beautiful combinations. Great job for Super Pluke to be able to continuously build up that Earth Shatter so quickly, too, because that was key to Luminosity taking the point the first time and then holding it afterwards. So good stuff from him and the rest of the squad.
We can take a look at the standings. Luminosity needed that win so desperately, and here you can see them just staying relevant, trying to keep it in the race. And Renegades, it's all up to Renegades now, as they're the ones down at the bottom.
Yeah, Renegades going to have to come up big. They have one more match today against Complexity, but going from the top end now down sitting in last in the 6th spot, it's going to be a brawl to the finish. Been saying that a lot today and over the past couple days, but it is certainly going to be a race.
This is Overwatch. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. And the team's so close in those standings. No team really isolated. Immortals being about the only team that's probably most likely absolutely secured their spot. Every team could still have a situation where they could be knocked out if they don't give it their all through all of this. So when we come back, Renegades Complexity will be the match. Can Renegades break the losing streak? Can they make it happen? Can Complexity take this number 2 spot for the day? We'll all find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where the race for the top 4 continues in heat here as everyone's staying very, very close to each other. Luminosity knocking off Liquid there and keeping themselves in the running, and now it's going to be all about Renegades, and can they keep themselves in the running? Guys, thoughts? What is it up with Renegades right now?
I don't know, man. They're just not in that form. They started off the Winter Premiere so good, and then it's just been, I mean, what, 4, 5 losses in a row now, something like that. It's just not looking good for them. But I mean, maybe coming into this next game, going up against Complexity, who is hot right now, it's gonna be very difficult for them to come out with a win.
It's crazy. If you look at the standings right now, if you saw our standings earlier, Renegades was on the top, Complexity was on the bottom, but now it's completely flip-flopped. They've won 4 games straight, and then they've lost 5 straight. That's Renegades' record right now. There's been no variance for them.
And now Complexity coming all the way from the bottom, looking like they might be able to take second.
Yeah, it's madness here. in the Winter Premiere.
Skyrocketing straight up. So let's get into it here. Complexity versus Renegades. I want to start with Renegades and what they need to do versus Complexity. Now, I've been told that just since their match earlier, they have subbed out Man of Snow and put in Kib, who we had seen play previously. So Kib will be in the lineup for Man of Snow in this particular match. Is this a difference you think can really change things up for Renegades?
I don't think it's the key for Renegades here. I mean, not that Kib's a bad player, but we saw him come in before and play with them. I'm pretty sure they lost that match. Man of Snow was having no issues. I don't think this is anything in terms of they're trying to make a swap because of performance or anything, because I think out of the Renegades players, Man of Snow has been a pretty big performer for them. I mean, there could be underlying things in terms of cohesion or something like that, but I mean, I think Man of Snow has been really big for Renegades time and time again. With a lot of his self-destructs have been just huge to the success of Renegades recently. So, I mean, not that they've, over these past couple days, they haven't had a lot of overall success, like in terms of winning matches, obviously, but just in general, they, winning fights, whatever. Man of Snow's been performing. Kib's in, so we'll see if he can, do something for Renegades. Not sure exactly the reasons why they're swapping this up, though, at this point.
Well, on the other side of the battlefield, Complexity looking so hot, wanting to take that #2 spot here, just skyrocketing up through the ranks here, possibly going to be one of the favorites going into the tournament.
They're clearly feeling good. They've definitely rallied around the Winghaven substitution, which Harblu was mentioning earlier in his interview. Torque's on fire. Nicholas is back in form. Everybody's really just gelling the way that we saw them gel in the qualifiers, and this, I think, is the Complexity we were all expecting in the group stage, and they're back.
That's the thing. We came in, Complexity came into the round of 8. We were expecting them really to be one of the highest finishers, and honestly, for me, I thought they were like a shoo-in to make it to LAN, but they had some initial performance issues, and as you said, and as Harblu was saying, they're really now starting to gel with Winghaven. That's been, I think, for them, one of the biggest things is just being able to gel with him, and they've really been making good performances on a wide variety of maps even, too. I mean, like, pretty much every type of map, they've really been bringing it together. They've won quite a few in a row now for Complexity, and I mean, with the way considering how Renegades has been playing, and with the way that Complexity has been playing, I think I don't see how Renegades is actually going to pull out a win here. Like, I just don't see it. Yeah, I know. I'm trying, staying alive for now. Might die midway through, but
this is going to be the time the Renegades has to rally, though. If they don't, I think the trip to the LAN is at risk.
I do believe so. That it's so close right now, but this would cement them just a loss below Luminosity. That was the other team. Yes, that's in second place. My goodness, sometimes it just all goes together, Anyways, Anubis will be map #1. We'll talk about the standings after the map. Complexity versus Renegades. Yep. You feel like Complexity's hot. Obviously, Renegades needs this so desperately. What does Renegades have to do? What are the keys to victory for Renegades?
I mean, now bringing Kib, I mean, they're going to be Kib plays a role which directly conflicts with what Mangachu likes to do, and I think for Renegades that was, I don't know, maybe who knows, maybe Kib comes in and he's the DPS hero that Renegades needs. He wasn't that before when he came into play, but I don't know, maybe it's a change up that will be enough for Renegades to take down Complexity. I don't think it is the thing that is going to save them here, but I don't know. I think that's the best they can hope for maybe at this point, because if they keep playing like they were, Complexity's got this.
If Renegades don't have detailed counter strats for Sombra, it's going to be Complexity's game, because right now they can't be stopped.
Yeah, absolutely. So we head into Anubis. That'll be our first map right here, and it is a best of 3, but as of late, Complexity has really been kicking butt, and Renegades struggling to say the least. They'll start on the defensive side, and Complexity will kick us off on offense. We know that they love the Sombra strategy. Will they use it on Anubis? We saw them do it, use bits of it earlier, and was pretty successful for the most part. But will they use it again? I'm thinking probably. And the real question is, I think, is Renegades, do they, kind of as you were saying, David, do they have an answer for Renegades to Sombra? They need to have some sort of a plan when Complexity runs that in, or it's going to be a quick match. Mangachu running Mei, and that's something that can help them out a little bit, but this is a big match for Renegades in general here. But looks as though they're not going to be bringing out Sombra.
Complexity going to run Torque on Genji again. That's been fun to watch this week.
Yeah, to say that's been very fun to watch. And this is how they did it earlier on Anubis. They didn't run the Sombra really first point, but once they started working into the second point is when Complexity made the switch. So now with Torque, he will be on that Genji, but not really a dive comp coming out from Complexity of any kind. Just Torque going Genji, and then that's it. They have traded 1 for 1. Winghaven went down, but now the kill's starting to come through a bit more from Complexity. Torque is trying to get on to, gets hooked in, somehow stays alive. Actually, Nicholas saved the day for him as he was able to take out Jesus. And Juvenile very hurt there. That's easy pickings for the rest of the Renegade squad, and Sherlock is going to be over there on the side, taken care of quite quickly. Renegades stalling as long as they can, but it's, you know, inevitably it will come to an end. So Complexity getting right to the point there, getting the cap down in a prolonged fight, but it was, I guess, one just long fight. Now have an opportunity to move into the next point and get cap here, but it's going to be tough to do with Mangachu playing Mei.
Complexity is going to be rolling into that second point with a lot of ultimate charge. Renegades did get a lot of it themselves, but one of the more important ones, Mangachu's Blizzard's only at 35%. Juvenile 63 on his Earth Shatter. Those are two that you'd really want to look to stop. Shut down everything for Complexity. It looks like Mangachu's up there freezing Nicholas out of the fight. Nicholas is going to back off and survive, though.
He does get himself back 3. Complexity's actually got quite a bit to work with here coming in. There is going to be a Nano Blade out. Torque is going in for it. 2 kills now for Complexity. Juvenile, Jesus, both out. And Torque's looking for a little bit more on top of that. See Sherlocky off in the back here, and will at least just keep him distracted so he can't keep his players healed on the point. Complexity getting a lot of kills right here, and there will be a self-destruct down on the point, but doesn't find anything. And now Harblue using that whole hog, just trying to knock bodies around, and it will be Jur coming back in to the point. There is a Blizzard down for Mangachu, maybe giving Renegades a bit of life here, but no one from Complexity has gone down so far, and that's the thing. Renegades needs to start finding kills if they want to keep themselves in this fight and stop them from capping. They do get 1, and now they're starting to come back with a few. There it is, Kiv, Mangachu both chiming in, so they stop Complexity at 1 tick. There, it could have been much worse. I thought Complexity, I'm a little surprised they didn't get more than that, but they do at least get 1 tick, and that's a step in the right direction. 5 minutes and 15 seconds for them to work with.
Certainly, it looked like they had a lot going for them there. Either way, they locked down 1 tick, which on the second point of Anubis matters a lot. 3 more assaults like that, and they'll have it. And even taking the second point on Anubis is a big win.
Yeah, tick by tick, I mean, every little bit matters, certainly. So they're almost up on another Nano Blade because that fight was so long. They're just going to continue. They built up so much ult charge. Nano Blade soon to be at the ready. They're going to have an Earth Shatter and Self-Destruct. Could be enough for them, but if Juvenile can land a big Earth Shatter, and they're going to need it to, That could be the opportunity for them, but Mangachu soon to have a Blizzard. Here comes the Nano Blade, 2 kills. Jur and Sure locking both down, but now the Blizzard is going to drop, and that could be a game changer for them. But Mangachu actually went down, so there's not going to be a whole lot of follow-up off the Blizzard. Jesus gets Winghaven. That's a good start for them, and actually getting Winghaven was a huge kill for Renegades because he had an Earth Shatter, and now he's not going to be able to use it. Hardblue getting the Pulse Bomb set onto himself. Renegades striking back with kills. Complexity is going to have to go to the drawing board. Here is, it's a shame they lost Winghaven, though, to be honest, because had that Earth Shatter, but now, look at this, Nicholas switching over to the Mei, something we haven't seen Complexity do too much, which they've done a lot in the past, using Nicholas on Mei. Good to see him back on it.
Nicholas on Mei. Good.
I know you're loving it.
Good to see him on it indeed. Now, Mangachu's Blizzard, just to tease me.
Yep. He just...
You'd betray me like that, Nicholas. I thought we were bros.
Well, apparently
I was about
not.
to put TJO after my real last name, but fine. See how it is.
He was going to help the brand. The brand is dead now, boys. Let me tell you. Well, here comes Complexity back in. Nicholas is going to try his hand at Pharah now. Not sure. I'd almost honestly rather see him play Mei than the Pharah if I'm being honest with you. But we'll see. Maybe it'll work out for them. They're trading 1 for 1. Nicholas able to get Mangachu, so no Blizzard yet. But, I mean, once Mangachu comes back into the fight, he will have that Blizzard. And the question is, will they have the sustain? Actually, hitting some nice rockets right now is Nicholas, but they do have 2 ticks as well. Complexity, nice shot from Nicholas, shutting down Jur. Self-destruct is going to land onto the point, and Joe Meister taken out by Juvenile, and Torque quickly finished off right there. Now the Blizzard, that'll definitely stall out Complexity a bit longer, but on the bright side for them, they've gotten 2 ticks down. So
I think that's actually in the benefit of Complexity. I mean, honestly, Winghaven was probably going to go down either way. That Nano Boost probably not let loose at the right time, but 4 ultimates for the side of Complexity with that Blizzard gone for Renegades. That's a big win. They have 2 ticks now, 1 tick away from closing all this out with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, this is certainly an opportunity for Complexity here. Renegades have done a good job of at least killing off a lot of the time, but Jesus playing McCree. Attempt maybe to shut down Torque on his Dragon Blade. There will be no Nano Blade for the fight, though. And it can be tough to get a lot of value out of just a raw Dragon Blade, but Torque is, I'm sure, going to give it a shot as they come all the way off to the right side. Barrage is up for Complexity, too. But the real big impact ults aren't really there for Complexity. I mean, if Juvenile hits a big Earth Shatter, that could just do it for Renegades on the fight. Minute 40 for Complexity. And both just posturing right now. Nicholas is going to come in from the side. Big barrage out from Nicholas. 3 kills for Complexity here, and that is Juvenile striking back, taking down Torque, who had used his Nano Blade, but a lot of kills coming in for Complexity. Someone from Renegades needs to get on the point. Kiba's Baby Diva is there. Sound Barrier back in from Renegades. The Earth Shatter from Winghaven completely whiffing, but as long as they can just shove them off the point long enough to just get this final little teeny bit of cap point, that's all they need. Blizzard coming out now. I don't know if they're going to be able to grab it in time. Torque goes down to Mangachu. Nicholas is still in, wreaking havoc on Pharah. He's got to get this kill into Mangachu, though, before he can get back and use his shift. Does take him down. Just a little bit more is all Complexity needs. Nicholas is keeping them in the fight at the moment, but oh, they're just so close. Can't quite seal the deal. It's a real disappointing if you're a Complexity fan. That Nicholas is still making it happen, man. If he wasn't here to keep this going, he's going to use the barrage even. Finally, Complexity finishing it off. Nicholas, oh, the all-star of that final point for Complexity, hands down.
I'm not always a fan of Nicholas's Pharah play, but that entire run was fantastic.
Oh,
especially when he first broke it out, it looked like he couldn't miss.
Oh, dude, he was just hitting direct after direct.
I mean, honestly, though, why did Mangachu fly that high in the air? It was 1 rocket. It looked like he went 30 feet. You can see it threw Nicholas off, too. He's trying to lead it.
Yeah, and then there's other times where it's, just he goes a foot. But hey, whatever, it happens.
It's never quite as bad as trying to use concussive on Roadhog, where sometimes he goes completely off the map, and other times it doesn't even look like he moved. And you're like, wait, what? So,
hitting those little ledges or whatever it is. It's but there's gonna be complexity. At least they finish it off in the end. That's the big important thing for them. 30 seconds. If they can just set up a good defense, like they did earlier today.
Renegade's doing a great job there on that defense, though. Juvenile made a number of huge plays to keep them in.
Yeah, that's if they can get that same thing out of him coming into this offense, that would be key for them. But complexity, as they were earlier on a lot of their matches, they're going to continue to play this Symmetra on defense. Joe Meister leading the charge with that. And no team today has really been able to get any good hold on first point. It's so tough to hold on to for a long time. Very spread out. And certainly is difficult to hang on to. But maybe if they can get a tally up, and they can knock off quite a bit of time for sure. But Renegade's coming out on offense, and it looks like Mangachu is going to try his hand at Pharah again. And Kib will be on the Zarya. So let's see how this one works out for Renegades. Not too shabby of a start for themselves, at least on the defensive end, but let's see if the offense can come in big this time around. Joe Meister already 40%. Mangachu, just eaten alive by Nicholas right there.
Joe goes down.
Yeah, Joe goes down to Sherlock. I mean, Complexity definitely going to win this fight, but I mean, you'll have some time to get Joe Meister back into it, but I'm sure Renegades is going to want to push it quick.
Joe went down early enough. He should be getting back any moment now. With 80% on his ultimate, he'll get a teleporter up. And you won't have to worry about the run back very long.
He's almost there at 84.
Just in time.
Ah, boom. That was so close to it. I thought he was going to get it off of that right click, actually, but they are starting to move in now. Renegades, and that teleporter is up and ready to go. Joe is just trying to figure out where he wants to put it, really. He might even wait till the end of this fight, because I think Complexity is pretty clearly going to be able to come out on top of this one. So he'll wait, make sure that he can put it in whatever spot that he wants, and they, Renegades won't have an idea of where it is, and he'll put it somewhere where they can defend it too, sitting in the back here. So they're going to be able to set it.
Is open to Jesus throwing in a self-destruct if he can find out where it is, which should be given away by the people coming out of the teleporter. Either way, as long as they get the effect out of it to begin with, just getting a few clutch players back on the field will make it all matter. Right now, Complexity has 3 ultimates to work with on defense. Actually, let's go ahead and call it 6 if you count Joe Meister's being out already. Harblue and Torque nearing theirs as well. Renegades doesn't have nearly as much to work with.
Sherlock, he went down. Harblue with the flank is able to get Jur. No supports up for Renegades. Make that just no players at all as the whole team wipe comes through. So Complexity hanging on here. A great defense for them so far. Finally, someone setting up the big defense.
And just a Graviton out of Complexity to make that hold.
Yeah, this is looking good for them so far. But the thing is, if Renegades does end up getting a point, they just get boom. There's 5 minutes on the clock. So it's going to have to be continued success for Complexity time and time again. That teleporter is still up for them. Kip now is going to have the Graviton. They'll be looking for that alongside a Juvenile's Earth Shatter to really come in big. He's trying to get up on this ledge here to maybe drop down on them and lay this Graviton in, and now he is going to be looking for that opportunity, getting a couple in it, and they actually did get the teleporter, so this is now a good opportunity for Renegades. Winghaven still on this point, trying to do whatever he can. It's a darn shame they lost that teleporter Complexity, but now Nicholas getting the nano boost. Is not really a whole lot he can do other than just delay at this point, and now Shake is going to drop as well as he gets pressured by Jesus. They're just delaying a little bit more, killing all the time that they can. So in terms of first point, Anubis, that's a great defense for Complexity because it's tough to get a full hold there. So
the bigger problem for Complexity, not so much the teleporter, but the fact that they burned every single ultimate they had to try and keep that alive, and they are going to be down on defense at the second point. Fortunately for them, Renegades burned everything they had except for Mangachu's Whole Hog, so everything relatively even between the two.
And I mean, Joe Meister, they're going to do this again, Complexity. We saw them do it earlier. Even on the last point, they're going to stay on the Symmetra and try and get the shield gen up. That's what they had used on the second point anyway. Shield gen, they did use once a teleporter, so let's see what they want to go with this time. But Joe Meister is just about to be up on it in a moment, and both teams just kind of posturing very spread out from both sides. The shield generator is up, and Hardblue is flanking. He's going to be able to, oh, I thought he was, for sure he was going to secure that kill onto Jur, but unable to do so. That's all right, though, because the rest of Complexity is chiming in with a whole lot of kills, and they have shields. So that's it's going to be a tough push. Going to be a very tough push for Renegades.
No, but Jesus did just find exactly where that shield generator is, so Renegades could be able to take it out here in their next assault. Jesus working on a self-destruct right now. Kib has a Graviton. Jur with Sound Barrier. Sherlocky's got a Nano. Juvenile really still working on his Earth Shatter, but he'll have it here in the next fight. The problem for Complexity is that they may not have Blizzard in this next fight. Actually, I'm going to take that back. Torque should be able to get it time. Yeah. I'm just a little bit distracted by the fact that Nicholas is on Mei and Torque is on Mei and Nicholas is on D.Va.
Oh yeah, that's I didn't even catch that at first. That's
probably just circumstance.
Yeah, I'm sure. Normally you do see, you know, you normally see Nicholas being the one on the Mei, but Graviton up and ready to go for Kib. And he's going to lay it right down in the middle of the point. This could be a big one for them. Biotic lands as well. He's trying to make his way into the back to the shield generator. Kib is very hurt, though. Blizzard comes out. Mangachu getting 2 kills. 3 players down now for Complexity. This is an opportunity for Renegades, but oh, big Earth Shatter for Winghaven, but I don't think the follow-up is going to be there. Still, they've done a good job of delaying. And Hardblue's waiting in behind the point. Mangachu finds that kill as well, and they're continuously finding the kills. Renegades, that's the important part for them. Mangachu even going in for the rocket barrage. There is going to be a self-destruct there. Lands on the point. Doesn't get any kills. Torque is going to come back out and just stall, but they need to start stringing some kills together here. Complexity, there's no way they're going to be able to hold off Renegades. All they're doing now is just buying themselves some time, which can work, but you'd love to hold on for now if you're Complexity. But we'll see. Oh, great rocket from Mangachu. Takes down Shake, who comes up on Tracer. And that is Renegades getting the point. 2 minutes and 14 seconds left in their time bank. 1 minute for Complexity. It's going to have to be a beastly offense coming out from Complexity right here. Let's change the sides. But, man, Mangachu again, these Pharah plays to seal the deal come up time and time again on this last point. Nicholas did it for Complexity. Mangachu does it this time for Renegades.
Yeah, great second point offense from Renegades. Really pouring it on for such a long period of time, keeping Complexity staggered. Complexity was able to soak up a large amount of time, but just never able to find that footing they needed to claw their way back.
So now it's up to Complexity. They need to come out with an all-star offense. And I mean, probably the only thing they're going to be able to get is the first point, I would imagine, unless they can absolutely snowball. They need to win quickly on the first fight, speed boost into the second point. I mean, I think when you cap the point, you get maybe a couple of extra seconds or something after the cap, but man, it's going to have to be a very, very quick just cap and go for Complexity. Even 1 point for them would be great because they had such a good defense earlier that if they can just get the first point, I think they can rely on their defense of the first point to be able to hold on. So we'll see, but it's going to have to be a big offense. They're going for Torque on the Genji again right here, so we'll see what they can come out with. Renegades quad tank. It is, and it's going to be tough for Torque to get into them when they have quad tanks and really deal a lot of damage. Charge coming in right away. Winghaven goes down to Jesus. Not the start Complexity wants. There's going to be a lot of biotic. They just need to go and die right now and literally go for the reset. They don't have any other choice. Hey, there they go. They're all going in to die, but they're going to have to... Oh, actually, Hardblue's all the way behind, too. They're going to try and get him for a late kill.
He can't hide.
Oh, that's not good for Complexity at all. Now, Renegades now, but that did actually give Complexity some positioning on the point, but that's about all it's going to give them. They need to come up big in this fight right now, and Nicholas getting demeched. It's not a good start, though. Sherlocky, quite hurt. They do find him, but Actually, none of the Complexity players standing on the point. Oh, that's disastrous for them. I thought somebody had to be there for sure.
It looked like Nicholas had just tagged it. I thought for sure it was going to go into overtime.
Oh.
That's a disaster for Complexity. Complexity's now best case scenario is to draw their first map against Renegades. Renegades are going to have 2 minutes and 14 seconds to assault the first point.
Well, it's going to have to be a big defense for Complexity, but Renegades, brilliant opportunity for them to take the first map on Anubis. I mean, if Renegades can roll through, have a good offense. I mean, 2:14 is a pretty decent amount of time for first point, because generally a lot of teams will cap it even quicker than that. At least from what we've seen so far in the Winter Premiere, a lot of teams seem to get, cap first point very quickly. So we'll see. It's going to have to be stellar defense for Complexity here. Joe Meister again going to run Symmetra. And Torque looking as if he wants to go Zarya? Yes. The quad tank.
Complexity did hold for quite a long time in the first point last round, so they do stand a chance of tying this up, even though the first point often falls very quickly.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to get that same defense they had the first time around, because that will be at least be able to draw if they can pull that out. But again, Renegades, brilliant opportunity here. The team that has come down to the bottom end of the bracket where Complexity used to be, or the standings, I should say. Renegades now down there. They used to be on top. Complexity used to be at the bottom. They've worked their way up. Renegades looking to make a statement. Coming out with the first map here is already going for the engage. And Harblu, oh no, Harblu going down very early. Joe Meister's only at 50% on his teleporter. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Kib got taken down, and now Jesus being pressured quite heavily by Joe Meister, who needs to make sure he stays alive so he can get this teleporter up. Now Juvenile charging across, sends Nicholas into the wall, but Winghaven with the charge to finish off Juvenile. Now Renegades need to go for the reset. Teleporter is up and ready for Complexity. Joe Meister is going to put that one down. That's big to be able to get that. Now it's pretty much going to be one more real good attempt for Renegades, right? And then they might be able to trickle a few guys back onto the point, but it's go time for them, or we're going to be seeing a draw on map 1.
Yeah, Complexity is going to have to make a lot of that work with just a nano boost on their side. Same story for Renegades, but Complexity does have their teleporter up.
The teleporter is going to come in big for Complexity. Renegades players need to find that nano boost given off, and Sherlocky going down early. That's not good for Renegades. They're not even going to be able to use that nano boost, and Earthshatter was used by Juvenile. They're losing so many guys, actually coming back with 3 kills, but they haven't found the teleporter yet. That's the big thing. So many kills from Renegades, but Nicholas comes back with a self-destruct to kill 3. Torque takes down Kib, and I think that might be just about it. Renegades, I mean, they're probably going to be able to get at least some guys back onto the point here, but it's certainly not going to be a real coherent push for them. A lot of teleport uses used by Complexity, but it is still up for now. I'll have to see how many charges exactly are on it, but Renegades, this is their last attempt, or we are going to be seeing a draw on map 1. Sound barrier used by Renegades. Mangachu making the switch over to Farah, looking for big value out of him. Hooked back in by Harblu, waiting on the backside, and that is a brilliant kill, and that is all Complexity shutting down Renegades. We are going to see a draw here on map number 1, I'd imagine, because, oh, Renegades, yeah, they got no one around. That is a big, big hold for Complexity. And that is a draw, so have to see where we head next, but Complexity with some good defenses on that first point. Pulling it out yet again.
Well, if you're going to draw on a map, might as well be the first one, I guess, right?
Yeah,
That's
sure.
the second time we've had Anubis draw on the first map. There's such close teams here. They're so neck and neck right now, and it was crazy. It even looked the same on that final point. It was the fire plays on both sides that was able to secure it in the first 2 rounds.
A lot of similarities on this team in terms of what they can bring to the playing field, and whether it be compositions or flexibility between players on the roster. The similar teams in that regard. So you got to see a lot of kind of similar play styles across the board, but draw on the first map. it's we're gonna be in for the long haul here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, and the big part, man, Nicholas came in clutch there for Complexity at the end. It looked like they were maybe going to be able to finish this one off and Renegades would take the win, but no, Nicholas shuts it down.
Nicholas, that self-destruct was huge again. He did it earlier today, actually. Saved Complexity. It was on Hollywood. He does it again. Buy him another drink. Get the dog another one. You know, like, that's big stuff from Nicholas right there.
You also have to give Torque credit there. Like, the self-destruct was just down, and Torque's like, no, let's have them all stand here where they all die. Worked out really well. Complexity making the plays they need to at least make sure they don't take the loss.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do. They'll take a tie any day of the week rather than a loss. So, you know, the score is reset. We're going to be going on to a new map. It's as if map number 1 never happened.
Renegades perhaps showing like they're back in form. Complexity, I don't think there's anything to say that they're playing worse. Renegades is just playing better, more the way that we've expected them to play throughout the group stage.
And maybe Kib is the right decision in this situation. He comes in, plays, is able to take it to this team that is looking so hot right now, draw them on the first map. Randomly selected, Hollywood will be the second or first map, depending on how you want to look at it here. So, go back into this one, back to the drawing board. These guys... Yeah. How are you feeling about Renegades right now after getting this kind of this preview of them?
I still feel like Complexity's going to take it here. I mean, Renegades, they played pretty good on Anubis, but I wouldn't take a match on Anubis as a real indicator of how good a team is playing right now, to be honest. Just because I just don't think it's, you know, it's not one of those maps.
It's a hard map.
Yeah, it's just not the, I guess, standard map that people play often. It's just kind of one of those outliers. And I'll take this match here with Renegades playing with Kib on Hollywood as a real determiner if it's making a difference for Renegades, because I still think going on a Hollywood or Complexity are going to take this one. And sticking to standard maps, I think Complexity still takes this series 2-0.
Yeah, and Complexity, a team that has looked so good on Hollywood throughout the entirety of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. It's one of the maps they love to run Sombra on. And we've seen them, we got to see it earlier today, and they had some great interaction between Sombra and Symmetra in their first matchup. So, you think we want to see something similar from Renegades here?
I don't think we've seen anything like that out of them, at least in terms of Sombra play. And I don't suspect to get the same thing.
I'm mostly curious if Complexity is going to keep running it. It seems like they will, but at the same time, maybe it's time to change it up. You've already run it some today. At the same time, it's been working out for them consistently, so might as well keep going with it. We'll see if Renegades has some form of an answer for it.
Yeah, that's the question. Will they have an answer to Complexities to their Sombra?
Magachu's hot again, though. He was tearing it up on the second point, so that could be a deciding factor as well.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense that, like, Pharah is really good on Anubis. Just that lore-wise makes a lot of sense.
yeah, it does, and I mean, it makes sense too from, a design perspective too. I mean, there's a lot of areas where you can just kind of pop up from the bottom and surprise people too. So lore and map design, it makes sense. But still, Pharah working its way back into the meta slowly but surely. It's certainly been used quite a bit by a number of teams recently, but it's, I guess, technically map number 2. Now, but essentially map number 1 after Anubis is completely nullified in terms of score. And Complexity will start off on our offensive side here. I'm just calling it map number 1. I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know if I should, well, either way, whatever. It's a map.
I wonder how Blizzard feels seeing all of these delicate railings they put so much time in just get systematically destroyed over the very first moments of a match.
Jeff Kaplan's just, he's very sad at the moment.
Or perhaps they just look at it and be like, yes, that's exactly how it should break.
Actually,
well done.
Probably the second option, to be honest. That's probably more along the lines, but here we go. Renegades starting off on defense. Quad tank, what do you know? That's what, that's just as, I'm surprised to see that. Now in Complexity are going to be running, Sombra, you say? That's,
never saw it coming.
No. And, although it's a fun strat to watch, I'll tell you that. Not too many teams doing it except for them. Maybe Luminosity here and there, but see how it works out. Torque, this is the corner he really does like to go in quite a bit.
Yeah, Renegade's not necessarily giving him the free charge, but also not counter hooking. Whoa, okay, that was really close.
That was a close one. Complexity just working back. And now Torque ready to go back in. Oh, this time I'm going to see maybe.
We give him the second floor.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting high ground here. He's trying to get in on the Mangachu a little bit, take some damage. Hey, go pick up that health back, build up the ult. He's at 86%, so just about to be up on EMP. His complexity. Oh, he's back there. Torque having to teleport back out. He's so close to having it here, though. 96. Complexity wants to make sure not to lose anybody before this EMP goes off. He's coming in. EMP. A lot of these guys from Renegades caught back in the corner, but that's exactly what you didn't want to happen for Complexity. They lost so many players. I mean, they were really low to start off the EMP push, and then they end up losing a couple guys right after the EMP comes in, and now Torque is going to get staggered out. So not ideal for Complexity, but on the bright side, they can build up another EMP very quickly.
Kib, not a fan of health pack parties, apparently.
No, they were. Kib comes in to ruin the fun, and now they're going to be looking
getting close to 6 ultimates up for Renegades. Complexity and EMP certainly not going to be able to cut through that kind of barrage. Now, if they can lead off with it and take down enough of them, and the most important ones, then perhaps they can expand on it. Torque still looking to generate even a second ultimate here. And 2 minutes in, that is completely throwing off the tempo we've seen from Torque.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation Complexity's in right now. I mean, a minute 50, they're bringing up their ults. At the same time, we're pretty much going to be seeing a 6v6 ult fight coming in just a moment. Ults for everybody. There'll certainly be a chorus of ultimates being used, but EMP, that could really be the difference maker in the fight for Complexity.
Almost a full 6-on-6, and here comes Torque. He's looking for that EMP.
Getting Juvenile. Juvenile should be a pretty big opportunity for them to take down. Finally, Harblue seals the deal there. 2 kills come through from Complexity. Mangachu got Nicholas as he was outside of his mech. And now it's still Torque in. Finds Sherlocky. This is really looking good for Complexity here. And self-destruct in from Jesus. Doesn't get anything other than breaking a little bit of Winghaven's shield, but this should, I was going to say maybe go the way of Complexity, but Juvenile comes back in with a pretty big Earth Shatter, gets hooked before he can really follow up, but there's some other Renegades players there to help out the cause. Jur and Jesus, couple the only ones still up from Renegades at the moment. But slowly they're just trickling back in onto the point. Torque's got another EMP. He'll just let that one fly right away. Man, Mangachu very, very hurt at the moment. He's inside of the cafe, but he'll get healed up. It's the never-ending fight. A good hack from Torque helped take down Juvenile. Mangachu also hurt, and he's isolated by himself here. Nicholas just going to pelt him endlessly with shots, and actually gets taken out of his mech. But Complexity still getting kills. And Shake's like, I'm just going to use this Transcendence, keep you guys healthy, try and win this fight. Renegades have done a beautiful job of stalling out time here, though. I mean, Jur will come back across. Finally, Complexity.
Is that a series of 5 fights or one really long one?
Yeah, I think you could look at it either way. I'm going to, in my eyes, that is one long fight.
Well, 4 minutes off the clock. Renegades, that's a great hold on its own. Just a few seconds shy of a full hold, and probably not exactly what they wanted, but either way, it's good enough. Taking 4 minutes off of Complexity's push is certainly a relative victory.
It absolutely is. It took so much time off there, and that's one of the big bright sides for them, but they need to find Juvenile right here. Gets nano boosted. He's still easy pickings. There's a nice Earth Shatter coming in from Winghaven, and there we go. Complexity now starting to get into full flow as they just clean house on Renegades. Pretty much team wipe right there. Jesus will be taken down right at the end, and Complexity looking much better so far, but Renegades will have an opportunity to come back out with a Graviton, take another fight here as they come out of the respawn.
Complexity pushing into the second point here with only a self-destruct. Renegades does have 3 ultimates, one of them the Graviton of their own that they can work with. They're going to want to come out here and shut down this push as soon as possible, leading up with the Sound Barrier.
Sound Barrier is going to be used. Self-destruct from Nicholas, though, is able to get 2 kills going the way of Complexity now, and Mangachu getting hacked indeed, so they should be more easy pickings for the Complexity squad. After a shaky start, they just breeze through the streets phase, And now 2 minutes and 25 seconds up for them to bring it into last. Still not a whole lot of time, but if they can get some of these stragglers forward, which they do get Juvenile, they'll get maybe some free time off of this cart. Jesus probably another one, but Mangachu gets the hook onto Torque. Continuing to trade, but that will be Complexity getting some free ground off the cart. A lot of ults up.
Yeah, Kib still holding onto the Graviton. Juvenile now with an Earth Shatter. So Renegades does have a couple of weapons in order to take this back. That Earth Shatter going to come out of Juvenile right now.
Oh, big Earth Shatter from Juvenile. Exactly what Renegades needed. And that will take care of pretty much everybody on Complexity. Stall it out a little bit, and they still have the Graviton to work with. Renegades, so things are looking good, but with how many ultimates Complexity have right now, it's going to be tough to fight it, as they'll be looking to come back in and get a lot of ground. Try and send this one on home in the next minute and 25.
They're going to have 5 on their side. Yeah, and honestly, Torque can break out this EMP, and he'll still probably have another one for the next fight.
EMP, that Transcendence is there to completely nullify the Graviton. Now Sound Barrier comes following up. Complexity, 2 kills for them. Hardblue takes out Juvenile. That's a lot of kills. Oh, good hook from Hardblue as well to take down Jur. And they'll be able to kill Jesus then right at the end. A lot of free, or not free ground, but a lot of ground to be made here with the payload. They used a lot of big ultimates there, Complexity, but so did Renegades. They at least used their Graviton. But Juvenile, they're going to be looking to an Earth Shatter from Juvenile here on this next fight. Oh, good hook from Hardblue. He's might just get the frag. No, not quite. But using his whole hog to make sure that he stays alive for the next fight. 35 seconds left. Self-destruct flying into the backline. Mangachu getting a whole hog nano boost. Nicholas, though, too, with his self-destruct. Mangachu and Hardblue going at it, but Mangachu gets the better in that Roadhog war. Complexity kills chiming in from all sides on this point, and they'll be able to bring it on home. 20 seconds left. 19, in fact, to be exact, on the clock for them. But well done in the end by Complexity after a very, very shaky start.
Oh, Hardblue leading off with a number of hairy hooks there. Complexity overall slipping him a Mickey and showing everybody why they're generally regarded as an internet Hulk.
Yeah, man, you just really made chat hate you right there.
Chat hates me. Doa is just hand on chin thinking, wow.
That's a series of unfortunate puns.
No, it was there. I had to get rid of it just to end it.
Well, at least you got it out of your system now.
Otherwise, it's going to be the only thing I was going to think for the next 5 minutes.
Well, we'll get your head back into the space now that that's out of the way.
The hall starts off with gnarly hooks from Hardblue. Just don't do that, and bad things won't happen to me or Renegades. Maybe that's not exactly what they want to happen.
It's the gnarly hook. And look at this camera work. That's just beautiful. Well, Complexity, they're moving to the defensive side. Joe Meister is going to be, well, rocking the little Symmetra again. So, and Renegades, I hope Jesus stays on Torb. I know it won't happen, but please, make my day. I bet you'd like to see a little bit of May. Oh, look, he's just having a sit.
I'm always game for May. Always.
Oh, we know that. You're a disgusting person.
True.
Well, at least you know it.
I mean, did you hear those puns a moment ago?
Yeah, that's true.
There's
that's
obviously something wrong with
actually confirmed. But, all right, let's game face on.
Yeah, so far Complexity getting 3 points. Renegades putting together a pretty great defense overall, but Complexity just cutting through it over time. Now it's going to be Renegades' turn on offense. Starting off with a pretty good biotic from Shake. It's only going to be about 11%, but 11% matters. 15% for Joe Meister so far already on his Symmetra. Mangachu not electing to go far here.
Turrets all over the place, but Jesus taking care of them quickly. 40% for Joe Meister. Now charging into the back is Juvenile. He's a bit hurt. There we go. I was waiting for that trade to come through from Complexity. They lost Winghaven, but Renegades now losing Juvenile. And Joe Meister actually went down. Jesus getting 2 kills. And that is all Renegades. Point number 1. Oh, goodness. Complexity might be in for a rough one unless they can get some defense going through the streets phase, but
that is a significant difference in time.
Absolutely is. And It's going to have to be big defenses coming out from Complexity now. Joe Meister obviously already switching back over to the Lucio. But, I mean, in terms of ultimates, Complexity's got nothing because they just got pile drive in the first point. And
yeah, roughly about a 3-minute advantage for Renegades as they run into the Streets phase here. They're also up on ultimates, but nobody has any of them yet. Sherlocky's going to be looking for a nano boost relatively soon. Kib with a Graviton, though, and right now it's just toe-to-toe in the Streets phase. Regular old Shield War.
Earth Shatter coming down from Winghaven. That could be enough for them. He gets a nano boost as well to send forward, but Juvenile will get that nano boost on top of it. 1-for-1 trade so far. Nicholas takes down Kib, so it's a bit of a trade battle back and forth. The attack visor comes out from Torque, dealing the damage, not necessarily the kills, but the rest of Complexity follows up on top of that one. So they will be able to hold on here. That's a good start to the defense that Complexity really needed through this Streets phase. But with how many players they lost and the respawn being so close of Renegades, they're going to have to at least concede a little bit of distance on the payload until they can get all their guys back. But they will be able to do so shortly. We should be seeing them take a fight really as soon as they possibly can, especially because they have the ultimates to do so.
They do. They got two really big ones, and there's one of them, Graviton, coming out from Complexity. The self-destruct also flying to the back, but it's not going to connect.
Juvenile soon to have Earth Shatter. Got to keep an eye on that one. But Mangachu, who's very hurt, is getting himself healed back up. Nobody actually going down throughout that exchange. Juvenile now is going to get the nano boost coming forward. Just about to have Earth Shatter. He has it now. Winghaven goes down. And Juvenile had used that Earth Shatter on top of it, though. The sound barrier from Complexity is at least going to keep some of those players alive, and Juvenile actually getting traded out on. But Renegades with slow, steady movement on the cart, just continuing to press it forward, but Shake with that nano boost, giving it off to Torque and just letting him do his thing, pumping damage into the players of Renegades. And they do hold them off there. Still 3 minutes and 30 for Renegades to get to the next point. Kib, a big old Graviton to try and secure this Streets phase for Renegades.
Yeah, but big comeback there from Complexity in order to slow down the momentum that Renegades has. Renegades 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the Street phase. That's starting to get a little bit closer to the time that Complexity had as they push through the second gate. Renegade's going to come through the top part of the saloon. Kib still looking for that Graviton.
He's waiting for it. Nicholas keeping that defense matrix up, not giving him a window to put it down. Kib's still not using it yet. He's waiting. Wanted to wait till he was out of that mech, and there's a lot of squishy targets caught up inside of that Graviton, and that will be a team wipe coming through for Renegades, mowing Complexity down off of that map. And they will get second point right here. And now Complexity, a lot of them getting the forward spawns too. Need to be careful, but I think they will be able to make it out of there without getting picked off. So coming back 4 minutes for Renegades. Oh, to move it through. They're looking good here, but we've seen Complexity turn it on. We've seen Complexity in a number of teams turn on their defense once this phase of the map starts. So let's see what they can do right here. But coming in, sound barrier, Renegades use it, and there's going to be an Earth Shatter out. Hard Blue had used a Graviton. He's sitting at 0%. I think it may have been eaten in the process. Nicholas taking down Mangachu. It's a back and forth trades, 4 versus 4 fight. At the moment now, sound barrier comes through from the side of Complexity to give them a little bit of extra gusto on this exchange. And they're trying to hang on for now. That respawn of Renegade's pretty close. So Complexity gonna have to concede a bit of ground here. But Winghaven, Earth Shatter at the ready. They need that.
Shake with a nano as well. Renegades, they don't have anything really ready to rock here. Sherlocky with a nano boost, but they don't have the Graviton they're gonna need.
Earth Shatter coming in from Winghaven. They need to convert kills and win this fight. Now Juvenile is going to get himself a nano boost, and Winghaven charging way too far into the back goes down to Sherlocky. Oh goodness, Renegades 3 kills coming their way, and they are looking great at the moment. Complexity going to have to regroup. One last hold attempt for them. Someone's going to have to get onto the payload. Jesus just waiting for an opportunity to throw out a self-destruct onto the point. Complexity now bringing Torque in on the May. There's a Graviton down. Winghaven getting Juvenile. Now another Graviton coming out and a self-destruct on top of it. Jesus able to get 2. All the kills chiming in from Renegades here. Players from Complexity just need to stay on the payload, but there's no one alive to do it. A full team wipe out from Renegades, wiping Complexity, and they'll be able to finish off the map. 2 minutes and 13 seconds, 2 minutes and 12, I believe that was actually left in the time bank. It's going to be a tough road ahead for Complexity on map number 1 here.
And that gets bumped up to 2:52 due to the time remaining for Complexity. Complexity pushed up to a minute, so Complexity is going to start this off with their final attempt on Hollywood offense. They're going to have to cap the first point in 1 minute in the event that they want to tie. They want to be even standing a chance here, because with 2 minutes and 52 seconds, Renegades might be able to cap this. Should be able to cap this.
Yeah, and that just to harp back on that replay as well. Jesus, that was when there's a shield up in a Graviton and you're trying to use a self-destruct, that is about as perfect placement as you can get with a Graviton. It's
right down
split.
the middle.
It was right in the middle of the Graviton. I mean, your shield can only protect from so much there. And I mean, in that scenario, it was far enough to the side. The shield just couldn't get to the players on that side of the Graviton. I mean, that's a big time to get a perfectly placed self-destruct like that.
Also without sending it too far in the air.
Exactly, because it landed right down on the ground at the end. You could, I mean, if you get a freeze frame on that, you can see the split where the shield just can't take off the rest of the people, and the self-destruct, the bomb, is right in the middle.
Here we go. Complexity, no Sombra, as they're going to push in for their final assault on Hollywood.
And they just are going to take it all natural here with the quad tank. Now, this is very big for Complexity. 35 seconds to do it, and it's pretty much one fight. And that's all they have. That hook from Hardblue, not going to be able to connect. They get a kill early here, though, taking down Mangachu, and that's a good way to start it off. Hardblue getting put to sleep, though, and that will essentially put Complexity a man down for a couple of seconds. They are able to take out Jesus here as well. Very big kills coming through from Complexity, though Winghaven finished off by Jur, and Hardblue's health is slowly dwindling down, but going to take a breather and get himself back into the fight. Juvenile very hurt, does go down to Joe Meister. And now Sherlocky just about to come up on a nano boost, though, so they need to be careful. If they can get this kill onto Sherlocky, they desperately need to get that kill. Yes, he wasn't able to get the nano boost up. That is huge for Complexity. And Jesus still caught in on the point. He's trying to delay it as long as he possibly can for the rest of Complexity, or for the rest of Renegades to get back onto the point. But it's just Complexity all over the place. Renegades do have a Graviton Surge at the ready. They're just going to go ahead and group back up and let Complexity try and move this through in overtime. They're going to have to be perfect, staying on the payload, Complexity, but that's a brilliant start for them, and they'll have quite a number of ults going into this next phase, but so will Renegades.
Renegades with an Earth Shatter and a Graviton to try and close this out. Sherlocky also with a nano. They're going to need to get a full team wipe.
Self-destruct coming in, Earth Shatter on top of that. Nicholas does take down Juvenile. Here comes a Graviton Surge, but Complexity get 2 kills, and actually a couple kills for Renegades on top of that. So both teams exchanging back and forth at the moment, but I think Complexity's getting the upper hand in the fight. It's just Sherlock, he's still in there. He's going to go down. Complexity having a fantastic offensive push here as they just press on forward. They only had a minute to work with, and they are pushing on through the streets phase. They had to use a lot of ults right there. The only thing they're really going to have is a shake nano boost, but Renegades are going to have to shut this down sooner than later.
Looking for that nano boost. It's probably going to be on D.Va again. It paid out in the last assault they had. Renegades, they're definitely looking to see if they can get Juvenile's Earth Shatter into the mix.
Juvenile's got that Earth Shatter. It's going to be pivotal for Renegades to shutting down this push of Complexity. 2 kills for Renegades. Here we go. Finally having an opportunity to maybe shut them down here. That'll do it. In the end, Torque and Nicholas are going to try and put the effort in for Complexity, but man, what an offensive run for them. Only a minute on the clock, able to make it halfway through in the streets phase. Renegades have the time on their time bank to do a similar thing, but I mean, if Complexity can even put a decent defense up, they will be looking good. Right here, that was about as best as you could hope for from Complexity in that scenario. The best you could realistically hope for. Renegades, though, in the end, do shut it down. But again, that is clutch offensive play coming out from Complexity. Didn't use the Sombra to do it, just went classic 4 tank, and it paid off.
You notice how Complexity, as soon as they kind of got just outside of the point, they paused for a second. A lot of teams just go flying into the point to try and make sure they have 2 full assaults onto the point because they only have a minute left. But Complexity, they gathered themselves, they pushed in together. They decided they were just going to make it one good one, and it paid off for them.
It paid off big time, and now see what Complexity wants to do on this defense. They have Nicholas on May. This is a little bit of complexity, more complexity from a few weeks ago, kind of more towards the beginning stages of the Winter Premiere, where they ran Nicholas on May a lot. They haven't done so much recently, but they want to go for the big stalls, and I guess you could consider it, in a sense, some people would consider it cheeky plays, but hey man, this is what Complexity thinks is going to get them the win, and it certainly has had success for Complexity in the past, running this sort of strategy with the May on offense and defense.
Shake with another biotic to lead it off, already up to 15%.
Every percent matters. That is for sure. And so far, Renegades setting up in through this alley side here. They actually faked the alley push, and they're going to come right back onto the point. Wall goes down, giving that backboard for the charge onto Winghaven. Hardblue will get traded out, but Mangachu also going down to Torque. Complexity with a bit of an advantage on this fight. Torque really needs to get some heals, though. That's the big thing. Nice right click from Nicholas, too, to take down Jur. And they'll just wait this one out a little bit. Kib actually could be a pretty late kill. Yes, they stagger him out a bit. So Complexity slowly working on breaking down this time bank of Renegades. Little by little, Winghaven with an Earth Shatter now, too. This will be big for them. Mangachu making a switch over to Farah.
It'd be interesting to see if Complexity has an answer for that. Nicholas might just be able to snipe him out of the air, but Mangachu so far generally pretty great at getting in the opponent's head, trying to use cover in the right ways, and showing up at the wrong place for their opponent at pretty much the right time for himself. Oh, that big hook from Hardblue gonna miss. That might be a problem as Mangachu's still flying.
They don't have a direct answer to Mangachu's Farah. Here, the Earth Shatter whiffs from Winghaven, too. The charge right back in is going to do some damage. Jur goes down. They trade out a couple of kills. Just one kill. Winghaven goes down to Juvenile. Mangachu now just free reign to do whatever he wants. They need to shut him down. Great sleep dart coming out from Shake to get Mangachu, at least take him out of the fight for a moment. And Nicholas will freeze Jesus for now, but Renegades are getting themselves back in here, and they have gotten a good bit of time down onto the point.
Complexity
Nicholas with the Blizzard.
Complexity, no real answer to Mangachu's Farah. He pretty much just mopped up the point over time in that last fight, and they're going to roll into the Streets phase with 48 seconds left, and that's actually looking pretty good to be able to match Complexity's distance there, but Nicholas still holding onto a Blizzard and Torque with a Graviton. That's certainly a full wipe in the making.
Yeah, that kind of combination right there can end the game for Complexity. If they just wait till they come up right, if they just let a little bit more time dwindle off, and then they go and take this fight in the dying seconds and get a full team wipe, that's done. Complexity's going to win it. They come in with a Graviton here. Torque lays it. Nicholas is going to put down that Blizzard, too. A lot of guys are going to get caught in it. Complexity, 3 kills. That Wombo combo coming through. Mangachu was only able to get Hardblue, and it's just seconds left for Renegades to get back onto the payload. Someone's going to have to get there in time to touch it, but the wall goes up from Nicholas to try and shut them out, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to make it in time. No, Complexity finishing it off there. Brilliant defense, and coupled with a great offense as well during that overtime period to give them map number 1.
Map number 1 going to Complexity. They like to go to round 4 clearly, but at least we had a winner on map 1, 2, 1.5. We'll call it 1.
Map 1, yeah.
We'll call it 1.
At least they pulled it out, man. That was they played that perfectly because they had there's almost nothing you can do against that combo they had, Graviton, Blizzard. And they played it good, just waited till the dying seconds of the game, and then they just used it when they knew a team wipe would secure the victory. Yep. Perfectly played.
Bleed off enough time so the respawns can't get back in time. And right there you see Torque lining up that big play. Nicholas right behind him, the TJO brothers pretty much cleaning up this point here. Really great to see Mangachu switch to Farah, Nicholas to May. Both teams kind of breaking out characters or players on heroes that I believe they've become pretty well known for.
Yeah.
And so many interesting things happen in this match. I kind of want to highlight Kib, the player that is new to Renegades, or that has been brought back on in place of Man of Snow. I was so impressed to watch this play when he's trying to get the Graviton Surge, and he makes sure that he gets Nicholas out of suit. We hadn't seen like a POV of Azaria doing exactly that yet, making sure that there was no such thing as a defense matrix.
Yeah, a lot of teams will just kind of send it right on in, even while they're still in suit. This time, Kib waiting till he is out of suit, not only to negate the chance of it being eaten, but also that there's no defense matrix there to soak up a lot of the damage that Renegades wants to pump. Yeah, exactly. So it's just, you know, it's wide open range. There's a lot of squishy targets caught inside of that Graviton, and you just mow them down from there. There's no one to soak the damage.
All right, so map number 2 will be Dorado. That is where Renegades wants to go, and they will have the final chance here to take it to Complexity. If Complexity wins on this one, it'll be all said and done. Both these teams have had chances on Dorado at this point.
Yeah, they have. I mean, Complexity have had some good showings here. So, again, I still think Complexity takes this. Though I do have to say, Renegades playing a lot better than they were previously, and it's not the Complexity's playing bad either. So, I mean, the Renegades are definitely have stepped up their game a little bit. They know that it's do or die time for them. They need to pull out a win here if they want to have a chance at getting to land. So, it's a bit up in the air, but I still think Complexity's got it.
This is very clearly a tight race.
Yeah.
Very, very tight. You think either of these teams is going to make it all the way to the 3rd point? Hasn't happened yet.
If we're following tradition from the rest of today, I don't think that'll be the case. But we'll see if maybe someone can change the course a bit. I'm still thinking Complexity. Whatever distance people get with cards, Complexity's got this map.
All right. Yeah, it was the only team the only 3rd point we had seen was up until that last match, Complexity on Hollywood. They were the only team that had made it all 3 points so far today. So now Renegades also made it. So there's two in that pool there.
Yeah, but people, we're working up.
We're working up.
You know, little by little, teams are getting further into the maps. But Dorado's really been the one where nobody can push past the 2nd point today for some reason. Defense too strong or
Everybody's
something.
Everybody's playing well.
Yeah, man. People are bringing it out on the defensive sides. A lot of people playing Symmetra start off on these defenses, and that's one of the interesting things too. We've seen sometimes this Symmetra either pays off big time, you get the people back in, and saw a few cases today. I can't remember exactly what matches it was, but you have the teleporter up, and people are just running out, and just, I mean, it was whatever match it was, the offensive side had a full slate of like 6 ults, and you know, people just kept coming out, and it was just feeding them ults. I mean, they were killing them one by one, and so that's one of the, can be a potential downside to it, but more often than not, having that teleporter there really works out in your favor. So gives you a chance at life on the point when you get wiped once. So we'll see if these guys keep it going. I suspect Complexity to at least run the Symmetra. Don't know if Renegades will.
You think we'll see Sombra again on this map?
I'm not sure from Complexity.
Because they decided not to run Sombra on their final offense there on Hollywood. It definitely paid out for
I
them.
don't think so. The first time they broke it out against Renegades, it wasn't working. And it was Hollywood. And they're much more rehearsed on that, at least from what we've seen. Now, maybe they've been practicing Dorado a lot in their off time, even though it wasn't in the pool. But I don't think they'll break it back out again.
No, I don't think they need to, really. I think they proved to themselves, even when they, during that final stage of Hollywood, where they took the 1st point and went through, they didn't run the Sombra. I think they proved to themselves that they can just win it straight up with a quad tank. I mean, I don't know if Dorado's is as good as some of these other maps, too, for running Sombra.
Sure.
Versus, you know, something like an Eichenwald or even Hollywood. So, I don't think they need to run it here. I think they can do just fine without it, and I think that's probably what to expect, but they have options at least, so they'll pick whatever they're feeling or whatever they think is best to take to Renegades.
Sure. And it was about the best we had seen anybody shut down that initial Sombra push on Hollywood was Renegades here in this map we just saw. So if they're dealing with Sombra that well, maybe quad tank is the way to go, and it definitely helped them in overtime in map number 1.
Yeah. I mean, they came up big with a big push and won the next fight in the street to continue the cart moving forward. So think that's probably going to be what Complexity goes for here. On the offensive side of Dorado, I would suspect to see Symmetra on the defensive side, as they've really been liking to run that a lot recently. Not only on Dorado, but a bunch of other maps too. So
I can see both teams breaking that out.
Yeah, especially with Dorado, I think that's probably got to be one of the most popular maps at the moment, or one of the maps we've seen Symmetra used most frequently on amongst these teams in the Winter Premiere. So Jur will be actually Renegade starting off on the defensive side. Jur is going to be on Symmetra. We know Renegades, they like to do this. The Symmetra Torb, a lot of teams just have been running straight up Symmetra and not the Torb. But Renegade's one of the few teams, at least in the Winter Premiere, that have really been trying to run Symmetra and Torbjorn a lot.
Well, if that snowballs completely, that's a whole lot to cut through. Whether you break out a shield generator or the teleporter, it's still a lot of additional hit points per fight, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. You win that first fight, you get some armor up.
That Torb's armor, with the rework of just generating it without having to get kills, it's so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's, you can pump that stuff out, and people are just, unkillable half the time. It can be very, very good, but Complexity, I'm sure, knows that they like to do this too. So, yeah, it's a keen eye. They know they like to do it. It's just a matter of, what can they do to fight against it? And
well, Kib finding Nicholas already. Jur already up to 40% on his teleporter. And Juvenile with big fire strike, 38%. Sure, Lucky, he's going to combine to take down Hardblue.
I kind of caught the tail end of that, but I don't know what the hell just happened.
Strange confluence of events.
Well, that is Complexity still working it forward. And Torque is on that Genji, in case you didn't notice. He's going to probably just try and get in behind. He's actually quite far behind at the moment. Going to go back and get the big health pack all the way back there. And at this point, just trying to clear out maybe some of those turrets, just getting some spam, just kind of harassing Renegades.
Building Dragon Blade.
Yeah, build Dragon Blade, harass, all sorts of things. Just distract them even a little bit, if anything. So, there's a big hook. Oh, very big hook from Hardblue to get the first initial pick onto Jesus. He just kept himself away from the Rhine Shield, or out of the Rhine Shield's range, just for a second, and that opened it up to get the hook. And now Juvenile going down to Hardblue. And that teleporter is going to be up. And Torque knows where it's at. And it is going to be under attack here. They need to shut that one down. Yes, Joe Meister gets the finishing blow on it. So really big opportunity for Complexity now to start working in. The Nano Boost was given to Juvenile, charging across the way to get onto Winghaven. A nice biotic to land on top of there as well. Now here comes, shut down Torque by Mangachu as he went in for the Dragon Blade, but Torque is a very lucky man, as the Overwatch gods are on his side, as he did not actually pull that blade all the way out. So he'll get to keep his Dragon Blade.
Complexity doing a good job taking out the teleporter pretty early and just making Jur put it in a very awkward place. But other than that, already 2 minutes kind of burning off of Complexity's push here. They're going to have to get some momentum on this real soon. Torque getting rather low. Does still have his Dragon Blade along with Winghaven's Earth Shatter.
Mangachu's got a Molten Core too, which can really help Renegades hold on to this one. But now losing Hardblue, that's going to allow Jur to build up a lot too. Nice Earth Shatter though coming through from Winghaven. Now the Dragon Blade comes out. That's all Complexity in the kill feed. Not much they're going to be able to hang on with there for Renegades. It's just Kib who's still in, buying a little bit of time, but he'll quickly be taken care of. So Complexity getting point number 1, 330 to work on through the streets phase. Mangachu switching over to 76. Not something we see Mangachu play a whole lot. I mean, he certainly can play it, but not used for him quite as much in his role. But
somebody's got to start putting some fire on a Torque while he's flying around. Yeah. He's gotten a lot of room so far. Nicholas trying to bump off Juvenile, but it's backfiring. Nicholas is going to get demech'd and potentially, taken all the way out. Jesus and the rest of Renegades, they're going to drop down on top of Complexity and push this back through the gate.
Yeah, we're gonna have to regroup, get Nicholas back, and actually finding Jur like that is big time. Now they're gonna have an opportunity, and Mangachu actually quite hurt as well. He's trying to get himself back. They use a sound barrier, Complexity, and Juvenile getting a nano boost though, being sent forward, gonna try and charge in, totally missing Winghaven there. Now with the Biotic caught onto a Juvenile, that should be pretty easy kill. Yeah, Complexity just gonna keep moving through here. We'll see Renegades with another attempt at a fight before Complexity is able to move that cart into the second point, but this Earth Shatter from Winghaven could pay dividends for Complexity. They're going to be waiting for it. It's even a Nano Blade coming up.
And there's nothing really to stop it on the side of Renegades. Just sort of self-destruct, but without anything to pair it with. I guess a little bit of whole hog from Jesus to press people back, but it's going to be an uphill battle right now. Complexity looking good.
Despite losing Hardblue, they're going to go in with it. Kib off of a big self-destruct is going to help keep Renegades in this fight. Still, Complexity trying back with a couple kills of their own, but the fact that they lost Hardblue so early in the fight is just devastating for Complexity there right out of the gate. I mean, I'd almost rather see them just, wait for Hardblue, just back off and wait for him in that scenario. But they wanted to take it. They thought they had advantage. They know better than I do, so I'll trust them on it. But they still have an Earth Shatter and a Whole Hog at the ready. Juvenile's got an Earth Shatter himself, though, so.
Kib with a rare unassisted 3K self-destruct.
Yeah, that came in big.
That's exactly what they needed at that point in time. Complexity burning a little bit here. Now Renegades still on deep, still trying to hold right here and holding off Complexity inside of the bank. Complexity just not able to find the angle they want. Hardblue coming in and coming up with nothing on the end of that hook.
This is some odd positioning. You see right now, Complexity is actually wrapping back more so towards the Renegade spawn. A very, very interesting positioning coming out from them, and now Hardblue's going in for the Whole Hog. A lot of it eaten up by, the defense matrix. Juvenile is going to get the Earth Shatter and take down Hardblue. He wanted to make sure he stayed alive in the fight, and Winghaven still has an Earth Shatter himself. He's going to have to use it one of these times. There we go, taking down Juvenile as he got the nano boost, but Winghaven actually getting hooked then by Jesus, and he's in dire straits, finally taken out there. Renegades now using a sound barrier to send forward, and Complexity dropping players 20 seconds. It's gonna be for them. They'll be able to make it back, I think, but just barely in time. 12 seconds. They're gonna have to get someone there and quick, as they do have 3 ultimates up, but Nano Blade is gonna be what Complexity's looking to on this next fight, starting to work in right now, but losing Nicholas early is troublesome. Going in with the Nano Blade, 1 for Torque. He's looking for more, 2 now for Torque, but Renegades themselves were able to come back with a couple of kills. Complexity are finding it at the moment as Juvenile comes in with an Earth Shatter of his own here. That's going to be pretty big for them, but Juvenile, quite hurt, is taking Joe Meister all the way into the back. You don't want to get caught by that charge right there, and the tack visor from Mankachu on top of the card is going to hold it off. For Renegades, nobody can get the second point. Somebody help these teams. I don't know what it is. Oh, I thought Complexity had it right there at the end, but Joe Meister getting charged. Kind of sealed the deal, at least partially.
Well, if it weren't for Kib, they probably would have gotten it through, but Kib just raining on everybody's parade. Aside from Renegades, who was obviously happy with that result.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if Renegades are going to take this map, they're going to have to push it all the way into the second point virtually. Although, I guess it's not truly the second point. It's just Caleb's over there shaking his head. Nope, I'm a stickler. It's got to be every single inch. Well, that's not possible for him now.
It's very close indeed, but I mean, actually, looking at the replay, and I might have to take a second look at it again, but Winghaven was backing up when Kib threw out that throughout the self-destruct, and Winghaven had his shield up, but it was getting really low. And generally, what you want to see out of Rhine players a lot of the time is, if your shield's already low, you just need to not hold right-click during that time.
Yeah, if there's
and then put it up at the last second. Winghaven held it the entire time while it was in the air, and his shield was already pretty low, and I'm pretty sure the shield broke right before the self-destruct went off, and then he couldn't shield the rest of the team. He died along with 2 others. I think I believe that is what happened. I'd have to take a second look at the replay, but that's an instance if Winghaven would have just kept his shield down for another minute and put it up when the actual right before the actual detonation, it could have been a totally different scenario for Complexity.
Yeah, sometimes though, if you're sitting there with just a few hit points left, either way, if you go down, there's no shield, so everybody's going to die. But yeah,
that's the other thing. I didn't see Winghaven's help in that scenario.
Certainly something to look out for in review. That's going to be Renegade's chance on offense here. 4 minutes on the clock to get through the first point. Complexity is going to be looking to delay as much as possible and take this map and close out the series. Joe Meister already up to 40%.
Whew. That's a quick build so far, at least.
He lands the starting orbs.
Yeah, he does. And I thought that one connected. Apparently it didn't, but still 50% and counting for Joe Meister on the teleporter. And Renegade's trying to press with the quad tank or 4 tank setup. And Joe Meister really building it quick though. 70-some% Complexity, giving them a lot of ground, and now they're going to charge in. Excellent charge from Winghaven to send one into the back there is going to help kill Juvenile. Part of it at least. And Sherlocky goes down. Torque really putting out the damage on the Soldier 76. So Complexity will delay things here and start the defense off on a good start. And the teleporter is going to be up now too. Very big for Complexity.
Extra cautious position for Complexity, putting it so far back, especially given that the only real threat to it from Renegades would be Kib. But keeping it alive, certainly important to get the value out of it. Oh, Winghaven with another great charge to lead this off.
Nano Visor out from Torque, and Kib tried to deny as much of that as he possibly could, but in the end, we'll end up getting melted by Torque, and they're going to go give a little bit of a stagger there. And now Complexity are also going to have quite a number. Well, some big impact ultimates coming up online here. As you have the Graviton and Earth Shatter.
Yeah, the real big two, especially for a defense. A Graviton and an Earth Shatter can take the wind right out of any opponent's sails. Renegades. Oh, never mind. Here comes that Graviton.
There we go. It's going to be laid out. Actually, an excellent biotic throwing it up against the wall to make sure it hit the people behind the shield. But Joe Meister able to take down Juvenile. That teleporter is still up for Complexity, keep in mind. So they're really going to be looking at that to help bring them back into the fight, as they've already lost a few people. Complexity and Hard Blue might end up going down here. Nicholas is still on the point, just delaying for now. And an Earth Shatter coming in from Winghaven, putting some bodies down onto the ground. Somehow Sherlocky not getting caught by that charge from Winghaven. There is a Graviton up for Mangachu here as well. Teleporter's still up, but it can't have too many uses left. Juvenile going off, getting 3 or 4 right there, and that fight should be enough to secure this next point. Yes, it will, but pretty solid defense all around from Complexity. It killed a solid bit of time, but 3 minutes and 35 seconds up for Renegades to move it into the second point.
Torque with attack, Visor, and Shake working on the Nano. The Nano Visor going to come in big into this next fight as long as Torque can find the right angles, but trying to do that against, well, 3 tanks can be a bit of a problem. With Mangachu on Soldier 76, though, he might be able to counter that rather quickly.
And, coming in, Juvenile with a bigger shatter right there is going to help Renegades take this fight. 2 kills for them. There is a attack visor, a Nano Visor from Torque, but just finding absolutely nothing with it right there. Complexity just going in to die on the card at least to stall things out for a little while. But, oh man, Renegades in a very good spot at the moment. They're continuing to press forward, but it seems like once we get around this bend is where things really seem to get difficult for some teams. Complexity, though, with nothing to defend here. I mean, they just used a decent bit to try and make that defense happen. And they're going to switch to quad tank now themselves.
They've got nothing going for them on the side of Ultimates besides Winghaven's Earth Shatter, really. I guess unless Nicholas can make a self-destruct work in the same way that Kib did, but Renegades, they've been rolling in hot so far. Nano Visor from Mangachu, so far not finding anything, but he's going to take Nicholas out of his mech.
That's pretty good in and of itself. He's laying a lot of damage onto Torque right there, but no one from Complexity actually going down, so we really need to build up this this Earth Shatter of Winghaven. I think it's going to be really crucial for Complexity. 2 minutes left on the clock for Renegades. And the team down at the bottom bottom of the bracket. They've not been performing up to many expectations of people recently, but they're trying to prove that they came to play today and get a win here and try and even up this score. Earthshatter from Winghaven doesn't pay off, and Harblue went down. Winghaven's gonna fall as well. Things really not looking good for Complexity right now as Renegade's coming forward, a pretty big advantage, and Joe Meister's sound barrier not going to connect either just as he got it. Nicholas on Diva's gonna have to come up big. I don't think it's gonna be able to, though. At this point, just trying to stall as long as possible. What a hook from Harblue into the back. Taking down Jur will at least start to even up the playing field a little bit for them, little by little, but Renegades are the ones still getting kills and Complexity are not. At this point, Jesus now getting the nano boost. Winghaven going down right after that. There's nothing that Complexity has to try and hold on to this one. It's just Torque really on the cart for now. That'll do it. Renegades coming right back, responding on Dorado, and we will see a map 3 to decide who takes this series. Renegades showing that they came to play today. What are we laughing about?
Map 4. Map 4, that's all.
Map 4, the best of 3. So excited. Oh my goodness. Renegades, just when it looks like Complexity's going to be able to put it away, Renegades pushes all the way through, and they are able to send us to a game 3.54, whatever you want to call it. Oh my goodness, this game will decide it all.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was getting at by the map 3. Map 4, if you're picky about it, but it is going to be one to decide it all in the end. Man, Renegades, they certainly did come to play today. That's for sure. There's no doubt about it. It's good to see them slowly working back in. I don't know yet if it's necessarily because of Kib coming into the lineup. I don't want to go as far as to say that yet. I'd really want to look at it, but certainly helping them so far.
And there's so many different differences in team dynamics. I mean, what we see is the performance of a player, but we don't necessarily hear their communications or how they affect morale. So that's not to say anything about Man of Snow or Kib in particular, but it just means that we just generally don't have the perspective to even understand why some of those subs would happen.
Now, we haven't seen Mangachu playing very much Soldier up until now in the Overwatch Winter Premiere, but he made a big difference today on the Soldier here on Dorado and was able to get that final push through to get the win.
Yeah, we really have not seen much of it at all from him, but it came through for them when they needed it. And he's, whether it be Tac Visor, just consistently pumping out damage. It didn't seem like, I mean, Nicholas tried to contest him when he could, but right at the end there, he just cleaned house on Complexity, help him secure that point, and see a decider map.
We certainly will. Now, you pointed out before the Kib Roadhog situation, like Jesus had his whole hog as well, and you were like, he's got these two ults, maybe they can string them together, and that, I believe, is why the Reinhardt was being pushed back with his shield, because he was still being whole hogged.
That would explain why the shield went down as well, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. So that was what was happening there, but my goodness, what a play there. Eichenwald is where Complexity wants to go for their final map. They've played so well on this map. We've seen them get 1-0 complete full defenses holds. So yeah, this might be it. Renegades is going to have to really work hard.
When this is a map too that plays directly into the strategy that Complexity likes to play, which is Sombra. Obviously, there's one of the best maps to run Sombra on, at least first point. So they've had success there, as you were saying. It's a good pick for them. I like it. And I think they're going to have a lot of success with the Sombra strategy, but Renegades came to play today. So it's...
both teams deserve a win here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of feel like, we played all 3 games, right? Come on. Like, they clearly both deserve the win. Let's just give them both a win.
Yeah.
Let Complexity be in second. Let Renegades have 5 wins, you know.
Fun ruiners, no.
Unfortunately, competitions are not run that way.
No, they're not. Thank goodness they're not run that way.
Yeah, that would be awful. But at the end of the day, Renegades, even if they end up losing, I think they can still at least be a bit more proud of how they came out playing, especially since Complexity has been playing well themselves. But I mean, they're still very much in this match.
Sure.
They could come out with the win. I think it's going to be tough against a Complexity team that can play Eichenwald well and really play to the Sombra strategy, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, if they were to drop this one, they would be at 4 losses, and then the best they could do tomorrow is 6 wins. And there's so many teams already at 6 wins. You don't want to put yourself in that situation. You want the win here.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody wants the wins right now. Everybody wants them. At Complexity, going to be starting on the offensive side.
What if we see a draw on this? I mean, honestly.
Let's keep going. Let's go. Draw it out, boys.
We'll have Li Zhang after that at least.
Yeah, what happens when we run out of maps? Do we just cycle through? They just draw all night. Oh, I guess we can't draw on
I'm not the admin.
control.
I'm not going to answer that.
Just keep drawing.
What do? We just keep on going.
Just keep casting. Eventually our throats will bleed, but that's fine.
Eventually. Pretend like it's not happening already.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there.
Oh, it's been a long night.
It has, but hey, we're enjoying it. We're enjoying it, and we are watching some good Overwatch here. It's a big situation for Renegades.
2 fine teams, that's for sure.
2 fine teams right here, and we are. I'm excited to see this next map. That's
so excited it turned you into a Southern gentleman for a moment.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know if that's haha in the chat or what, but here comes Torque. He's already working his way in. And Juvenile. Oh, never mind. Torque just working back. He'll go pick up that health pack. And Juvenile getting melted at the moment. Does get a biotic on himself, but the rest of Complexity playing very aggressive. I like that. Good opportunity. They saw it go take down Juvenile. Now they want to work in to this point, and maybe Jesus was out there for the taking for a moment, but the rest of Complexity actually just working back despite that player advantage. They're soon to have EMP actually have it up now, and Renegade's really on the back foot inside of the house. They're going to put pressure on the point. Jesus, though, waiting for a hook opportunity as he hangs out on the side, even still getting hit by the EMP. Complexity, this is their opportunity to take point number 1. Jesus gets Winghaven, but it's irrelevant, honestly, because Complexity have just gotten kill after kill here, and they will get point number 1. The rest of Renegades were just sitting inside of the house. They didn't even come out to contest the point, and now they're just going to be a free alt charge, feeding the alt charge to Complexity, but a good initial point take there coming out from the boys in red.
Smooth, exactly according to plan, pretty much. Now Complexity is going to be entering the streets phase with undoubtedly another EMP from Torque. You can pretty much just perpetually assume that's going to be up. Well, that sleep dart narrowly missing, though.
Narrowly missing, but Torque is soon to have another EMP. Already 2 kills go the way of Complexity. And he's going to even get this hack on Kib, who now is essentially dead meat. And Transcendence comes through from Shake. I don't know if it was absolutely necessary for them, but hey, better safe than sorry. They didn't use anything else on the fight, so it's fine. And they'll have another EMP for this next fight, too. But actually, I say that, but Shake may have been a mistake because Mangachu is going to have a Graviton. They have no Transcendence to respond with. They could have completely nullified it if they still have that Transcendence.
Or a Sound Barrier, but they do still have Nicholas's Defense Matrix and Winghaven's shield, so it is possible to survive. Oh, that EMP is coming out already.
Oh, EMP, Earth Shatter. Who cares? They're not even going to give Mangachu a chance to use that Graviton as Hardblue comes in with the whole hog. A lot invested for Complexity in that fight, but they are getting significant distance and time on the card on top of it. Renegades may just be able to get themselves back out there for one more fight, and they have the ult advantage to stop Complexity. We'll see if they can get it done. But they need to get everyone together first. Will someone make it out there in time? Oh, just barely. Yet again, here comes the Graviton. Mangachu taken out shortly after he gets it out there, and charging Winghaven into the back was Juvenile, I believe. And the self-destruct is actually going to pick up some. Renegades hold on for now. But Complexity still staying in the fight now. Earthshatter out from Juvenile, charging into the back. A great Transcendence from Shake to keep Hardblue alive in that fight, but Shake is still playing passively in the back once that Transcendence wears off. The rest of Complexity coming back in to get the kills here. Beautiful Transcendence from Shake to help make sure that Complexity takes this point, and they're just waiting to get all this final cleanup. But that will be Complexity now getting point number 2. A lot of time for them to move into last.
4 minutes and 20 seconds to push here into the 3rd and final point for Complexity. It is the toughest point here. Yeah. Out of everything.
Yeah, I mean,
the first point's pretty hard, but the 3rd point is definitely the hardest with the respawns right there, plus just all the terrain. Renegades, they don't have any ultimates to work with, but they are getting close to a few. Mangachu has switched over to Mei in the meantime. EMP not on the field. It sounded like it might have been Sherlocky taking out Torque,
I totally thought I heard it, which is weird.
Sherlocky must have just taken him out right as it happened.
Yeah, possibly. That's very, very possible, but we'll be Complexity just going for a bit of a regroup here. They have Earthshatter EMP. It's a beautiful combination, and Shake even will have the Transcendence up. So things really looking good for Complexity coming in with it, but I don't think, actually didn't get Juvenile in the initial EMP. They still have that Earthshatter. Winghaven getting caught by it, and there's a self-destruct there. Kib with 3 off the back of that. See you later. Complexity, that'll at least stall him out for a little bit. A lot of time to work with still on the side of Complexity. They start holding on to a couple of vaults. And they would love to take a clean, solid push, though, Complexity, before Mangachu gets this Blizzard up, I'm sure.
Yeah, they do still have 2 on their side to work with. Complexity with Winghaven's Earthshatter and Shake's Transcendence. Oh, Winghaven already down, though. And Transcendence being burned in the meantime, just a tad late.
Using it, oh man, that's a darn shame for them, losing Winghaven. They have Earthshatter still, but just a little bit late on the Transcendence. And that is going to be yet another reset for Complexity. Renegades really getting their defense together as we come into this final phase of the map. It's last point, and Mangachu is just about, oh, that's going to stall it out even longer. You don't want to put yourself in that situation. Your Winghaven, putting yourself, he was all by himself too. Just getting caught. I mean, there's no way you're making it out, so.
If there's a Mei on the field standing directly in front of a choke point by herself, it's pretty much a death sentence unless you've seen that wall come out already.
That's a no-no. That's a big no-no. But
now 4 ultimates. 5 if you count your Sound Barrier, and Juvenile really close to an Earthshatter, so maybe 6 in this next fight for Renegades, but one of the big ones is going to be Mangachu's Blizzard, and Nicholas also changing over to Mei in the meantime.
Complexity going back to a tried and true method with sending Nicholas on Mei. That Blizzard is still up for Mangachu, sitting in some unconventional positions too, but here's an EMP, which is big for Complexity. They've gotten 3 kills off the back of it, and Mangachu still going to have the Blizzard. He couldn't use it in time. Kib just trying to stall as long as possible. He got 1 with his self-destruct, but he's taken care of quickly. Jur going down late as well, so that's really going to stagger out Renegades a little bit, but they still have this Blizzard, which is, I mean, they're going to be needing this to come in clutch for them. Nicholas soon is going to have a Blizzard of his own. Big support ultimates online, too, for Complexity, but here comes Mangachu laying that Blizzard out there. Shake electing to not use Transcendence in that scenario, and all the players keeping themselves staying alive. Joe Meister uses Sound Barrier to give everyone a little bit of extra boost. Nicholas with a right-click landing right between the eyes of Mangachu. Now Complexity looking maybe to try and go in for a repush here, laying out a Blizzard of their own. Sherlock, he's going to get caught right in the middle of it. Somebody's got to clean up on that kill. Sherlock and Jesus both going down, and Shake will use Transcendence, but he couldn't quite make his way over to Torque, at least, who I think actually got charged, but either way, Complexity have got the kills coming their way. They're making distance on the cart. So far, Renegade's doing a good job of stalling it out, at least. There is going to be a self-destruct in the back. Winghaven's, he's able to at least keep that at bay a little bit. Nicholas is very lucky to have not gotten charged off of that. He's just going to hit the shift key, but 6 seconds on the clock. Complexity need to make their final push right here, and Joe Meister is in dire straits at the moment, very, very hurt. There's an EMP on its way shortly from Torque, and now with a Blizzard coming out, that might just seal it for Renegades. Oh, the Pulse Bomb from Jesus gets 2 kills. And Sherlock chiming in with a couple more after that, so in the end, Renegades are going to be able to shut Complexity down from at least capping the final point. But from what we've seen for a lot of today, the offensive side, Complexity getting some pretty good distance down.
Renegades holding it just there at the end. That's a ton of distance for Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, with how defense has been going today, you're happy with that if you're Complexity. You just have to have confidence in your defense going into this next stage. But this was a pretty big set play coming in from Kib. And Kib and Juvenile, the Earthshatter and Self-Destruct, paying off for them. But change of sides, Complexity going to be moving now to the defense. As long as they can get a good defense here, this could be it, and Complexity could win another one and really set Renegades in a tough spot in terms of standings.
Certainly doesn't get tougher than this. They need this win badly. Everything's tied up. Complexity pushed the cart almost to the third point. It's been a tight series all the way through. That's about as tough as it gets for Renegades.
Yeah, they have a tough task ahead of them, absolutely. But Complexity keeping Joe Meister on this Symmetra, they really love it, and gonna see where he can get some of these turrets down, get some early ult build. And Torque will be on the 76, making sure Mangachu has no opportunity to maybe run something like a Pharah or some sort of air superiority. He'll have that ability to just shut them down. And with that, so now it is all on Renegades to put up a big offense. Complexity looking to shut it down with a defense of their own.
Joe Meister's been generating a huge amount of ultimate in the opening moments of each of these matches, so see if he's able to do it again. Shake with 20% off his biotic. But Joe Meister, not the huge numbers we've seen so far, but 9, not too shabby. Oh, there it is, already up to 20.
That's a Kobe biotic coming out from Shake.
He's practiced those.
Oh yeah, that guy knows what he's doing. But
he's one of the best sports in North America for sure.
Absolutely. Now here comes Renegades trying to push on to the point. Oh, getting charged is Winghaven. He's actually quite hurt. Really needs to get some heals, but unable to get him from Shake. And Joe Meister's only at 50%. Normally we see him build a lot quicker than this. If he can take down Jur right here, no, unable to. Kib comes to the rescue of his Lucio. Jesus is going to get caught on the inside of the house, but it's so many kills coming in for Renegades. I can't imagine a world where Complexity is able to hold this. Nicholas does have a nano boost. He's just trying to stall long enough to at least get a self-destruct. He does have it. He's going to lay it down onto the point, but dies just before being able to get back into his mech. Renegades off to a good start here on their offenses. Joe Meister trying to come forward. Juvenile charging him straight into the wall.
That's really big for Renegades. Sombra or not, they capped that point very quickly, roughly the same amount of time as Complexity. They're going to be rolling into the streets phase with both their Earth Shatter and their Graviton up, but also self-destruct, Sound Barrier, Nano Boost. The only one who doesn't have his ultimate up right now is Jesus with Whole Hog. Complexity, they don't have anything. Torque getting somewhat close to Attack Visor and Hard Blue, perhaps a Graviton in the next fight, but right now Winghaven on ground level, and that's going to be playing into what Renegades wants.
Here comes a Graviton, getting 3 of the players of Complexity locked up in it. That's a long-range Graviton where there was no follow-up from the Renegade squad. I mean, they got at least Joe Meister, but now Attack Visor out from Torque. Well, just as I say, it does take down Juvenile. Now an Earth Shatter into what I thought maybe was a self-destruct. Not the case in that scenario, but Complexity here finding a lot of kills, finally shutting down the momentum of Renegades. In good positioning there, and just going to look to get back up onto the high ground as Winghaven goes to join the rest of the squad. And Kib even, oh yes, he'll be a pretty late stagger too, so Complexity buying themselves a little bit more time on top of that. But Renegades have a solid chunk of time themselves, 4 minutes still to work through this next Streets phase.
Streets phase cost Complexity a lot of time when it was their round.
Yeah, I think it costs a lot of teams a lot of time.
It's just long.
Yeah.
And the whole place you're under fire from a very similar position, if not the same position, up until basically the final point. But right now, Torque breaking out the Nano Visor, but he's going to get slept immediately.
Big sleep from Sherlocky. I mean, he's still got a couple kills off it, so worth. Anyway, it's going to hold Renegades for now. And Complexity didn't, I don't think, lost anybody in that fight, so they should still be able to contest this cart. Not going to have to back up too far. Sherlocky actually almost going down right there, but now being contested by Kib. Actually, is going to be taken out of his mech and use this self-destruct just so he can get back into it and stay in the fight. But Juvenile is going to be, well, he thought he was hurt there for a second. Kib, though, his mech is just getting eaten alive. At the moment now, Winghaven with an Earth Shatter. He's going to be looking to use that maybe. Oh, what a sleep. And now a big opportunity and a big Earth Shatter coming through from Winghaven as the rest of Complexity sends forward. Shake gets Juvenile. They end up trading it out, but still trading out kills, actually, as Renegades are keeping themselves relevant, though. Now they're continuing to lose more. Torque is cleaning up. And Renegades slowly grinding down this offense of Renegades.
Another Nano Visor available for Complexity on defense here. 2 minutes, 25 seconds for Renegades to get through the Streets phase. Renegades has Attack Visor, but they do not have the Nano to pair it with. Juvenile still working on an Earth Shatter, but he will probably have it in the next fight. There is no Zarya on the field for Renegades, so they can't necessarily land that big Graviton that they need, but they're going to have to take this high ground away from Complexity.
Hard Blue's going to be trying to work on maybe a little bit of a flank to get a hook and an easy pick. Torque getting that Nano Visor, but no real good targets for him to shoot at. Got pressured heavily by Kib during it, so Hard Blue is going to go down as he went on that rogue mission trying to see maybe if he could get a cheeky pick, and now it's going to be Complexity getting backed up a little bit here. Winghaven still with an Earth Shatter at the ready. If he can make this pay off, oh no, getting charged and Mangachu taking him down before he's really able to do anything with it. Juvenile now getting grinded up pretty good, but he will get healed eventually. So 1:30 left on this clock for Renegades. Complexity looking to get a big hold right here, and they can do it with this Earth Shatter that Winghaven has. He's had it for a little while now. He's looking to convert and be able to, oh no, getting hooked in right away, eaten alive by the Renegades players. They needed that Earth Shatter right there, and 2 more kills coming out from Renegades. Nicholas with a self-destruct is gonna get Jur, giving them a chance, but Shake is solo on this point, taken down. Hard Blue gets a nano boost. Needs to get this kill onto Kib, or at least get him out of his mech. That should be a secured kill. There is going to be self-destruct out. Kib is gonna stay on the payload. Probably almost better off in that scenario, just ending up dying and saving your self-destruct, but he keeps himself alive actually, so it works out. I thought he was gonna get knocked out of the mech again. Torque.
Sherlock has been mainlining him from the back the whole time, uncontested, and on a full healing, a D.Va right now is not an easy situation to kill.
It's very tough. Torque getting himself into a pretty good spot to get the Attack Visor off, but Kib immediately sending pressure in. This is a big opportunity for Renegades or Complexity, whichever way you want to look at it, but both teams, the game potentially hanging in the balance here. Juvenile goes down for Winghaven, 10 seconds left. That's not good for Renegades. Complexity now with 2 kills for themselves. They could shut it down and take this series right here, right now. There's not going to be enough up for Renegades to keep themselves in it, as they just a couple of remaining players staggering back and forth on the point. It's only Kib there. Hard Blue finishes him with the hook, the self-destruct to zone him off, and that is going to be it. Complexity taking down Renegades, keeping their streak going, getting it in the 4th map. Took us a while, but Complexity get it done in the end on Eichenwald.
They finally pull off the win. Took them a full 4 games to do it, but my goodness, Renegades looking in the best form we had seen them in a long time. But it's interesting to note that most of their losses have come in 3 games. They do really take it the full distance and just not able to finally finish it off in the end.
I mean, at least they're starting to get it together a little bit more, but the question is now it might be a little too late. I mean, they really needed to get a win right there. And I mean, depending on how things go, I'm sure there's a scenario which they can get into the top 4, but it's going to be very, very tough losing that game. And Complexity looking good, winning themselves yet another game. That's, I don't know how many in a row now for them, but they've managed to string together quite a few. So they're looking good moving into the last day of play.
Complexity definitely got tested in that match as well. Renegades, they should be well prepared for tomorrow. They put up a great effort today. Complexity is just looking so great.
Yeah. Complexity, they looked excellent there. They looked excellent at the defense on the very end of that map. We can take a look at that final push as they're able to get the win here over Renegades.
You see Complexity. This is where a lot of teams have struggled to really bring the payload into getting the 2nd point, and Torque was just laying out consistent damage throughout the entirety of throughout this final fight, throughout the match in general. Really, just laying out quite a bit of damage. He was building up attack visors very fast, and it's one of the things that help Complexity bring the win on in.
Brought the win. Brought the win on in. No one completing any maps other than Hollywood today. Like, it still didn't happen here on Eichenwald either. We can take a look at the standings after 2 days of group phase number 2. It's been quite an exciting day. So many chances to upset, so many upsets actually happening, and Complexity cementing that number 2 spot with their win here over Renegades.
I mean, it's great to see them getting back to their old form. We're talking about it before. They're starting to gel with Winghaven a little bit, and Complexity, a team we expected. This is where we expected them at the beginning of the Winter Premiere. It took them a while to get to this point, but they have gotten themselves in the #2 slot. There's still one more day of play, so these things can change. But for now, they are playing very good. They've strung together quite a number of wins, and they're certainly going to be feeling good going into tomorrow's final day.
Absolutely, and Renegades back up against the wall. They have to do it tomorrow. They have to win twice and then hope for things to go in their favor if they want to make it into that top 4. We will see if they make it. We'll be back tomorrow at 3:30 PST, 8:30 PM GMT. If you have been enjoying what you've been watching, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Overwatch_NGE, hashtag Winter Premiere to get involved in the conversation. We love to hear what you guys have to say. Thank you all for watching. We've had a great time. We're excited to see how this concludes tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. I should probably go to bed. You know, get rested up. We need the rest, clearly. I'm excited. Yeah. Tomorrow's going to be great. See you then.
Of them, but Juvenile's lying in wait here for an Earth Shatter. He's looking for the targets, and he's got him.
Oh, he got put to sleep, but he's still got a pretty big Earth Shatter off, and there is the self-destruct from Man of Snow.
This it all just goes wrong. Well, that Graviton position is going to be a problem for so many people as they drop down into the depths.
They do, for sure. They have a lot of ults, and Spree with that Graviton is going to lay it out. There's a self-destruct, too, for Icefelt. Now a good opportunity for Luminosity, but Nicholas with 3 by that man a drink and get the dog one, too. They try this sort of thing quite a bit. There's the cat. Is that Tommy the cat? Thought he was only on Gibraltar.
Baby Bay is looking for his. He's going to drop it right in the back line.
See, self-destruct is going to be coming over top. 3 for Michael. That's exactly what Kingarna was looking for. Liquid had a absolute brawl.
There's fish down here?
What? I didn't know that.
Well,
that's a big boy.
Well done, spectators. Well done.
Thank you for enlightening us. The fish are like in sync too. I'm being told the fish is also named Tommy. Good.
Door here. AZK getting very close to a pulse bomb.
Oh, that'll certainly hold it up for a while. Ube gets the hook on ID, putting him down into the moat to meet up with Tommy the fish.